Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep. So before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. Okay, so about 6 months ago I started working overnight at Lowe's. Now, I really like this job. I get to listen to my podcasts and audiobooks. The people I work with are pretty laid back. I work by myself for the most part. And most importantly, I hardly have to deal with the customers. And if you ever worked in retail, you know how important that really is. Well, I do enjoy working there. Over the past 6 months, I've seen some really crazy things. It started off small, and not really a lot. The first thing I saw happen, I originally thought it was just some kind of glitch. See, in the Lowe's I work at, there are 2 bathrooms set up for the employees in the back corners of the store. When I first started working there, I didn't know what they were because they were just marked employees only. But I quickly found out after I had walked the length of the store to find a bathroom which another employee had told me where it was. But of course, I walked right by it. Anyway, back on point. In these bathrooms, the lights work on a motion sensor. You know the types. Well, as I was walking past, I could see the light come on from under the door. I thought it was a bit weird because there were only 2 other people in the store and I knew where they were. I went up and knocked on the door. There was no answer, so I opened it and it was completely empty. Like I said, it wasn't much, so I really didn't think it. The next thing that happened was small as well. If you've ever been to Lowe's, you might have noticed some of the more expensive items having a little green thing attached to them. We call them turtles, and they're our alarms. If someone tries to steal something with a turtle on them, once they go through the doors, they start letting out a high-pitched noise, which is very hard to ignore. I was stuck in some caulking, listening to the Adam Carolla podcast when I started hearing an alarm go off. It confused me, so I went looking for it. It took a little bit, but I finally found where it was coming from. It was a drill that was sitting on the ground and not right up front either. It was buried about 4 drills deep and under another display. As I was pulling the drills out to get to the one that had the turtle going off, another one next to me started going off. I will tell you that I nearly jumped out of my skin. I radioed my manager, Mike, and told him about it. And he said that it's okay. Those things go off all the time. What was weird was at the exact time Mike told me that, both turtles shut off. I chalked it up to coincidence and nothing more. Oh, how naive I was. Nothing else seemed to happen for about 2 weeks, and I had put those instances long behind me. I mean, why wouldn't I? Faulty sensor and sensitive turtles. Sounded likely to me, and not correction. Was not one to just jump to the supernatural explanation. To put it mildly, I wasn't a believer. Oh, sure, I wish there were things that went bump in the night. I'm a longtime fan of supernatural and shows like Ghost Hunters. And I always watched Josh Gates. Man, I wish I had that man's life. If I can ever catch him on, but I never experienced anything myself. That was until about a month after working at Lowe's. It had started just like any night. Went in around 7. Clocked in and started unloading the truck. It was about 9:30 by the time we were done, and everyone else had left the store. So it was just us 3 of the night crew. For the most part, it was a pretty normal night. I was listening to a newly downloaded audiobook by Mark Tufo, working on the 3rd cart by this time. It was close to about 2 a.m., and I was working my way down towards electrical to restock some fuses when I saw it. Honestly, I just kind of stood there more about a minute or 2 trying to make heads or tail on what I was seeing, because a little bit over halfway down the aisle, there was an arm sticking out from under the shelving racks. It kept moving around, as if someone was reaching under their couch to look for the lost remote. Once I got at least some of my wits back, I called Mike. Mike, I said. Yeah, what's up? Mike called back. Mike, I got, an arm. I tried to say. Oh, that thing? Mike said, surprisingly unsurprised. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't get too close. It tends to get a bit grabby. It's fast and its reach is farther than it looks, so just stay away from that aisle for now. I was actually flabbergasted at how lightly Mike was taking it. Ugh, I said, not really knowing what else to say. What aisle is it in, by the way? Mike asked. Aisle 13. Okay, just steer clear of it for now. I'll explain more later on. What I've come to understand is that no one really knows anything about the arm. It shows up, tries to grab things and pull them under the shelving. That's about it. I've seen it about 7 times now. Never in the same aisle either, and it never shows up at the same time. The only thing that seems to be constant is that has it always gone back under the shelving, just before 4 a.m. One time when I saw it, I chucked a can of spray paint at it. The moment the can hit the aisle floor, the arm shot out and snatched it and sucked it back under the shelving. And when I say it shot out, I mean it shot out. It must have reached 3 times the length of a normal arm and back under the shelving in less than a second. After I saw that, I followed Mike's suggestion and just avoided those aisles that it was in until it went back under itself. That's all the time I got right now. I have a lot more stories like the thing that lives in the garden center and the naked little man I keep seeing. That one's a bit weirder than others. I'll try to write some more down later and remember to have a Lowe's safe day. Part 2. Wow. I never expected the kind of response that I have gotten. Thanks to everyone that wants to hear more of my stories, and I do have a bunch. First, let me address a few questions about the arm from my first post. 1. The arm looks like a man's arm. No sleeves or tattoos of any sort, though I can see that it has darkish hair on the forearm. I did notice one thing that seemed odd. It was missing its fingernail on its pinky finger. 2. Come on, guys. It's almost 2020. I've already tried to take a picture of the arm. I mean, how could I not? It's a random arm reaching out from under a shelving unit. Well, I've got some bad news for anyone wanting to see the arm. It doesn't photograph well, as in not as all. Whenever I tried to use my camera on my phone, nothing ever shows up. I tried to film it once snatching something like it did the spray can. Son of a nuisance just ignored it. That was until I stopped filming, then it grabbed it. That really had me worried when it did that, because that means that whatever the arm is attached to can think. I told Mike about not being about to film the arm, and he wasn't surprised. He told me it doesn't show up on our security cameras either. He said he tried to let Day Shift know about it once, and of course, they don't believe him because there was nothing on the cameras. 3. I kept pushing Mike on the arm, and he finally did tell me that, yes, it did grab someone once. When I tried to get him to spill the beans on what happened, he just told me to make sure that it doesn't grab me. After that, he wouldn't say any more about it and told me to stop asking. I could tell that talking about it was really upsetting him, so I'm just going to leave 2 alone for a while. Okay, I hope that helps some with their questions. I'll try to answer when I can. With me working 10-hour shifts, I tend to do only 2 things: work and sleep. Because of my hours, I was curious about how much I'm walking now at work, so I downloaded a step counter on my phone. I can say I was a bit shocked to see I'm walking about 1,200 steps a day. No wonder my feet always hurt. Anyway, no one is here to listen about me getting my steps in for the day. You guys want more stories, and I already hinted at 2 in my last post. So I'll start with the thing that lives in the garden center. Alright. As anyone that has ever seen a Lowe's knows that they all have a garden center where they keep their mulch, stones, and pretty much anything you might need plant or garden-wise. Right now it's filled with Christmas trees, big and small, as well as other Christmas-related plants. During the day it's a pretty nice place and feels very Christmassy. Anyway, At night with the lights off, it can feel a bit spooky. No one in receiving likes to stock the garden center, so we take turns. Now, the question arises, why don't we like to stock the garden center? You can look back to the aforementioned thing that lives in the garden center. Someone from my last post suggested that it might be a garden gnome, and in all honesty, it might be. None of us has ever seen it, and from what Mike has told me, no one ever has. So how do we know it's there? Easy. We hear it and feel it. We hear it because the damn thing is always moving about. We can hear it scampering on the roofs, on top the racks, and in the ceiling scaffoldings. We can hear its feet slap the concrete as it runs through the aisles, always just out of view, where you see its movement just out of the corner of your eye. That's not even the worst part of it. The damn thing is always laughing when you walk into the garden center. Now, I don't mean like a full belly laugh or an evil maniacal laugh, but more like a snicker or a hushed giggle. You know the type, where you know a joke or just something funny about someone, but you want to try to keep it quiet. Yeah, that kind of laugh. It starts up as soon as you walk through the doors and doesn't stop till you leave. And wherever you go, its laughter is always behind you or beside you. Sometimes it sounds like whatever it is right behind you, close enough that you should be able to feel its breath. But you turn around, there's never anything there. Other times it sounds like it's coming from the other side of the garden center, and it's those times you have to look out for. Why? It's so far away. Yes, it is, but that's when it chucks stuff at you. Yeah. The little idiot likes to throw rocks or rubber parts and whatever it can get its hand on and lobs it at you. Luckily it's a pretty bad aim, but if it does hit you, then it really starts to giggle. Telling it to stop doesn't help either. It's like when a kid tries to tell a bully to stop picking on him. All it does is make the bully double down, and that's pretty much what happens with the thing in the garden center. The best we can do is just ignore it. Still, the damn thing is unsettling as hell. The second thing I hinted at was the naked little man. Now this pisses me off to no end. As I'm thinking about it, maybe this is what the person said might be a garden gnome, but I really don't think so. First off, it's completely hairless. And by that, I mean a bowling ball has more hair than this thing. I've only really seen it a few times fully. Most of the time I see its little fat ass running around the end of an aisle, or scampering over the top of one. It can move pretty damn fast. I'll try to explain it so you can get a better understanding. The thing is only about a foot, maybe a foot and a half tall. Completely hairless, like I said before, fat and squat looking. Imagine a nude, hairless Danny DeVito without genitals, and you would be spot on. Yeah, I said without genitals. Thank God for the small favors. The only reason I call it a man is because it has absolutely zero traits of a woman. We actually started calling it Danny once I pointed to the resemblance. Anyway, this guy is more of a nuisance than it is anything else. He likes to make messes, knock stuff off the top of the racks and steal your stuff. That kind of stuff. Always makes your night a living hell because of all the extra work he forces us to do. Recently, while we were all taking our lunch break, we heard a lot of banging of a lot of stuff falling. We all ran to where we heard it. Have you ever been to Lowe's around Christmas? You know that we display those tacky-ass blow-up lawn ornaments on the top of the racks close to the entrance? Well, that little boy knocked one off, but wait, there's more. See, we don't just sit them up there. We tie those things down so they can't fall on the customers. But this dude had untied them all, then tied them together. So when he pushed one off, they all went. Let it be said, we all were quite pissed that night. Danny only comes out about 2 to 3 times a month. But I've lost about 5 box cutters to him. We have no idea where he came from or where he goes. He's not like the thing in the garden center, though. He doesn't laugh or giggle or even throw stuff. Danny is pretty quiet, except when it runs or climbs. His bare feet slap the concrete, and he always sounds out of breath, but only when he's on the move. Once he stops, he goes dead quiet. One time, the idiot swiped my box cutter and took off. Luckily, I just came out of the aisle to see him grab it. I took off after him, swearing if I catch him I'm going to punt him like a fat, bald football. As I ran around the corner and had to stop fast, that pudgy lunatic had set me up. Danny had dropped my cutter, but this aisle had the arm in it. See my first stories? And it was stretched disturbingly, so as it was trying to grab my cutter, which was literally just outside its fingertips. If I hadn't come to a stop when I did, I would have been in, well, arm's reach of it. I looked up to see Danny looking down at me from the top of the rack. Oh yeah, I cussed him out, but all he did was watch me with those beady little eyes of his until he just ducked away and I hear him scamper off. I don't know if Danny was trying to hurt me or not, but I'm putting a chain on my box cutter from now on, and I don't think I'll be chasing him anymore. That's all I have time for tonight. I have more stories if you're still interested. Let me know, and maybe I'll tell you about the man that watches the store, or the fact that I think the store itself doesn't like me. Part 3, okay, guys. This week, boy, I got a lot to tell you. But before I get into it, everyone seems to want to know about the man that watches the store, or as someone else called him, the Watcher, which is what we started calling him just because it's very fitting. I noticed the Watcher about a month ago. I was outside stocking the garden center, yes. That little idiot was running around giggling at me. I tell you, I can't wait till summer when I can try to stock the garden canter before sunset, so I won't have to deal with it. Right now, I don't have much of a choice with the sun deciding that a good time to set is at 4 p.m. Hell, my grandmother stays up later than the sun. I wish we would just get rid of this stupid daylight saving time. I mean, yes, it made sense when we used candles and electricity was being used by Edison to electrocute elephants. But Christ, do we really need it now? Anyway, while I was outside, I was over by the register area, putting away some large vases when I glanced out into the parking lot. It was there at the far edge of the lot, just outside the reach of the lights, was a very tall and very large man. He was wearing what looked like a long, dark trench coat with a wide brim hat, kinda like Reverend Kane's hat from Poltergeist 2. You know the guy. The only really creepy thing about that movie, except that this hat's brim was really wide, like almost out to his shoulders wide. The collar on the trench coat also was popped, so his face was completely shrouded in darkness. To say that I was just a bit creeped out would be like saying Greta Thunberg only cares a little about the environment. I went to Mike about it back then, and he just sighed with frustration. Don't worry, it wasn't at me. He told me that this guy shows up every year around the end of September, beginning of November, and just stand out there watching the store and tends to finally go away around the end of March. Mike told me that every night around 10 p.m., he'll show up somewhere just outside the property line. Stand there all night. Rain, snow, sleet, doesn't matter. And then he tends to disappear around 5 a.m. I asked him how many years has he been doing this, and Mike told me that from the stories he's heard, pretty much since the store first opened back in 26. Has anyone ever tried to see what he wants? I asked Mike. Mike looked at me sadly. Yes, he said. Mike told me that a few years ago, a young guy, one of those... The cops were called and a missing person report was made, but the guy was never seen again, and the Watcher disappeared for the rest of the year and next. That was until November when he once again showed up. I was like, damn, Mike, is there anything else that might pop up that I should know about that could, I don't know, cost me my life? At that point, Mike informed me that, come spring, I should be on the lookout of an incredibly attractive woman that starts showing up and tries to lure you out of the store to have sex with you. Yeah, you guessed it. She doesn't want to have sex with you, and I'm not supposed to believe anything she says or does, and that it's best to simply ignore her. I told Mike that if a hot girl was trying to have sex with me, then I would already not trust her, because that stuff does not happen, and I mean ever. I haven't had a woman look at me like that for over 10 years, and I'm counting my wife in that. All right, now let me tell you how my week went. The first really messed up thing that happened was last Wednesday. Things got real scary and real serious that night. Let me set it up here. I was working a unique shift on Wednesday due to Lowe's being closed for Thanksgiving. See, unlike other greedy big box stores, Lowe's actually cares about their employees, and as such does not open late night on Thursday to sell items that have been marked up, then marked down. So idiots feel that they need to get into fistfights over sheets. Oh yeah, I really saw that once on a Black Friday. Let me ask you something. Is there or was there any point in your life that you wanted to buy sheets at a falsely discounted price? So bad that you would punch a complete stranger in the face? If your answer is anything other than, of course not, what do you think I am? Stupid. Then you really need to rethink your love for sheets. As I was saying, I was working the unique shift from 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. We were all supposed to be out clocked out by midnight, and I was fine with that. The majority of the night was pretty easy. I mean, besides having to deal with customers, but even they seemed to be all right for the most part. It wasn't until 11 that it went south. In the back of the store, we have our loading dock where we keep everything that we unload off trucks that still need to be placed on racks in the store, or where special request items are stored until the customers can pick them up. Well, I was back there sweeping up and listening to the latest audiobook in the series called Hard Luck Hank. This book was called Dumber Than Dead. It's really good if you ever get a chance to pick them up. Anywho, it was really windy that night due to the fact we had a storm coming in from the east. The dock's roll-up doors were banging with the wind. They weren't really that loud, and I really had thought nothing of it. I was by the last of the 3 doors when there was an especially loud bang. So loud and unexpected that I actually jumped and dropped my broom. I didn't move for a moment, just trying to recover from the surprise. I went to grab my broom when the door banged again. I stood and started to back up. There was another bang, but it came from the middle of the 3 doors. It was at this point that Mike came running into the back. "What was that?" he asked. I just pointed at the doors, a little too shocked to say anything. Then came another bang. Then another, louder and harder. "I don't think that's the wind," I said. "We can actually see dents starting to form from the numerous hits." It was so loud that we had to cover our ears as our other co-workers come to see what the commotion was. When they came in, Mike and I seemed to snap out of our shock and rushed out. Our co-workers quickly followed. We went to the front of the store, but even from there we could hear the banging. Mike decided to call 911, and then he let us leave early. Needless to say, we all bolted. Mike stayed, but not in the store. He got in his car and waited at the road entrance to the store. On Friday night, when I went back in, I found out that when the police showed up, Mike went with them to the back of the store to see if they could find what was making the banging noise. Well, whatever it was long gone, but both doors were messed up badly. So badly that they're going to need to be replaced. The Mangers talked to Mike and me about what happened, and I told them everything I knew. I asked what did the security cameras catch, and they said that they got knocked out just before the door was attacked. Yeah, I said attacked, because that's what it looked like. There were large dents and deep scratches all over the 2 doors. The 3rd door was untouched because there has a trailer stock in it that we were going to unload on Friday. This now leads me to my last bit of weirdness. See, while we were unloading the truck, we came across a small box with my name on it. Mike handed it to, but suggested that I shouldn't open it. When I asked him why, he said that everyone that works in receiving gets one of these sooner or later. He was actually surprised that it took this long. I asked him if he ever got one, and he said that he did. "What was in yours?" I asked. "A tooth," Mike answered. "A tooth," he said. He even said that it still had some blood and gum on it. Then I asked my 2 co-workers, John and Steve. "I got a box full of roaches, and not the good kind." John said, Well, I am not sure what it was," said Steve. "It was just a red, wet, squishy thing." I shook my box. There was something definitely in there. When I asked where they came from, No one really knew. Mike suggested again that I just toss it, but after hearing everyone else's reprisals, I had to know. So with my cutter, I slit the tape and opened it. It was a dead bird. A chickadee, I think. John looked into the box. "The hell?" he said. He said it had moved. He wasn't lying. I saw it too. Well, the chickadee didn't move. The poor thing was dead. But something inside of it did. I quickly closed the box, grabbed the closest tape, resealed it, and tossed it into the trash compactor, turning it on. So, yeah, that was my week. And that's all I have time for now. Heading to bed so I can forget this week ever happened. I'll keep telling you guys more stories of this crazy store if you want, and always remember, have a Lowe's safe day. Part 4. I don't know how much longer I'm going to last at Lowe's anymore. Someone said in the comments that it sounds like things might be escalating, and I think they might be right. I think things are starting to get out of hand. It started on Wednesday. It was my turn to stock the garden center, and I was out there stocking the mulch, because there's no time to work on your garden then in December, in the Northeast. Prime weather, no lie. We get some crazy things in right now. Just the other day we got 2 pallets of weed whackers. I mean, why? It wasn't even for Black Friday, but that isn't the point. I was out in the garden center, like I said, stocking mulch and trying to ignore the thing in the garden center, laughing at me when it abruptly stops. I look up into the rafters as I hear it scamper up over onto the roof, confused by the sudden change. I walked out into the open section of the center trying to see where it scampered off to, and I heard really heavy breathing. I looked over towards the sound to see the watcher standing on the other side of the fence. I stopped dead. I've never seen the watcher this close up, and apparently the only one who ever has was never seen again. He has never approached the store before. But there he was, staring at me. I can tell he was staring at me because, while his face was still hidden in the shadows of his high collar and hat, I can see light gleaming off his cold, hateful eyes. Now, I don't scare easily. Spooked and unnerved, yes, but scared? No. I will tell you what, though, while I was frozen where I stood looking at this tall tower of evil, and evil is what this thing was, that if I hadn't already dropped a loaf earlier, then my pants would have been a bakery. Never before had I ever felt such a presence. I could feel my heart pounding so fast that I thought it would explode out of my chest. But at the same time, I felt as though lungs refused to work, as if my breath wouldn't leave me, as to not be in the same space as the watcher. Somehow I was able to get my foot to move as I took a slow step backwards. Then he moved. Not much, mind you. He just grabbed the fence, but it was fast. So fast that I didn't even see him do it. One moment his hand was next to him, then bam. He had his fingers wrapped around the chain. The movement and noise made me nearly jump out of my shoes. I almost bolted right then and there, but his hand caught my attention and held it for a second more. At first I thought he was wearing gloves, but then I noticed the long gray fingernails. His skin matched his nails, except it was darker gray. I could also see that he was squeezing the fence. Let me just say that if anyone that has ever driven by Lowe's understands that there is tall fence that enclose the garden center, and that it's made out of pretty sturdy chain link. I mean, yes, you could cut it with a fence cutter, but that would sense cutter. But that would they're made for anyway. Well, the watcher had his fingers through the chain link holes, and as he was squeezing, he was bending the metal. I could actually hear the metal protesting against his strength. Well, as Biff Tannen said, I made like a tree and got out of there. I bolted for the entrance, closed the doors behind me and locked them. I called Mike and had him meet me in the back office. I told him what happened. He said that he's never heard of the watcher even doing anything like that. Damn, Mike said. He's never even set foot on the property that I know of. We left the door locked and closed until it was closer to 6 when Mike had to open the doors. He told me he went to check out where I saw the watcher. He said it was gone, but he could see where he had twisted the fence up. The next thing to happen was on Friday night. It wasn't much, but somehow, I think that it might be a lot more important than it seems. I was going to take my lunch break, and I had stepped into the elevator. Now I know that it's a pretty quick walk up the stairs to the break room and offices, but my feet usually start to hurt around at my break time. And of course I'm just lazy. I do take the stairs down all the time though. I feel that it's a waste to take the elevator downstairs, because I at least have gravity on my side at that point. Plus it's a lot faster to just run down a floor. Anyhow, I got onto the elevator, and I was going to press the second floor button when I had to stop and stare. Where there were normally 2 buttons, now there were 3. This new button wasn't marked, but I could tell that it was very old and worn. Yeah, I've seen and read way too many horror movies and stories in my life. There was no way in hell I was pressing that button. I pressed up and went on my break and tried to forget about the new button. Thing is, it always shows up now at least once a night. No one else has mentioned it, so I don't know if I'm the only one seeing it, or if everyone else does, but they're just used to it. I asked Mike about it, and he had no idea what I was talking about, and neither did John or Steve. This next thing, if I ever see it again, I'm done. It happened while I was stocking electrical. Let me tell you, when it comes to stocking Lowe's, there are 4 areas that are a complete and total annoyance to stock: tool world, hardware, lighting, and electrical. Each one of these areas have a ton, and I mean a ton of little items that are, half the time, not even in their correct place. Or they are, but it just hasn't been changed in the system. So you spend at least a third of the time just trying to locate type of outlet, or screw, or bulb, or some other little bag or box thing just to find that they've been moved to an end cap, or they're just a new item. And the real pain in the ass. Anyway, I'm getting off topic again. I was in electrical trying to locate some tiny fuses. I was getting frustrated because even though I was where the fuses were supposed to be, I couldn't find the one I was holding. So I decided to walk the aisles and see if I might happen to come across them. As I walked to aisle 31, that's the main aisle that runs down the center of the floor, I saw a large reddish-brown pool of something on the floor that wasn't there before. I also noticed that whatever made the pool had been dragged away and into the last lumber aisle, which also happens to the last aisle of the store. Annoyed about it, because I thought that John or Steve might have been leaking something off a pallet and not realize it, I followed the smeared trail. I could not have been more wrong. As I turned the corner, I stopped. What I saw was not Steve or John. What I saw was a nightmare. At first, I couldn't make it out. It looked like a moving pile of wet clothes. There was a squishing sound that emanated from it every time it appeared to move an inch forward. At first, I couldn't make out what it was. But as it kept slithering forward, I finally grasped what I was seeing. And it was impossible. I took a step back and bumped a stack of blue buckets. You know the ones, we have them located at the end of every aisle, the 5-gallon one. Anyway, I bumped a stack of those, and they went down, causing a loud enough racket to wake the dead. I looked down at the buckets, then back at the thing. It had lifted its head and was looking at me. It was just what I was afraid it was. Someone's skin. It was just flipping skin, no internal anything. It was flabby and squishy and twisted with reddish-brown liquid oozing out of its holes, and from between its wrinkled folds. It had stopped moving, and its head was twisted around, looking at me with eyeless holes. Its mouth opened wide, and more liquid flowed slowly out, and somehow it made a deep moan. I took a step back, and the thing came at me. Dear God. It was fast, almost too fast, as it just seemed to slither all over itself as it raced towards me. To give you an idea of what it was like, imagine the 1980s version of the Blob coming at you, except instead of it being a pink, snotty thing, it was someone's skin. You better believe I'd beat feet getting out of there. I think it was the first time I ever really screamed out of real fear. I ran as fast as I could, let me tell you, for someone as big as I am. You'd be surprised at how the right motivation can really get you moving. I found Mike in the dock office with Steve and John. It took me a while to catch my breath and composure before I told them what happened. Lucky for me, they of course knew about the strange stuff that's been happening as at Lowe's longer than I have. But this was new even for them. I lead them back to where I saw the skin. Mike was pissed about the wet mess. It was just more work we'd have to do to clean it up. But when we reached that last aisle, they peeked around the corner and saw nothing. The skin thing was gone, but it left a trail. Not much on one, though. They could see where it turned around and came at me. But we can see that it stopped after I bolted. Then the trail slid off to the side and literally ended at the base of the wall. It was like it just slipped through a cove joint, leaving a buildup of that weird liquid that was coming out of it. "What's that?" John asked when he saw something in the liquid. It looked like one of our name tags. Mike took out a pen and flipped it over to see the name. Trevor. Mike stood up fast when he saw that name. "No," he whispered. "I can't be." "Can't be what?" I asked. "Trevor," Mike explained, "was the name of the man that the arm had grabbed." Well, damn, right? As I said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick around here. When you almost poop yourself twice in the same week, it really makes you think about your life choices. I'm going to stick around for now. But I already told Mike that if I even see self-moving skin again, I'm just going to walk out the doors and not look back. A person has to have limits, and I think I might be at mine. That's it for now. I'll keep you updated if anything new happens, or if I quit and remember. Have a low, safe day. Part 5, sorry. Sorry, yeah, I know it's been a while. Thanks for bearing with me. It's tough to write during the holiday seasons with having 2 kids. But I did promise people that I would write about the going-ons at my store. And after such a long time since I last wrote, a lot of stuff has happened. Let me just start by saying that so far, no one has died. So there's that at least. The crazy activity, though, has increased and new things have been popping up. One of the creepiest newbies is the girl in the trash compactor. The first time I saw her, my heart almost stopped. It was the end of the day, or should I say night, considering it was 5 in the morning. I was throwing the trash away through the chute when I heard a soft sound. I couldn't make it out at first. It was just too soft, and then I heard it just a bit louder. It was a voice, a young girl's voice, and it was coming from the other side of the chute. "Hello, hello," I'd said with, let's say, a little bit of apprehension. There was a rustling, and I can see some garbage moving around as a delicate gray hand reached up and grabbed the other edge of the chute. Then another gray hand appeared. In between them, the top and a head started to rise. It had thin, dirty blonde hair. It looked wet with some kind of nasty all over it, and as the head rose higher, 2 dead, angry pale eyes peeked up over the edge of the chute's edge. I quickly closed and locked the chute. I try not to empty the trash anymore. Another new thing is the bird. Now, if you've been in a Lowe's, then there might have been a chance that you've seen a bird or 2 flying around. I really don't blame them, honestly. It's warm. There are many places to hide, free of predators, for the most part. And of course, there's plenty of bird food. What we have, though, isn't really a bird, per se. I mean, we call it the bird, but it's not really a bird. It can fly. It has wings. It has a beak and feathers. But it also has other things as well. It has these spider-like legs that it uses to climb along walls and the ceiling when it's not zooming around. I one time saw it spin a web in the corner of the store. It caught another bird which it ate, and I wish to God I didn't see that. It caught the bird, jabbed it with its 2 front legs, and its head split open, showing multiple wiggling things, which it inserted into the flapping little bird. I watch in horror as the bird seemed to deflate, and then melt. I had to turn away and swallow a verb. Now, you may not know what a verp is, but I damn near guarantee you that you've done it. Let me explain it simply. Vomit a burp a verp. So yeah, after I saw that thing eat, I had to swallow that little bit of partially digested nastiness. Not a good night. Then there was the night that the power went off. This caused me some undue nightmares, but you might say it's just a power outage. Anywhere else I would agree with you, but have you ever been in a big box store during a power outage? It's creepy, like it's almost an act against nature for those kinds of stores to be without power. Well, this, unlike anywhere else, is my Lowe's, and of course when the power went out the strangeness started. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It was just before Christmas, and all through the Lowe's, not a customer was stirring, not even the DIY hose. Seriously though, I was stocking over in plumbing, and I tell you that plumbing can be just as annoying as tool world or electrical. Not all the time, but when you get a shipment of joints and connectors, then you're going to be there for a few hours. Good thing I had a new audiobook. As I was saying though, I was stocking plumbing, minding my own business when, bam! Total darkness, and I mean total. I waved my hand in front of my face, nothing. My first thought was simply, damn. Damn. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and switched on the light. And I was suddenly an Outlast. My other phone. It's called a Zebra. It's our in-store phone that can be used to look up prices or locations and let us call each other. Well, my Zebra went off and I answered it. It was static yet, which was weird considering when was the last time you heard static on a phone? Yeah, they cut out and break up. But static? Mine had static. I heard a voice, sounded like Mike, but I couldn't make out what he was saying, and my phone cut out. Well, at least the light still worked, thank God. I yelled out. Even though Lowe's is a big store, your voice can still carry pretty far. So I yelled out. No one answered, but I did hear something move in a couple of aisles over. Hey, I yelled as I headed towards the noise. Mike? Steve? John? I turned the corner and saw someone. They were on the edge of my light looking away from me. John? I asked. I thought it might be him. The person in front of me was wearing one of those blue Lowe's hat and a camo vest. In case you didn't know, Lowe's workers can wear two different types of vest. The classic red vest, which is for the average worker in hog. The camo vest, which I found out on the first day, were for veterans. I thought that was pretty cool. I walked up and tapped his shoulder. Hey John, what happened to the man turned around and I jerked my hand back in terror. The man's face wasn't there. Instead, there was a fleshy tube or tentacle coming out from the middle of his face. The tube ran down to the ground and off into the darkness. It twitched every now and then, and I could see it pulsing. The man reached up towards me as a muffled groan issued out from him. I turned to run and abruptly was knocked on my ass as I bumped right into something. As my ass hits the ground, all the lights come on and John is sitting on his ass as well, right in front of me. Heck, dude, John said, confused. I jumped up and looked around. The tube man was gone. Where'd he go? I yelled. Where'd who go? John said as he stood up. When I mentioned the blackout, he had no idea what I was talking about. He told me that the lights haven't even blinked, let alone went out, and that I just seemed to come out of nowhere, running right into him. I literally have no idea what had happened, but I really don't want it to happen again. Some other updates. The thing in the garden center has been quiet lately, which has been nice. But I believe it's because the watcher is now always standing right outside the fence. Whatever the watcher is so bad that it scares the thing. So I'm guessing that isn't such a good thing. Speaking about the watcher, this son of an idiot scared the heck out of me the other day. I was outside stocking some vases, Now that Christmas is over, we're starting to get in a lot of spring items like wind chimes and planters and vases. Anyway, I was stocking the vases, which are located right against the fence. I was a bit nervous knowing how the watcher has been getting close. But when I checked, I saw him standing at the edge of the parking lot. And you know how big a Lowe's parking lot can be. So I knew that even if he started walking, I would have attended at least a few minutes before he would be close. So I went to grab a box. I opened it and pulled out this blue-black ceramics vase. I looked at it for a moment, admiring the color. It was really pretty. I turned around and put it on the shelf, and the watcher was right against the fence. I haven't screamed that high-pitched since my balls dropped. I went from baritone to a soprano in 6 seconds. The vase was also a loss, along with my dignity. Danny has been really active as well, causing no end of mischief. Steve has been actively trying to hunt and kill him. Why? Let me tell you a little story. About 4 days ago, Steve set his phone down and walked away. Now if you read my previous parts, then you know that's a bad idea. As you can guess, Danny swiped it. Steve even saw Danny take it. He told me that when he turned back into the aisle, Danny was holding the phone. Actually flipped Steve off and climbed up and over the rack. Steve was cussing up a storm and... I'm sorry. I was laughing. I told him it was his own damn fault for leaving his phone lying around. Steve did find his phone later on, but it was cracked and actually smoking. Believe it or not, though, that's not even the worst part. Turned out that Steve was cheating on his girlfriend with. I kid you not. His ex-wife and Danny had forwarded all their texts to Steve's girlfriend. It was not pretty. Steve had no idea how Danny cracked his phone. I guess that he didn't. He probably knew the password. Steve's phone wasn't one with a touch or face lock. It was just a simple code, and I figured that Danny has been watching us for a while. And since he likes to hang out on the top of the racks, he probably saw all of us punch in our codes one time or else another. So that's something to really think about. So, now, Steve is actively trying to hunt and kill Danny for ruining his life. As much as Danny annoys me, I don't believe that it's his fault. Well, not entirely. I mean, it's not Danny's fault that Steve was cheating. And it's not Danny's fault that Steve was too stupid to not delete those texts. When I pointed this out to Steve, he just told me to shut up and stormed off. The arm hasn't been seen for a while, and I'm not too upset about it. I hate that creepy thing and can just stay away. But with things seemingly escalating, I'm sure we'll be seeing it again sooner than later. The new elevator button is showing up more. It's like it wants me to press it. Oh, I'm not even about to. With the way things are right now, who the hell knows where it would go? And as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure as heck not going to find out. I think that's just about it for now. With the holidays over, I hope to write more. But something tells me that things are going to come to a head soon. Mike told me that he's only seen the kind of activities that we're having now only once before when he first started. When I asked him what happened last time he took off his hat, just shook his head. If, and I mean this, it comes to a head like last time, Mike said, one or more of us might not make it out. But that's the extreme end. I'm sure it won't come to that. Damn it, Mike. Could you be more ominous? I swear if it wasn't for the pay I make, I think that I should quit or transfer. But recently I found out that my wife works with a woman whose husband works at another Lowe's in the area. And found out that I get paid a lot. And I mean a lot. More than Miss Brio. Or Sarah? He does. This tells me that maybe someone in management, or maybe even higher up, might know what's going on at night here. And if that's true, why is it such a secret? And why does a day shift seem to not believe us about what happens when we tell them? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but something just really seems off. Anyway, I'm out and heading to bed. Have a Lowe's safe day. Part 6. Well, our manager dropped in this week, and I must say things got a bit ominous. But before I go into that, let me tell you guys about some more weird stuff that went down this week. It started out with the bathroom. I was in there doing, well, my business, surfing the net, when I heard something. At first, I thought I was just imagining it, but then I heard it again. It was a soft giggle. I, of course, finished up and pulled up my pants. I walked around the small bathroom trying to locate the giggle, and after a brief moment, I was able to locate that the sound was coming out of the drain. I got down and put my ear to the drain. I could hear the giggle better now. It sounded like a kid's giggle, specifically a little girl's giggle. I looked down the drain, but all I could see was blackness. I pulled out my phone, turned on its light, and I shined it down the drain. I saw something, but I couldn't quite make it out until it moved. An eye opened up and looked up at me. "Hi," it whispered. I booked it out of that bathroom, and I don't care how friendly that drain eyeball seemed to be. I was not using that bathroom again. I just hope it can't travel through the drains. That's all I need. Now, remember back in my first post, when I mentioned the devices we call turtles that we use for theft prevention, and how a couple of them went off for no reason? Well, about 4 days ago, around 3 a.m. in the morning, every single one of them started chiming at exactly the same moment. And as they chimed the music over the intercoms, top 40 stuff stopped playing and was replaced by a deep, croaking voice, speaking a language that none of us could even come close to understanding or even guessing what it was. I mean, it literally sounded completely inhuman. Turtles chimed and the voice spoke, for lack of a better term, for about a minute, and as quickly as they started, they all just stopped. Not much else happened for the rest night, but definitely threw us off our groove. This next thing actually made me smile a bit when I saw it. I was working in plumbing, and you guys know how I feel about plumbing. The only thing worse is nails, nuts, and bolts. Well, I was putting away some PVC piping elbow joints when a box fell behind me, nearly making me jump out of my shoes. I looked at it, confused, and then looked upwards. What I saw was something I didn't think I would ever see. Now, you know that bird I talked about last time? Well, it was going crazy. Squawking, flapping, and just making all kind of noises due to the fact that Danny was trying to attack it. They were all over the place. They were like two WE wrestlers back in the early 2000s when that stuff was actually good. The bird would swoop in to try to bite or web Danny, while Danny would punch the ever-loving crap out of it whenever the bird got close. "Hey, Danny," I yelled. Danny stopped and looked down at me. I could see the annoyance on his rotund little face. "Get that nuisance," I said as I gave him a thumbs up. Danny promptly flipped me off and bolted after that rapidly escaping bird. Well, he might not like me, but I still hate the stupid bird more than Danny. At least Danny never sucked dry another bird. I think that I've come to like the little idiot, in fact. Yes, he's a ton load of trouble and causes no end of mischief. But there was just something about the bald little idiot that I can't help but like. I don't know. I guess he grows on you, much like a fungus. He reminded me of a pug. You know what a pug is, right? Those little inbred abominations that are probably one of the ugliest, most useless dogs on the face of the earth. But it's those reasons that people love them. It's where the term, "so ugly it's cute," comes from. Now that I think about it, animals are the only ones that term equates to. You'll never hear that term used for a person or hell, even a baby. And yes, there are ugly babies out there. We all know it, and we've all seen them. There's always that couple that you know that if they breed, they would produce the human version of a pug. And then they actually do breed, and now you're forced to tell them that their little Sid the Sloth is just so adorable because you want to be a nice person and not hurt their feelings. But in your head, all you can think about it, that you hope this kid develops one hell of a personality. Could you actually imagine someone looking at an ugly baby and saying, it's so ugly, that is cute? I'll tell you one thing. I want to be there when that bomb drops, just so I can see the aftermath. Okay, enough rambling. The arm is back, or should I say arms, and I mean those idiots came back with a vengeance. Something crazy in the aisles, because just this week alone, at least 18 of them have been spotted, in multiples at one time. John almost got grabbed by one. Well, He actually did get grabbed by one, but luckily, it just grabbed his shoe, which slipped off when the arm retracted back under the shelf. Almost gave John a heart attack, and I don't blame him at all. Mike said he's never seen anything like this. There's only been one and only ever showed up a few times a month. I can tell that Mike is getting nervous, and that man never gets nervous. He's been here longer than any of us and has pretty much seen it all. But the last few weeks, I've heard him say he's never seen anything like what's been happening, more than I really care to count, and that makes me very nervous. All right, let me tell you about the district manager dropping by. It was the other day, and I was over indoors, trying to put doors away, and trying to locate the correct place for them to go, which was proving incredibly difficult because sometime during the day shift, decided that it would be a great idea to switch around all the doors, but not the price stickers. So I couldn't find anything at all, and it was really starting to piss me off when there was a call came over the intercom. It was from Steve. "Hey guys," he said. "Hey guys," he said, "can everyone come out to the garden center?" Steve never gave an all call over the intercom like that, so I have to say I was a bit curious. I walked out to aisle 31, or the middle aisle, I should say, and headed to the garden center. I bumped into John as he came out from lighting. "What's going on?" he asked me. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked at me slightly confused. "What?" he asked. "Elefino," I told him. Let's just see what he wants." As we approached the sliding doors, we could see Steve standing out on the open section of the garden center. "Hey," said John. "It's snowing." That it was. Heavily, too. We could see it accumulating as we watched. Heavily, too. We could see it accumulating as we watched. Mike walked up next to us. "Is that lightning? And what the hell is he looking at?" Mike commented. That's when I noticed a few more things. Steve was looking straight up at the snowy night sky as what looked like green lightning lit up the garden center. How did I not notice that before? We slid the doors open and walked out. As we approached Steve, all of our eyes looked up, and we all came to a stop. "Dear God," whispered John in horrified awe. Above us, there was a blizzard roaring, unlike anything we've ever seen before. The clouds lit up with dark green lighting, but that really wasn't anything compared to what else there was. Silhouetted within the clouds of the storm, showed only when the lightning flashed. There was something large. No, not large. That's not the right word for it. It was something enormous, so big that it filled every inch of the cloud and lightning-filled sky. It looked like long, slow-moving cords, or tentacles covering from horizon to horizon. Oh, and when I said roaring before, I meant it. The sky was literally roaring. "John," I said, "call your wife. See if she can see this." John pulled out his phone and called his wife. I knew that she was a night owl, and we had a good chance that she might still be up. I took out my own phone and pointed up towards the sky to see if I could get a video of the madness that we were witnessing. And of course, all I could see on my camera was falling snow. John hangs up his phone. "Well, she can't see anything," John said as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. "Well, that can't be good," someone else said. We all jumped a foot at the new voice behind us. We spun around to see Todd, our manager, looking up with his hands behind his back. "Todd?" Mike said. "When did you get here?" Todd looked away from the sky into Mike. "Just now." "Can I speak to you, Mike?" "Of course," Mike said. Todd turned to us. "All right, everyone," he said. "I know it's weird, but I need everyone to get back to your jobs for now." "But," I said, pointing up. "The sky monster?" Yes, Todd said, waving me away. "I'm well aware. Just please go back to what you were doing. I'll talk to you all in a moment." We all looked up once, and then headed back in. "Wait," Todd said. Stay away from Tool World. There was something squishy over there. Well, I can give a guess what, or who, that was. So we all headed in, and I went back to try to finish doors. It wasn't very long, though, before Todd showed up. "Can I speak to you?" Todd asked. I pulled my gloves off. "Sure," I said. "You've seen it, haven't you?" "You gotta narrow that down a bit, boss man." "The button?" "Oh," I said. "Yeah, I've seen it, and you have seen it. And you haven't pressed it. Why would I?" Todd shrugged. "Curiosity. I'm not that curious." "I am not that curious." Todd sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. "Listen, the store has chosen you. Chosen me. Yes, and you need to press the button." "Why?" "Until they don't stop, and then it'll be too late." "Too late for what?" Todd just looks at me with a sad face. "That's up to you, but I would advise you to press the button and do the right thing." Todd turns and walks away. "Well, what the actual heck, Todd? Do the right thing. Last time I checked, this wasn't a Spike Lee joint. What am I supposed to do with that? The store has chosen me? For what? Why? Why me? Okay. This job has just gotten a lot worse and a whole lot more intense. I have absolutely no idea what I should do. If anyone has any suggestions, I am more than open and willing to hear them. And so I guess until I can figure stuff out, everyone try to have a Lowe's safe day. Part 7. Okay. First, just let me say that I'm writing this from the hospital. I'm okay, for the most part. Though I can't say the same for everyone. But before I get to the end, let me start from the beginning. The day really went sidewise started out like any other day, really. I showed up at 9, put my lunch away, grabbed a Mountain Dew, sugar-free Mountain Dew, that is. God, am I grateful for that? I need to cut back on my sugar intake, but I hate, and I mean hate, Diet Mountain Dew. It tastes like total butt cheeks, but I hate, and I mean hate, Diet Mountain Dew. It tastes like total butt cheeks, but this new sugar-free Dew tastes only just a bit off. Kinda like Mountain Lighting from Walmart. Anyway, I grabbed my Dew and headed for the dock to see what's going on. The night was running normally. I was told to take care of the electrical today, and had only 3 pallets. Not really that bad, to be honest. It looked like most of it was fans and lamps, but there was one pallet that had a load of little things on it. You know, things like switches and plugs and whatnot. Anyway, I had just got done separating the pallets into aisle location when I noticed it was getting close to midnight, and that means I was getting close to my first break. So I left my items where they were, in neat little piles all over the floor, and headed to the dock to grab my charger. Well, not really my charger, more like the communal charger. I started listening to a whole bunch of new podcasts, and I like to keep my phone as charged as I could, but since I use wired headphones, I really couldn't charge it while I listened to it. I used to have Bluetooth headphones, but I ran over them with my car. Really pissed me off when I found it the next day at a stuffed load of little pieces all over the road. I know we sell these pocket chargers that use batteries. They're pretty damn cool, to be honest, and I've been meaning to buy one for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I charge my phone for the half hour that I take my lunch, and the half hour for my second break, which gives my phone just enough charge to last till 6 a.m. When I get done, well, I had just gotten to the dock. Mike was on the narrow aisle reach truck that everyone called the Star Wars. When I asked why they called it that, he told me that it's because it looks like something in Star Wars that someone rode. Now, with me being that dork that I am, was totally confused. I have watched those movies 100 times, and I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Maybe someone made a joke once about, "May the force be with you?" Hell, I don't know. Anyway, I said to him and went to the office and grabbed the charger that I used when all hell broke loose. The entire build felt like it bucked like a wild pony trying to kick off a rider. Power went out. The emergency lights blared to life. Things went flying off the top racks. Stuff fell over everywhere. I was knocked to the ground, and I heard a loud crash and Mike scream. I got up and checked myself quickly. I was fortuitously fine. I ran out of the office and yelled out, "Mike, over here," Mike replied. I went over to him to find that the Star Wars had tipped over. Mike was buried under it, and it looked like a couple of refrigerators that we had stored on the higher shelves as well. Luckily for him, though, the tipped-over forklift protected him from the heavy appliances. "Are you okay?" I asked him. He tugged at his foot. "I think I'm fine, but my foot is stuck." "Was that an earthquake?" I asked. Mike looked at me and slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid not," he said sadly. "It's time for you to decide," he said. "Decide?" I said, confused. "Decide what?" There was a loud bang that made us both duck in alarm as something smashed into the dock roll door. We both look over at the large claw-like nail that had pierced through the roll door as something on the other side of it continued to bang on it, trying to pry it open. It was the thing from the windstorm. Mike turned to me quickly and yelled over the noise, "You have to decide what's important to you. You have to press the button and make the choice." "But," I said, frozen. "Everything. Everyone is at stake," he yelled. "You have to run!" The sound of metal scraping and peeling hits us as other claws started to pierce the roll door. "Run!" Mike yelled one last time, and just like that, I was off. "Press the button!" I heard Mike yell after me as I sprinted out of the dock. I turned and ran down the right wall. As I passed the aisles, I can see in the dim lights what looked like hundreds of arms reaching out from everywhere. They came out no longer from just the bottom shelf of the rack, but from every shelf, and every shelf, rack. Within some of those aisles I can see that they had a hold of something. I at first thought that they had John or Steve, but then I noticed that those bodies had those cord things coming out of their faces. It was just like that thing I saw during the power outage close to Christmas, and the arms were ripping them apart. I tried not to look at the gory messes as I ran past, but I could hear it. The wet ripping, the squishy plops, and the hard snapping. Dear God, as if I already didn't have enough nightmare fuel in the tank. I ran up to aisle 31, our middle aisle, and it was clear of arms. I had just taken my first steps to run when the garden center doors exploded. I ducked, almost falling in shock. I looked behind me as the watcher stepped into the store. His eyes focused down on me as he reached out towards me. I was frozen to the spot. I had to move, I had to run, but my feet weren't listening. Both the watcher and I turned our heads to see John run up and smash a 10-pound sledgehammer into the head of the watcher. The watcher spun and fell to one knee, dazed. John looked at me. "Go," he said. "I got Big Bad here." "You sure?" I said with more trepidation in my voice than I cared to admit. The watcher started to stand, but John roared and overhead slammed the sledgehammer into the watcher's back, sending him to the floor. John winked. "This old Marine's got your back, son." I nodded and took off down the aisle. I reached aisle 1 and had to skid to a stop when the unthinkable happens. The roof over by cabinets groaned and buckled as a large, fat, segmented tentacle, bathed in dark green light, broke through and smashed into the ground, shattering all of the displays, sending rubble and wood chunks everywhere. This wasn't ever the whole damn tentacle. This was just part of it, like some weird bendy elbow. "Hey!" I looked up aisle 1 to see Steve waving at me. "Get over here," he screamed. Well, I listened and bolted towards him. "We have to get out of here," I wheezed at him, trying to catch my breath. "Get some help." "Can't," he said as he threw his thumb over his shoulder towards the doors. "Doors won't open. Besides, I don't think there's anything out there." I looked behind him and out the doors. He was right. The doors were seamless, so though it was just a solid piece. But it didn't matter because through the doors, all I saw was the dark green light and enormous shadows. What? Steve asked. I stood and ran to the elevator. Steve followed me. What are you doing? Steve asked. I pressed the elevator's call button. What I have to, it seems. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside. Steve followed me. Stepped inside. Steve followed me. You don't have to, I said to him as I put my finger on the old, worn-out button. There came another loud crash as another part of the roof, I think over my lumber, collapsed. I'm not staying out there, he said. I shrugged and pressed the button. The elevator doors closed. There was a moment of nothing happening, then a jolt as we started to descend. What do you think is down here? Steve asked nervously. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino? I asked him. He looked at me as a thin smile came to his lips. I hate you, he laughed. That brought a smile to my own, but then the doors opened. A hallway stood before us, hallway made of cinder blocks and rusty industrial lights that seem to work only part of the time, wherever they feel like. Come on, I said to Steve. I don't think we have a lot of time. We took off down the hallway to jog. Luckily, we didn't have to go far when the hallway opened up to a gigantic space. It was so large that we couldn't see the top, nor the sides, and the only reason we could see anything was because, about 30 yards ahead of us, there was a large open pit that dark green light and smoke issued out of. On the other side of the pit was a statue that stood easily 50 feet tall, give or take a foot. I really couldn't make out what the statue was supposed to look like, because I actually couldn't look at it. Every time I tried to, my head hurt like it was on fire, and eyes burned and teared up. It was almost as if the thing was so alien to your world that my brain couldn't comprehend what it was. The only thing that I could tell was that it was big and that it looked like it was moving. What is wrong with that thing? Steve asked. I don't know, I said back, but I think we have to get closer. Why? Steve asked, horrified. I didn't answer him this time. Instead, I kept my eyes away from the statue and jogged up to the pit. I stopped at the edge and looked over. It was like looking into, well, I honestly can't explain it. It was beyond anything of our world, our imagination, and what I saw down that godforsaken hole was so twisted and vile and foreign that made me spin away and vomit it. I can only pray that my mind will one day erase that trauma, because if it doesn't, then my nightmare just became night terrors. Steve looked at me, both horrified and curious. He went to go look, but I grabbed his arm and just shook my head. Don't, I told him as I stood up and wiped my face. Just don't. What are we supposed to do now? Steve asked, looking around the room, avoiding the statue and pit. A voice suddenly boomed from all around us. The chosen one must choose, Steve yelled in surprise. Choose what? I yelled back into the darkness. I have no idea what I'm supposed to choose. Look at me, boomed the voice. Oh, God, no. I didn't want to look, but I could feel my head being forced towards the statue. I tried to close my eyes, but it wasn't working. I fought it with everything I could muster, but I knew that I was in a losing battle of wills with a thing older and maybe more powerful than God. My eyes were forced upon the grotesque statue, and fire erupted in my head. It was as though someone took a hot soldering iron and slowly pushed it into my eye. I screamed as knowledge that no mortal was ever supposed to possess was forced into my weak, mushy human brain. It was only a second, but it seemed like forever, until the accursed thing let me go. I collapsed to the ground, curled up into a fetal position. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I think I might have cried out for my mommy. Steve came over to me and shook me gently. Trent, he ached. You okay? I slowly looked up at him. He looked red. Jesus, you're bleeding from everywhere, he said. Turned out that being force-fed otherworldly information caused all the orifices in your head to spontaneously bleed. Who knew, right? I know, I whispered. I know what I have to do. I know why the store chose me. I did, too. I finally understood why the store had picked me and what was going on. It was so strangely clear. I slowly started to stand up with Steve helping me. I know what I have to do, I told him as I stepped up towards the hole. I heard Steve sigh, but for some reason, it was tinged with sadness. I had hoped that you wouldn't figure it out, he said. I turned around to him, confused. What do you... I stopped talking, because my attention was solely on the gun. Steve was pointing at me. Steve shrugged. Sorry, he said. I really did like you. And then he shot me. Okay, I'm sorry to leave you at such a cliffhanger. But my pain meds are starting to kick in, and I can barely keep my head up. I promised to finish writing what happened next time, but I have to stop for now. Just, if you're married, kiss your significant other, and if you have kids, hug them, hold them tight, and tell them how much you love them. And as always, try to have a Lowe's safe day. Heartache? Okay. So I'm doing better. My wounds only hurt a little bit today. I'm out of the hospital and relaxing at home now. I'm spending most of my days playing video games or watching Netflix. Real excited about Lock and Key. I love the comic, so I've been binge watching it. I also powered through it. Is it okay to pick up girls in dungeons? Love that anime, by the way. I wanted to address something before I tell the last of my story. It seems that a lot of people don't believe me about what happened. And to be honest, I don't blame them or you, if you're one of them. I fully understand just how insane this all sounds. And if I was on the other end, I know for a fact that I sure as hell wouldn't believe it either. I wish to God that none of this happened. I hope every day that I will wake up and it was all one big, crazy fever dream. But I really don't think that will be happening anytime soon. Well, as you can tell where I left off, Steve had shot me, but obviously he didn't kill me. This isn't Sunset Boulevard. Quick note for all the young'uns and millennials out there. If you don't know, Sunset Boulevard is a 1950 film noir and probably one of the top 10 greatest movies ever made. If you haven't seen it, stop reading this right now and go watch it. You will not be disappointed. He got me in my shoulder. It spun me around like a record. Baby, and I dropped. The pain was intense. It wasn't like in the movies of TV where you could just walk it off. Oh no. It burned like a white-hot poker being pushed right through me. My whole arm went numb and useless. I honestly wished I could have passed out from the pain instead of having to feel it. I looked up at Steve with a, let's say, more than a little confused look. Steve shrugged. Why? I had to ask. Because I can't let you do what you were planning on doing. He answered. I have to, I said. If I don't, everything will be destroyed. Yes, I know, he finished. We're counting on it. Okay, time for a little catch-up. When I was forced into looking at the statue, it showed me everything. A little more than I needed to know, if I'm honest. For example, are you ever alone in a room and get a weird feeling like someone's watching you? Or you put something down only for it to disappear, then reappear later on? Well, just be grateful you don't know why that is. And no, I'm not telling you. It's bad enough that I'm forced to know. Wish I could just use the head key from Lock and Key and remove that horrid piece of information. Anyway, that statue told me what's going on. And this is where the real crazy starts. If you think my story was unbelievable before, then I'm really going to lose you now. Okay, here we go. And I'm letting you guys know that I seem to be losing most of what I was giving, as if I was trying to hold water. So a lot of what I'm saying is pretty much paraphrasing. Now, a couple of millennia ago, an ancient, evil, vehement force was captured by powerful. Yes, I know how this sounds. Shamans, entrapped in a pocket realm to spend the rest of eternity. They place great seals around the earth at strategic locations that use the earth's own energy. I think that some call them ley lines or something, as a generator to forever power the seals and keep the unnamed monstrosity trapped. Or that was the plan, at least. See, during World War II, a lot of the seals were cracked. Now, I got no proof, but I would bet dollars to donuts that the Germans in 1920s were involved with it. Near-apocalyptic disasters just kind of has their name written all over them. Anyway, one of those now cracked seals just happened to be under the first loaves. When the seal cracked, one of the statues called out to Carl Buchan, a part owner of Lowe's at the time, and explained the situation. It turned out that the creators of the seal anticipated the possible cracking and created the statues as a backup, just in case. Well, they'd let Buchan know where the other seals were and which ones were cracked and could possibly break, and it was now up to him to secure and fix those that broke. Kind of a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders, to be sure. With the statue's help and guidance, Buchan grew Lowe's through the 50s, placing all the new loaves over other broken seals. After his heart attack in E61, his 5-man executive team, all of them hand-picked and knowing of the situation of the broken seals, continued Buchan's plans. The plan was working for the most part, but the problem was Lowe's wasn't getting everywhere it needed to go. So after much debate, the 5-man team decided to approach other growing companies and their CEOs to see if they could get them to help. And after showing them what was at stake, they actually got Sam Walton of Walmart and Ray Kroc of McDonald's on board with the plan. As capitalists, they had a strong interest in seeing that the world wasn't destroyed. Be bad for business and all that. Since 1941, 14 cracked seals have broken and been resealed. The one under my store is number 15. That was why all the strange stuff was always happening. With the seal cracked under the store, otherworldly madness was slipping through. And now with the seal completely broken, all hell was pouring out. It was up to me to reseal it, but I had a limited amount of time to do that. How do I reseal it, you ask? Well, that's the choice part that everyone kept talking about. To reseal a broken seal, it takes one of the most powerful forces on Earth. A human soul that is giving up freely. See, that was why I was chosen. I was the only one that had something real to lose. I could walk away and save myself. But in doing so, I would be dooming all of mankind, including my wife and 2 young children. That was the choice. But for me, it wasn't a choice at all. That was until Steve shot me. We've been waiting a long time for this, Steve said. And I can't let you seal the gate when we're this close. I looked at him confused. We? A slight smile spread across Steve's face. Home Depot, of course. Home? What? I said with even more confusion in my voice. The room rumbled. Time's getting short, Steve said. Long story short, Home Depot was founded by a coven with the sole purpose of finding an open gate and keeping it open so our true God can come forth and cleanse the world of the human infection. With you gone, the chosen can chose, and the gate will stay open. He leveled the gun at me. So, goodbye. I closed my eyes, waiting for the bang. Did you ever hear the one that gets you? And God, do I hope that's true? Out of blue, there was a bewildering, inhuman screech off towards the elevator. We both kind of stopped and looked over, confused. The hell? Steve asked, like a naked, hairless little blur. Danny came running out of the hallway. Steve's face went from confused to seriously pissed off. You little fucker, Steve said through his gritted teeth. He turned the gun from me towards Danny and opened fire. Danny zigged and zagged like a fat, squat fly avoiding a swatter. He ran right up to Steve, and just as Steve's gun clicked empty, he jumped up and, Lord have mercy, bit down hard on Steve's arm. Steve cried out in anguished pain. He dropped the gun and started punching his arm, trying to pry Danny off his twig and berries. I stood up and watched the crazy scene playing out in front of me. Then an idea came to me, and I prayed to God that it would work, despite the pain from the hole in my shoulder. I took off towards the screaming Steve and ran straight into him. Knocking him off balance, he stumbled back, spun his arms, trying to maintain his balance, but I could tell he was on the losing end of that battle. Danny lets go of Steve's snozzberries as Steve totters on the side of the abyss. I give this soul freely, I whispered, as I ran up and pushed Steve one last time as he toppled and screamed, as he fells over the edge and into the dark green hell. The whole cavern shook and rumbled as rocks from an unseen ceiling high above started to fall. I looked out at Danny. "Elevator," I said as we both started running. Too bad I didn't make it there. I think a rock hit my head or something, because there was a sharp pain from my head and I completely blacked out. And when I awoke, I was lying in a hospital bed with my wife sitting in a chair watching the news. "Hun?" I asked weakly. My wife startled and jumped to my side. I asked her what happened and how I got here. She explained to me that while I was stalking, somehow a toilet fell from its stored location and on my head, which caused me to deadfall on a pickaxe. I'm not sure where she got that story from, but I think that it would be best if she kept believing that story. The rest of the day went by normally. I saw my kids and the rest of my family as they all swung by to say hi. The doctors come by to check on me and see how I'm doing. My wife brought me a foot-long meatball sandwich from Subway, my favorite overall. It was pretty nice. When visiting time was over, I went ahead and sent my wife home with the kids so she could get a decent night's sleep. That's when I got 2 more visitors. I had just sat back and was getting comfortable when there was a knock on my door and 2 people came in. The first one was Todd, and the second one I recognized, but I couldn't put my finger on it. "Todd?" I asked with surprise. "Hey," Todd said. "Hi," Todd said. "Can we come in?" Sure," I said. Todd came in and motioned towards the man behind him. "This is Mr. Marvin Ellison, the CEO of Lowe's." I snapped my fingers. "I knew I recognized you from somewhere," I said. "He came over and shook my hand." I said, "He came over and shook my hand. Nice to meet you. We promised to make this quick." "Is this about what happened?" I asked. "Yes," Todd said, "and everything that entitles. You are a hero. There's no doubt about that," Ellison said. "But," I prompted. "But," continued Ellison, "what we have here is something unprecedented." "How so?" I asked. "Well," Todd said, "you're still here. Up until now, the seal has always been sealed by a self-sacrifice. You sealed it with just a sacrifice. You sealed it with just a sacrifice." "To be honest," I said, "I didn't know if it would work or not." "Well," said Ellison, "so far it seems it has. That's why I'm here. I wanted to thank you in person and..." He reached into his suit and pulled out an envelope and handed it to me. "We would love to have you back working for us, but we also fully understand if you want to seek other life choices. As long as things are kept under wraps, that is." "Mr. Ellison," I said, "who in the hell would believe me about anything that happened? Damn, I lived through it, and I don't really believe it." Mr. Ellison smiled and nodded. Todd shook my hand. "I hope to see you again." "I hope to see you again." "We'll see," I said in return. "By the way, are Mike and John okay?" Todd smiled. "Everyone is fine," he said. "Even Danny." I smiled at that. Todd walked over and opened the door for Ellison. "Mr. Ellison," I said just before he went through the door. He turned back to me. "Yes?" "Steve," I explained. "He worked for Home Depot. I think they're out to get, well, everyone." "I'm well aware," Ellison said to me. That's why I left them. Thank you for the info, though. He and Todd left and closed the door behind them. I opened the envelope and pulled out a very large check and a letter. The letter thanked me and told me to enjoy my life. And with the check, I think that the family and I will do just that. So, that's my crazy story. I'm sorry it took so long to write. Life has been keeping me busy. I know how hard it is to believe, and I don't blame you if you don't. But thank you, everyone, that followed this insane ride and worried about me and the others. And always remember to have a low, safe day. Story 2. I was always terrified of doctors above all else, so by the time I finally steeled myself enough to go, the cancer had metastasized in both breasts. I sat numbly in Dr. Curden's office as she droned on about my options. She never berated me for my stupidity. She didn't have to. Her bewilderment and restrained contempt bled through the sympathetic tones she spoke about chemotherapy in. The bottom line was suffocatingly simple. If the treatments and surgeries were successful, Dr. Curden could not have stressed the if more if she had scrawled it in lipstick on the desk. My chance of surviving more than 5 years was about 20 years, was about 22%. I was only 24 in all my plans. Marriage to my fiancé, future children, a full-fledged career in travel photography, had just been yanked from my feet and placed on a high shelf. I had a 78% chance of never reaching. Oddly, out of all those bricks that had just crashed down on my head, the one that broke the dam and spilled my tears was the realization that even if I survived, married Ben, had children, I would never breastfeed them. There was no chance of saving my breasts at that point. To this day, I've never figured out why that was what hit me hardest. Normally, I would have argued every inch of a medical procedure. Not this time. I signed papers numbly, barely glancing at the black print that swam in and out of focus. Waivers, insurance proof, next of kin, emergency contacts. I don't even remember going home and packing my bag for the hospital that night. I must have talked to Ben. I know, because he was in that sterile room late into the night before the nurses finally kicked him out. Dr. Curden, as it turned out, was my polar opposite when it came to medical procrastination. Chemo started within the next few days. Let me tell you right now, the chemo patients you see on TV shows and movies don't tell half the story of the suffering you really go through. When I looked in the mirror after the first treatment, I saw the most exhausted woman I'd ever seen looking back at me. By the third treatment, she looked more dead than alive. Yellowing skin, hollowed eyes, thin, cracked lips in spite of all the clinical chapstick the nurses gave me. Ben used to tease me for my baby face, because he was too sweet to straight up admit that my round face was a tad bit pudgy. And now that face was lined, the round cheeks sunken in. I looked 40. I would feel dead if I wasn't hobbling to the bathroom every day, the retching of my stomach gleefully proclaiming, yes, we are alive. Ain't it just grand? 4 months. I caved and had Ben bring his electric razor. I was past crying at that point, watching shreds of black hair, once so soft and shiny, fall into a hospital trash can. Ben hadn't reached that point just yet. I noticed as he quietly sniffled. He would, I knew. That night, after Ben had been kicked out by the night nurse, I gave up trying to sleep and snatched my current Forget I'm Dying of Cancer book off my bedside table. I had been limping through the book only a few minutes when it dawned on me that I wasn't alone in my hospital room anymore. A small man in a patchwork coat and a battered top hat was sitting in Ben's vacated chair. I stared at him stupidly above the edge of the book, instinctively hiding my young old face as much as I could. He smiled encouragingly and offered a little wave. His hair was all hidden beneath that oversized hat, but his curly beard was a very bright ginger. Visiting hours are over. I offered after a moment. His smile widened into a grin, and he doffed his hat in acknowledgement. True enough, lass, but visiting hours are only for visitors. I blinked in surprise. For his small frame, he didn't look much bigger than my 13-year-old nephew. His voice was surprisingly deep. Can I help you with something? I fumbled for the remote with the nurse call button. Are you looking for someone? The nurse should help. He stilled me with a dismissive wave and a laugh. Oh, no need for that, lass. I was looking for you as it happened. Us? I squinted at him, less alarmed by his potential stalking than the fact that he seemed to be flickering in and out like a candle flame. Now solid, now faint as a ghost. Relief washed over me as I finally figured it out. I'm hallucinating, I explained out loud. The painkillers are kicking in, and I'm hallucinating a homeless leprechaun in my room. The walls shook with his laughter as he kicked his feet in glee. He wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. If I had known you would be this delightful, I probably would have come to you a lot sooner. Had I been in any normal non-drug state of mind, I would have summoned the nurse then and there. Instead, I unconsciously loosened my grip, dropped the remote on the floor. Who are you? I finally thought to ask. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't have a lot of money to spare at the moment. He flapped his hand in good-natured dismissal again. I don't want anything from you, Anna. If anything, I'm here for your benefit. I've brought you a gift of sorts. The short bark of laughter that escaped me was nothing like the frequent belly laughs I had 4 months ago. What? You're going to cure my cancer? He raised an eyebrow silently, abruptly. My laughter dried up, and I felt my cynical smile slide off my face. All of my families, sworn to be true tales about demons and spirits, came crashing down around me at once. You're the devil and you want my soul, I accused him. He sniffed as though offended. I'm Eustace, not a demon, he countered. And you summoned me. I'm just here to give you what you want, Eustace. I didn't summon you, he sighed. I didn't summon you, he sighed. You read the 5th word of the 3rd paragraph on the 26th page of Prince Caspian at exactly 45 seconds past 1 o'clock in the morning on April the 14th. You summoned me. I gaped at him. What the hell kind of ritual is that? He winked. The kind I change about every 5 minutes or so. Makes the odds of someone actually calling me to them microcosmic. I paused. You don't want people to summon you? Why? He chuckled. By now, with all of your social media, all of you humans should have learned a long time ago. The biggest idiots are the ones who come seeking you out. The best people you ever meet will fall into your life by accident. I raised my hands in a warding off gesture. Look, if I summoned you, I seriously did not mean to. I don't want 3 wishes, or wealth, or any of that crap. I don't want to give up my soul, or my firstborn, or whatever it is you trade in. Please go away. He peered at me earnestly, actually clasping his little hands together like one of Dickens' orphans. I told you, Anna, I don't want your soul. There is no trade to be made. Beating the odds enough to summon me seals the bargain. You've earned my luck, and I'm afraid it is yours whether you want it or not. Your luck? He nodded seriously and hopped up out of the chair. Standing, he would barely have come up to where my breasts had once been. He crossed over to my bedside and took my shock-limp hand in his own. I realized with a start that behind his roguish grin and humor, his eyes were incredibly lonely. His hands held mine with deference, even gentleness. Yes, Anna. Yes, Anna. From this day onward, you will have my luck. However high the odds are stacked, you will always beat them. And what do I have to give up in return? The words fell nearly inaudibly from my trembling lips. He smiled almost sadly. A few minutes spent talking to a lonely old spirit that no one has summoned in a long, long time. I had no words left. There we were, a dying woman, and an impossible spirit in the ICU at Mercy Hospital. Almost unconsciously, I felt myself squeeze his hand. I swear, a look of naked startlement flitted across his face. Then the cheery, careless grin was back on his face, and the moment was over. He patted my hand distantly and stepped back. "One word of warning I must offer," he said. "You humans rely on luck much less than you really know. This gift will change your life, and you must be prepared to change with it." He straightened his coat, doffed his hat, and winked out of my room. The shrill beeping of my empty IV bag woke me up the next morning. I groaned. I felt like I had been hit with a truck, another unfortunate side effect of coming down off the painkiller cushion between you and the chemo. The morning nurse came in swiftly and shut off the beeping and busied herself replacing the bag. I glanced at the clock. It was 5:30, and time for my morning blood draw to see if I was dying any faster today than yesterday. I pushed my encounter with Eustace to the back of my brain until a week later. I was spooing up the last of my Jello cup when my current doctor came in. He smiled at me automatically over his clipboard as he flipped through the pages. "Good morning, Miss Hall. How are you feeling today?" I didn't respond. He wasn't offended. We both knew how I was doing. Suddenly, he stopped flipping, gave the clipboard a hard look, and then, wonder of wonders, actually raised his eyes and looked me in the face. "You're in remission." "What?" He shook himself, recovering from his slip. "According to your recent blood work and biopsy, the spread of the cancerous cells has stopped. It also appears that the existent cells seem to be dying at an increasing rate. I could feel my lips trembling. The cancer is dying? So I beat it?" He offered me a sympathetic smile. "It's a little early to tell, Miss Hall. We are definitely going to be monitoring this closely. But things are looking up, as it turned out. Things were more than looking up." I went home 2 weeks later. I would still be getting regular scheduled blood work, of course, and a whole score of other tests to make sure that my cancer was actually gone. There was a fair chance that in the next few years the cancer could reoccur. You might be thinking that I'd be drinking champagne, eating all the food I couldn't have at the hospital, and having celebratory "I'm not dead" sex with Ben for days. Honestly, all I really wanted was a Tim Hortons ham and Swiss sandwich, and then to sleep in my own bed, in my own apartment for as long as possible. Ben swung us by Tim's on the way home. Turned out they were having a mini event. We were the 1,000th customers that day. So our meal was half off, with extra donuts thrown in with no charge. Eating that vanilla cream, chocolate iced donut, after 4 months of peach jello was barely short of weird. I think I actually moaned as I ate it, melting chocolate smeared on my cheek. We managed to beat every rush hour clog and hit every green light on the way home. Ben punched the air in triumph as we pulled into the driveway. That idiot in Tubi, who always took my parking spot, wasn't there yet. Ben parked the car, ran around the front, and opened my door for me. I was still a bit wobbly on my feet, so he offered his arm like a true gentleman. Leaning heavily on him, I stepped into our apartment for the first time in almost 5 months. The next few weeks blurred by. I hadn't expended all my medical leave at Harnon's travel agency, but they still allowed me to come back to work a bit early. My hands fairly itched to hold my camera again. Out of respect for the in-town doctor's visits that I would still need for at least another month, my boss kindly set me on largely local assignments. My photos and article on Oldham Park, the local arboretum, actually generated enough interest to bring in a fair handful of tourists. No one marked it as their sole destination, of course, but a fair number of people nonetheless vacationing higher in the mountains read my article and thought it worth a detour to check it out. As it happened, one of the tourists was the head editor of an internationally famous travel magazine. I found this out when I came into work, and he was sitting in my dinky cubicle, my complete portfolio already picked up from my office manager. He seemed a little off-put by my appearance. My hair had only just started growing back, and the lines remained etched on my face, even though I had begun to gain some weight back. Nonetheless, he greeted me warmly and shook my hand, shifting my portfolio under his arm. Miss Hall, I'm George Mann, editor-in-chief at World Travels. I froze. World Travels was a legitimate big-time magazine. Of course, Mr. Mann. Of course, Mr. Mann. What can I do for you today? Turned out he had taken an interest in my photos. He felt that lately most of the photographers working for World Travels were overlooking what he called the smaller gems. Read anything nature-heavy, choosing to focus on growing high-scale restaurants in developing uptown regions in various cities. To cut a long story short, within 10 days of getting back to work, I was offered a position that could legitimately spark off a career as a photographer. What are the odds? I would have been an idiot not to have started connecting the dots at this point. It was becoming increasingly obvious that Eustace had not been a painkiller hallucination after all. Still, I have always tried to take a logical, sensible approach to every mystery I've ever encountered, so I came up with an experiment that would make or break my theory. I played the lottery. Not the small prize scratch cards, I mean the big one, the multi-million-dollar jackpot. Ben and I watched, slack-jawed, later that week when the Powerball numbers were announced, watching as one by one they matched up with my ticket. Of course I never mentioned Eustace to Ben. It was enough that I knew he'd been real. The next 5 years passed by like a dream. Despite the high risk I was at for a recurrence of cancer, it never struck. My hair grew back in its original color, without so much of a sprinkling of the expected gray. Ben and I were married and immediately found our dream house, paid for with a chunk of the lottery money. I privately blessed Eustace, at least at first. I was on my lunch break, deciding to mix business with pleasure and cover a new soul food style restaurant downtown. The barbecue ribs were spicy, balanced with just the right amount of sweetness. I took a large bite and immediately felt a glass-shattering pain in my mouth. One emergency trip to the dentist later revealed that as an unfortunate side effect of both the chemo and some of the drugs I'd been on for cancer treatment years earlier, all of my teeth were slightly more brittle than they had been before. I shattered a back molar down to the root. Fortunately, the dentist peering at my outraged tooth informed me that it was actually one of my wisdom teeth, and not a true molar. That was the good news. The worst news was that given the damage dealt, an extraction was the only real option on the table. I hate dental procedures worse than standard medical. The doctor prescribed a penicillin-derived antibiotic for after the extraction. The extraction itself actually went all right. It was after I had been taking the pills for 2 days that a quicker trip revealed that I had apparently developed an allergy to all drugs in the penicillin family. One full-body rash and an antibiotic switch later, I was back to work. Mr. Mann had become a pretty big fan of my work and was giving me regular assignments now. The assignment folder on my desk today was for a piece on a section of the Appalachian Trail and the small town in Vermont it opened up in. Full expense for air travel paid, of course, since Ben was mainly freelance writing at this time and could work anywhere he had access to Wi-Fi. I convinced him to come with me. We could try some maple candy and do a little hiking ourselves. The odds of a plane crashing are actually pretty small, as are the odds of surviving it. When the plane went down over Pennsylvania, I survived. Ben didn't. When I stood at the foot of his coffin during his burial, I held an umbrella against the rain. I got struck by lightning. Twice. The photographs I took of the scars it left down my left arm and leg, alongside the entire story of how they came to be there, fully cemented my career as a respected photographic journalist. Looking at how my life has fallen in and out of pieces since Eustace stepped into it, I can't hate him. I can't say he cheated me because I never gave him anything. I can't say he lied to me because he never once promised that the luck would be good. There will always be odds stacked, but sometimes they are naturally stacked against you. Sometimes they are stacked in your favor. Eustace never promised I would only win. He just promised I would always manage to beat the odds. I can only say that he's right on that count. So I learned to stagger the odds against myself now and then. Now when it's raining, I wear as much metal jewelry as I can, decently fit on my body. When I go swimming, I only do it after a full meal. I do all of my jogging through dark alleyway late at night with my headphones cranked all the way up. If I have to be somewhere in a hurry, I stall for as long as possible and go through the highest traffic areas I can. I even undercook all of my meat and fish just a little bit. So far, I've never been mugged. My health has been fairly steady. My career is wonderful, and I have enough money for a very comfortable life. On the other hand, my bed is empty every morning. Ben's cologne never seems to wash out of his pillow. I still have the list of the names we wanted to give our children. I can't even really talk to a therapist about this because of how crazy it all sounds. Although I do suspect that given my luck, I would end up with the one doctor who happens to hold an unconfessed belief in the supernatural. I can't even talk to a priest to bless away Eustace's gift because I know deep down he told the truth when he said he was no demon. Like it or not, the gift will be mine forever. And as Eustace advised, I've learned to cope with it. I don't take high reward risks anymore, learning to take pleasure in the small things. No fewer than 14 times I have managed to catch perfect pictures of mother deer milking their fawns in wildflower fields. I can always find some small gem in the grimiest second-hand stores. As much as I miss Ben, I can't be truly lonely either. I think the true gift Eustace gave me was this. Since I met him, I have encountered some of the wildest, freest, and brightest-minded people in the most unlikely places. They are the best people I've ever met, and they all found me by accident. If there is one thing I still can take control of here, it is this. The odds are split even 50-50 on whether I will live a happy life. What can I say? When all other odds are stacked, life has a funny way of evening out. Story 3. There are no more happy endings. The forest across the canal loomed towards him. The worst ice storm Detroit had seen in a century had done its work well, transforming the entirety of the park into frozen sculptures. The trees seemed to grasp at the air as they swayed in the howling wind. Many of their branches had already broken under the weight, falling heavily onto the icy stream below. He eyed the forest, standing on the other side of the worn stone bridge, hands buried in his pockets. He'd seen the bridge before, in pictures, and its utter mundaneness came as something of a surprise. The stones embedded in the concrete were ancient, stripped of the snow that had recently covered them by the wind. Whatever handrails had once guarded the edges of the bridge were gone, long since rusted away, except for the thick, slushy trail of blood that ran up the center of it. There was absolutely no indication of what he knew was waiting for him on the other side. He had an idea who the blood on the bridge belonged to. Lucille Gale had been the last of 7 young adults who'd have disappeared in a month. The first 6 had been found already, their bodies discovered in various locations along the bank of the Detroit River. The first of them had his skin completely removed, expertly flayed off. The second was so badly ripped apart that it had taken a week to identify her. The third was found lying in an alleyway with lungs full of water and seaweed, a full 100 meters away from the river. It wasn't until a 4th teenager was found with her skeleton missing that his organization took interest. They'd swooped down onto the case overnight, so desperate to get him onto the scene that they'd sent him there via translocation. From the moment he emerged from the Detroit alleyway, shaking off the horror of what he always saw when he translocated, it had been nothing but investigation with the local police and terrified locals. The FBI got involved when 2 more children turned up dead, exsanguinated and strangled with their own intestines, respectively. Federal agents were always the most difficult to deal with. They were suspicious of his badge, despite it being completely authentic. They were suspicious of how massive he was, towering over most of them, easily broader than any. They were suspicious of how much he already knew about the case, despite having arrived only a few days before they. What made them more suspicious than anything was how quickly their bosses told them to shut up and get out of his way. The men who ran the bureau from their offices in D.C. had no idea who he was. and none of them were interested in finding out. They had all heard the legends from those that had led the Bureau before them. They knew what happened when men like him showed up on the scene of a crime too terrible for words. The problem stopped, and it was better to not ask questions how. Any federal involvement was quickly terminated, and the assigned agents reassigned somewhere else. They'd remember this case for the rest of their lives. They might one day have colleagues who had similar encounters with men like him, and endlessly discuss what organization he might have represented. Theories ranged from an obscure Homeland Security cell to the CIA Special Operations Group. They would jokingly refer to men like him as the others, those we don't speak of, the activity, or even as the men in black if they were feeling sarcastic. His organization knew all of this. There wasn't much they didn't. The man took a reading. The palm-sized device lit up, whirring as he placed it on the ground. He stepped back, fishing out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. The twin marbles of glass atop the reader spun faster and faster, the silver liquid inside them catching the bright blue light shining from the dozen or so diodes that covered the front and back of the device. After a few frantic seconds, the marbles were spinning so fast above the device the man could no longer see them. A moment later, the reader gave a frantic shriek. The globes exploded in a puff of powdered glass, the liquid flying through the air, but evaporating before it touched the ground. He sighed and lit a cigarette. Initial readings suggest an unusually high breach in the Joblin night barrier, he said. The presence of the remains of Lucille Gale confirms initial assumptions that she did not survive the hosting. Extreme weather patterns indicate the presence of a midnight-level event occurring within the confines of the breach. He put his smoke to his lips again. The cherry flared brightly, a tiny speck of light burning defiantly in the darkness. The FBI and the police might not have a clue what the missing teens had in common, but he had known it the moment he had visited the morgue and seen their tortured bodies. Each of them was psychic. Very, very psychic. And Lucille Gale, most of all. He doubted that any of them were fully aware of it. Perhaps they had experienced vivid dreams that later came true, or had wondered whether or not they were at fault for the power outages that followed their every outburst. If left to themselves, they would have grown exponentially more powerful, most likely to the point where they would have been targeted and killed by his organization. There were very few like them that managed to make it into adulthood, and none of them managed to die of old age. Even at their nascent stage, however, they possessed more than enough raw ability to be of use to something on the other side. Something was trying desperately to come through. Something that had no place, even in a nightmare. The other 6 teens had proven unsuitable as doorways, but judging from the cataclysmic storm that had engulfed half the county, the man guessed that Lucille Gale would prove more than adequate. Inhale, he felt the smoke burn a trail down his lungs as he considered his next words. I still plan on crossing, he said. Regardless of what's fueling the breach, I'll ensure sufficient distraction or damage to allow Aegis translocation into the target area. Upon loss of communication, I stand by my original recommendation of an immediate kinetic of my last known position. He paused. Not that you ever listened to what I have to say. His answer was the howling wind, and a voice that spoke directly into his mind. He would have smiled at the response if smiling were something he was capable of. Instead, he drew Joblin's gun from its holster on his side, the massive revolver fitting snugly into his equally massive hands. He squeezed the rubberized grip, fingers caressing the raised knotwork that adorned the barrel. The man took one last drag on his cigarette, flicking it away as he strode purposely onto the bridge, careful to keep his steps within the trail of Lucille Gale's remains. Normally, crossing over required a tremendous amount of concentration and no small amount of luck. His repelling tattoos would burn so bad they'd singe his skin, and the tiny nodes lining the center of his brain would overload with static. Wearing an Aegis made it a bit easier, but even the best protection his organization could offer didn't keep out the visions. He'd been there when Joblin had died, and it was that memory that was returned to violent life every time he translocated. This time, there were no visions, no screaming ghosts from decades past. simply stepped out of here and into nowhere. The symbols that were carved onto his flesh, flaring briefly beneath his heavy clothing. The ease of the translocation confirmed his worst fears. It took a lot of power to rend such a huge hole in reality. Whatever caused this had been very old, and very, very angry. For the first time, he wondered bemusedly if it had been right to turn down assignment to an Aegis unit. Regardless, he was relieved to see that the trail of human remains provided him a clear path through what was otherwise a land of absolute madness. Whatever thing had nested and birthed itself in the mind of Lucille Gale had not been kind to her. The thick black-red smear on the ground led deep into the forest, which now towered thousands of feet up into the air. He thought he caught a glimpse of something massive above him, moving in the storm clouds, its barbed coils swaying lazily from the sky. The frost-covered branches of the trees were all screaming with a woman's voice, weeping and sobbing, crying for a mother and a father. In the safety of home, he assumed the voice was Lucille's. He asked over, saying, his shown the voice was Lucille. He started off down the trail, booted feet splashing noisily in gristle that seemed to grow deeper as he walked. Around him the world shifted and rearranged itself at random. The trees exploded, sending ice shards the size of buildings crashing down around him. Something massive fell out of the sky, its leathered wings curling around its dead form, crashing to the earth behind a distant mountain range that abruptly forced itself out of the frozen earth. The wind intensified, and on it he could hear a name being whispered over and over again. He didn't recognize the name. He wondered if it was his. The further he went along the trail, the more twisted reality became. He wondered how deep into the forest he was actually going in the real world. On more than occasion he had traveled for days inside a breach, only to find himself a step or two away from where he had started upon crossing out. Time and distance could have very little meaning in a veiled world. Mercifully, the laws of physics, usually, held sway, but those laws were easily bent or broken, depending on what was causing such an awesome disturbance. There was a place, he knew, where physics simply didn't exist. Even as he walked, he could see it, far on the horizon, a thin line of shadow that seemed to swallow up even the darkness. Calling it oblivion wasn't accurate. There were things in the nothing, things that made the horrors he dealt with on a regular occasion seem downright pleasant. He'd been to the edge before, watching reality and unreality disappear into the howling claws of whatever waited for men and demons on the other side of existence. Then, smarter than, he surmised that whatever it was had no power to enter or affect the world he sought to protect. He supposed this was true. It was hungry and would have long since devoured the third dimension had it been capable. The ground beneath his feet shook, and he suddenly found himself standing in a clearing. The storm-racked sky was gone, replaced with a peaceful canvas devoid of any light save that of a full moon. The wind stopped abruptly. Snowflakes fell slowly through the air like the inside of a tumbling snow globe. A vast clearing spread out before him, the smeared remains of an overly ambitious psychic, a vivid splash of red on the virgin snow. There was a child in the clearing at the end of the trail. The boy was sobbing, his knees drawn up to his chest. The man approached him slowly. He tentatively took a step off the pathway and into the snow. His feet sunk into reassuring solid ground. The man began circling the boy, trudging through snow that came up to his shins. "Go away," the boy sniffled, burying his face in his arms. "Go away. I just want to be left alone." The man didn't say anything. It was better to not talk to them if you could avoid. They'd played the game for eons. Any word you spoke could be used against you. Instead, he kept circling, trying to see the child's face. He didn't understand why this was important, but that was irrelevant. Good instinct had kept him alive up to that point, and he trusted it to take him further. "Why did you follow me?" the boy screamed, kicking his feet into the ground. I want to be left alone. Leave me alone." The world around them trembled slightly, and the man cursed under his breath. "You aren't alone," he answered. He had to buy himself more time. It needed to be tricked into revealing its true self, or it might simply push him back out into reality, out of annoyance. "You're with Lucille Gale. Remember?" Face still buried in his arms, the boy laughed. "Lucille? I remember Lucille. I remember Lucille." The other ones all ran, but Lucille wasn't afraid. She stayed. She told me that she wasn't afraid, that she wanted to help me. She held me so close. His voice changed in an instant, becoming a tone no human vocal cord could ever hope to produce. "She's rotting inside me. I cannot be bound. I cannot be harmed. I am eternal. You might be eternal, but your son wasn't. Was he?" The warding tattoos on his skin started to prickle. That was a good sign. It was getting angry. "That's who you're pretending to be right now. Your son." "You don't know what you're talking about," the boy sniffed, his voice that of a child's again. "I'm just a little boy. I'm just a little boy. All alone out here in the woods. All alone out here in the woods." "No, you're not. Your name is Claude Lache. You killed your wife and son here before it was a park. Before there were many people here at all. You started running. And when you couldn't go anymore, you killed a family that tried to help you. You ate them. Do you remember? You ate them, but even that couldn't keep you from starving. You nearly died from hunger in the wilderness 100 miles north of here." The man cocked his head to the side and decided to push the issue. "You pissed yourself when the wolves came. You screamed for your mother when they started eating you, like you screamed for her every day in hell." The child exploded in a shower of blood. His face landed on the snow next to the man, steam pouring from its eye sockets and laughing mouth. Where the child once stood was what his organization would call a Class I normal entity, unveiled in all its horrific glory. Its 3 heads sprouted from between its shoulders, each of them gnashing on a tongue that flickered like a snake. A pair of arms sprouted from between its legs. Their fingers ended in leech-like mouths. The skin on its bloated stomach was stretched so far it was nearly transparent. Inside it he could see the tortured face of Lucille Gale, her hands pushing desperately to get out. The thing that was once Claude Lache, the first serial killer to walk American soil, thundered with laughter. Its voice echoed around the clearing where it had committed its first crimes nearly 350 years prior. "I cannot be bound. I cannot be harmed. I am eternal. I am eternal. I am God." The first round fired through Joblin's gun put an end to such boastful nonsense. Lache roared as the round tore a fist-sized hole through the center of one of its heads. It wrapped a massive hand to its face, reeling in agony. The man fired again and again, moving towards it at a flat-out run. While the danger of being forced out of the breach was over, he now faced the equally real threat of death at the target's hands. Joblin's revolver was a powerful weapon against the denizens of the Vale, and the fact that it had already proved ineffective told him everything he needed to know. He'd never survive a direct fight. Lache had dragged itself out of the pit, and the mindless hate that allowed such perseverance had twisted it something wholly inhuman. Every heaving breath it took was the scream of a dying man. Every guttural curse was the wheeze of lungs filling with bloody clots. It was a lord of death now, a corpse god, the grave incarnate. The only way to finish this was to destabilize the breach enough to allow armored translocation. The only way to destabilize the breach was to kill the soul that was fueling it. Each of the bullets he fired found their mark. By the time he had reached the target, the man had already reloaded. He fired at point-blank range, aiming at Lache's bloated stomach. A massive, scaled hand moved to intercept the rounds. The same hand struck him hard, tossing him through the air. He fired as he flipped head over heels, managing to keep the target at bay as he rolled on the ground. He was on him by the time he righted himself. choking as its tongues whipped towards his torso and legs. He thought about evading, considered his options, and calmly decided against it. The barbs bit into his flesh and tensed, digging into his skin. He grunted, pain dampeners flooding his system. The venom hit him a second later. He vomited, body shuddering in the throes of a seizure as the poison reached his brain. The receptors in his skull were shrieking, fighting off both the toxins and the terrifying psychic power. Lashai was unleashing through his unwilling host. He caught brief glimpses of the monster's past, the last confused looks on the faces of the Chippewa family he had butchered, the taste of human flesh in his mouth, the awful, maddening climb out of the bottom of torment, back into the world of the living. The man felt the barbs tense, followed by a violent jerking on his left leg. He looked down in time to see it come clean off, ripped away at the knee, disappearing down Lashai's gullet. He saw his leg floating inside Lachey's bloated stomach as he fired into it again and again. Distracted, the target had no chance to defend itself. Its immense stomach popped like a blister, spewing digestive juices over the frozen earth. It dropped him as it stumbled backwards, yelping. Its hands clapped over its stomach. Between its massive fingers, the half-digested form of Lucille Gale spilled out. She writhed in the snow, screaming through a mouth that had fused shut. Lachai reached for her desperately, but it was already too late. The man fired a single shot. The high-caliber shell blew her head clean off. The clearing was completely still for a moment. Then there was an earth-shattering roar that sounded all too familiar to him. The breach shuddered and tilted. The whole world sloped at a downward angle, making Lachey stumble and fall. Both monster and man went tumbling head over heels towards the edge of the forest. The man's fevered mind screamed at him to make sure he landed on the bridge. At the last second, he reached out, his hand slapping down into the trail of blood, arresting his fall as he held tight to his only line back to reality. There was another roar, and nothingness came howling up towards them. The world below him almost completely vanished. The trees and the mountain ranges swallowed up by a mouth made up of nightmares. The power of Lucille Gale, wielded ruthlessly by Lachey, had been the only thing that had kept the breach open. With her death, the thin barrier between the veiled world and what lay beyond came crashing down. He saw Lachey land in the trees below. The monster leapt back into the clearing, scrabbling to find purchase in the snow. The man calmly fired his remaining rounds into the target, watching as each bullet hit home. With one last howl, the monster lost its grip and fell down into darkness. The man didn't have any time to feel satisfied. The breach was collapsing, shaking apart at the seams. Like a rising tide, the void came up to greet him, laughing and screaming. He could make up indistinct shapes as it came on, shapes that reminded him of Jovelyn, the smell of her hair and the sound of her voice when she told him, "I love you until the day I die," and the look on her face when she fell. When she let go, when she let go, she let go, let go, let go, let go, and fall. Agent Hauser. The man looked up into glowing blue eyes. The Aegis was only a few feet above him, standing with its steel feet planted firmly in the bridge. The dying light of the breach cast strange shadows over its black armor and menacing weapon arrays. It reached out to him, its fingers strangely slender for such a massive construct. "We haven't much time, sir," it said. "Please take my hand to initiate translocation." Hauser didn't hesitate. He holstered his pistol in a single fluid motion and reached for its hand. Half a dozen ports on the Aegis back popped open with a pneumatic hiss. The construct's translocation generator came online, emitting brilliant white light as it drank in the otherworldly energy of the breach. "Translocation imminent," it intoned. "Brace for impact." Hauser looked down. Nothingness looked back at him, smiling, reaching. "Brace for impact. Brace for impact." brace, he hit the snowy ground so hard it drove the air out of his lungs. He gasped, rolling onto his side. The wind that had been howling moments before seemed to calm by the moment. Soon, it had disappeared entirely. The snow it had been driving left, to tumble lazily to the earth. The entire world seemed to have become still and silent. His eyes were drawn to the cigarette he had flicked away before entering the breach. It was inches away from him, still burning. He'd been gone only seconds in the real world. He reached for it with a trembling hand, the cherry flaring brightly as he inhaled. It was almost too damp to smoke, but he'd never tasted anything better. The Aegis was already working on his leg. Hauser felt a brief twinge of pain as it spread antiseptic paste over his wound, spraying it from a small retractable hose attached to its hip. The paste quickly turned to a murky red gel as it stopped the bleeding. In a few seconds, Hauser's entire leg went numb, and he could feel the pain-dampening drugs in his system start to recede. It turned to look at him, the center eye of its forehead turning a bright green as it scanned his vital sign. "I apologize," it said. "I arrived as soon as translocation became possible. I had hoped to get there in time to assist you with the entity and prevent such damage from occurring." Hauser managed a weak laugh. Killing the psychic was the only way to make translocation possible, and this... He waved his hand at his stump. This was the only way to get close enough for a clean shot. "I'm still glad you came. If it had finished me off, someone would have needed to finish the job." Hauser paused, squinting up at the construct's expressionless face. "Who is that in there?" The Aegis gave a metallic laugh as its visor slid back. A female face stared back at him, pale and young and covered in scars. "You might not remember me, Agent Hauser," she said, her voice soft and lilting. "I was in training for the Aegis program when you were sent on your last assignment. I remember you. I was there when you were initiated and picked your name. Bellona. Agent Bellona." He took another drag on his cigarette, staring up at the stars. "She'd had fewer scars then. Damned pretentious name, if you ask me." He heard the sound of her visor slide shut as a response. "Recovery units are en route," she said in the sexless voice of a machine. "They will be here within the minute. Since he is certain your receivers have almost certainly shut down as a result of your psychic trauma, Agent Dolos has asked me to extend congratulations to you on his behalf." Bellona cocked her head to the side, and Hauser could sense her smile, even behind the impassive face mask. "He also says he would never have authorized the kinetic strike, even if we'd lost track of you within the breach. He said he will always give you a chance to find your way out." Now it was Hauser's turn to laugh. He wouldn't say that if he had seen what was in there. "One of these days something is going to come through, and we'll have to blow the breach to Kingdom Come. One of these days, I'll be right." He leaned his head back into the freezing snow, letting it cool his head. The static from the destroyed receptors inside his skull was giving him a pounding headache. Taking one last inhale, he tossed the smoke away from him, for good. It landed solidly on the grisly path Hauser had taken into nothingness, drowned in blood. Surrounded by darkness, the light of the cigarette quickly faded and died. "Sorry for her. You know, it wasn't always like this, Clarice." "Yes, Clarice?" she asked delicately. "Then how is it different now, Seth?" "Well, it used to be a lot quieter." Seth turned his head and stared through her face. "Remember before the owls, Clarice?" She smiled. "Seth, I've told you, my name's not Clarice. It's Susan Chandler, and I'm a certified counselor with suicide prevention. You called our hotline and said you wanted help. Do you remember making that phone call?" His gray eyes stayed fixed, staring into the empty fireplace. His hands rested firm and stiff on the arms of the blue paisley armchair that didn't match the rest of the room. He chuckled without a smile or smirk, then turned his head again toward her. "Why do you always say that? His voice was thick and grumbly and flat. "Yet your name isn't Clarisse. You've said that before, but I'm not going to fall for it." "No, not this time." Susan sat to his right, catty-cornered and uncomfortable in a rusted metal chair, the uniformed policeman brought in from the front porch. There wasn't another stick of furniture in the room. She was still in her plain purple scrubs that she wore for her graveyard rotation at the hotline. She never dressed up for the overnights. She had her long black hair pulled back into a simple ponytail, and not a shred of makeup on. She looked tired. She glanced back at the uniformed officer who stood stately behind them with his back against the wall. Then she scanned Seth's living room. It was too hot, too stuffy, and too small. The deep red curtains that covered the windows on the other side of Seth were closed tight with just a finger width of morning sunlight trickling in. There were no decorations, no pictures on the walls, and the horrible smell that stomped her nostrils when she first arrived was still sour as ever. "You called the ambulance?" she asked the officer. "Yes, ma'am. They said they were 20 minutes out. We just have to sit tight." She nodded, then slid her attention back to Seth, who hadn't released the empty fireplace from his gaze. The room was too dark to make out much detail about his face. She guessed him to be about 40, maybe 45. He was barefoot in jeans and a long-sleeved blue flannel shirt which he had buttoned all the way up to his Adam's apple. It was mid-July. She cocked her head to the side to appear more sincere. "We have an ambulance coming, Seth," she said. "They'll take you to a place where you can talk to some people and help you figure things out. The owls will still be there," he confirmed. "They'll follow. They can fly, you know." "Well, yes, I know. But these are good people. They can help you figure out why you're hearing the owls." She pulled out the small notebook she carried with her everywhere. "Do you remember the last time you had a good night's sleep?" She clicked open the pen, which made Seth give a little start. "You know I don't sleep, Clarisse. Not since the owls came. I just walk the floor all night, listening to them." She wrote that down. "I see. And what do they say? Do they tell you to hurt yourselves?" A long pause, an uncomfortable silence. Then he spoke. "You already know, Clarisse. I've told you so many times what they tell me to do. And until I do it, they just screech and screech." His head pivoted. His gray eyes grew dark and hollowed out. "Like this." His jaw fell. He took a deep breath, and from the lining of his throat, he conjured a screeching noise so loud, so incredibly terrifying. Susan's vertebrae retracted and acid spilled into her stomach. He didn't stop. She got woozy, started feeling sick. The stench coming from all around her and under her feet was tightening her veins. Okay, that's enough, Seth." She put a hand over her mouth and one in the air. "Please stop that." She breathed a heavy breath into her palm. Seth closed his jaw and looked back into the fireplace. "The fire is dying, Clarisse. I'm feeling chilly." Susan closed her eyes and regained herself. "Seth," she said. "There's no fire." He chuckled through a sandy smile. "Please, stop. You're trying to drive me mad." He stood up unannounced, which snapped the attention of the officer. Susan threw her hand up to broadcast a halt, a sign that she had it handled, although her own apprehension came to attention. "Seth, what are you going to do?" she asked. "I need to put another log on the fire before it dies. I'm feeling chilly." He moved his eyes in her direction, but they never met hers. "I'm chilly," he whispered. The pen dangled in her fingers. He whispered. The pen dangled in her fingers. She watched as he bent over and pretended to pick up a log. A very light log, apparently, and gingerly put it in the fireplace. She had the instinct, or perhaps a touch of madness herself, to warn him not to burn himself. To be ever so careful. Without looking away, she wrote 2 words in her notebook, slightly sideways and outside of the lines. Obviously delusional. Seth sat back down with stiff, robotic movements. His flannel shirt merged with the pattern of the chair. There was a new darkness. No more sunlight seeped in. Outside, on the horizon beyond the foothills and the railroad tracks, Susan knew a storm was coming. That's better now. Isn't it, Clarice? Again, Seth. I have told you. I'm not Clarice. I'm Susan Chan. She stopped short. She heard her words getting harsh, irritable. Calm down. Seth's call came in at 7:03 a.m. Just as she was ending her shift at the hotline. Observing that he wasn't listening, she trashed that thought for the next. Seth, I'm going to go and talk to this officer for a moment. Is that all right with you? There was no reply. Seth just raised his palms to the fireplace and let half a grin grow on his lips. She stood up and went over to the officer, taking a giant step over a pile of ancient magazines. The top copy showing a nice up-close picture of an owl. She got close to the officer and smiled. Can you check on that ambulance? She asked with a squinted eye. They said they were on their way, ma'am. Just sit tight. She started to wring her hands. I'm feeling a lot of tension coming from him, she said. I think the longer we wait, the more agitated he may become. Without proper sedation, things might get a little hairy. Can you at least check so we know how to proceed? The officer shrugged his lips and eyebrows, then turned his back to her and squeezed the button on his shoulder radio. 49, he said. Copy 49. Go ahead. The dispatcher's crackled. Can I get an ETA on my bus? Copy 49. Hold on. Susan kept her eyes on Seth, who kept his eyes on the fireplace. She tiptoed back and leaned over on one foot to see his face. She wasn't certain why or what she thought she might see, but all she saw was the same forged-in-steel expression she left him with. The officer got her attention. The transport got caught up in traffic now. They said it's going to be another 45 minutes or more. Construction on I-90 got everything backed up. 45 minutes. Entire empires had been lost in 45 minutes. Susan had been dealing with disturbed people for most of her adult life. She knew the signs, and she knew when certain cases were becoming time-sensitive. And her instincts and Seth's body language told her this one was heading that way. She admitted to herself that the eeriness of it all, even with the officer there, had her feeling uneasy. She was scared. Officer, could you possibly transport him? He shook his head before she finished her request. That's outside of the city limits. No can do. The best I could do is place him under arrest and book him then. No, I don't want to do that. She didn't want to do that because it would take all day. The officer shrugged. Well, I swept the room. No weapons, drugs, or anything dangerous. We just have to sit tight. She smiled a plastic smile and went back over to her folding chair and sat down, the whole time keeping her awareness between the officer and Seth. We haven't much time, Seth said. They'll be coming back soon. Who's coming back, Seth? The owls, Clarice. Haven't you been paying attention? The owls that take your soul and put you in another body. They will be back soon, waiting for your soul to be released, Clarice. Seth, for the last time, my name is not Clarice. It's Susan Chandler from the... Seth sprung forward and stood. So I need. Seth sprung forward and stood. The officer came to the defensive and unsnapped his gun strap. He cradled the handle. No. Seth screamed. His face contorted and went radish red. Just stop saying that. He turned sharp and put a finger 3 inches from her nose. Just stop lying. You say your name is Susan, but I can see it in your eyes. You are Clarice. The officer stepped forward. Susan didn't want him to. Any aggression now would set Seth off to a point of no return. She had to weaken the tension. All right, Seth. If it makes you feel more comfortable to call me Clarice, then I will allow it. on the condition you sit back down in the chair and wait with me while the ambulance arrives. She used her kindergarten teacher voice. We don't have to talk anymore if you don't want to. You can't outrun them, Seth said, looking back into the fireplace. They fly too fast, like demons. He sat back down in his chair and let the silence trickle. Then he asked, "Have you ever fought with a demon, Clarice? I mean a real demon from hell." "We all have demons to face," Seth. "Some of us just need..." The officer broke in. "The bus will be here in about 15 minutes with backup now." They found an alternate route. Waterfall of relief. "Thank you," she said, then turned to Seth. "All right, your ambulance will be here soon." Seth crossed his arms, rubbed his biceps, then shivered. "I'm really chilly now. I'm going to put another log on the fire so we can keep warm before they arrive." His voice had changed, softened. His demeanor shifted. He seemed more relaxed and at ease. The rigidity of his face vanished and a more boyish expression took over. Rubber bands snapped in Susan's back and shoulders. A held breath escaped. She clicked open her pen again and started taking notes of what had transpired. Seth stood up, then bent over and pretended to place another make-believe log on the invisible fire. Susan scribbled away and didn't notice as Seth removed the front, center tile of the hearth, and pulled out a handgun. He snapped upright. He turned toward the officer. Before the officer could even think about saying, "Hold it," Seth aimed and fired. The gun made a blast, and a bullet pinged a nice pinhole in the officer's head. A trickle of blood escaped and flowed down his confused face. His eyes closed, and he fell forward. Susan dropped her pen and tossed her notebook. She sat with her wide-open mouth and eyes looking into the hollow gun barrel. "What the..." "The owls are coming, Clarice. I hear their wings flapping. We haven't much time." She gathered up every bit of calm she had left in her. Her nerves were firing. Her breath was short. She swallowed. Her breath was short. "Seth," she said just above a whisper and put two palms up in front of her. "Seth, now we are going to calm down." He shrugged. "I'm already calm, Clarice. There's no cause for any alarm here. This isn't my first rodeo. I've killed before." "Who?" "Seth, who have you killed?" "Well, you, of course. 7 times so far." "Seth, you need help. I can help you." "Oh yes, of course," he said. "That's why I called you. I need your help. You see, the owls don't tell me to hurt myself. They tell me to kill you, over and over again. I kill you and stack your body in the basement. But they just take your soul to another body. Then they screech to be released again. It's becoming tedious. Seth, this time you're wrong. I'm not, Clarice. You only think that I am." He ignored her and continued. "I'm tired of killing you. I can't do it anymore, Clarice. I love you, but I have to get your voice out of my head. And the owls, I want silence. All right, then just put the gun down, and when the ambulance gets here, I need you to kill me, Clarice." His words hit like an Arctic blast. "Kill you? I can't kill you. And I can't commit suicide," he said. "Lord knows I've tried. Do you know how many times I've turned this gun on myself, Clarice?" Tasted the sleek, sweet, metallic barrel. Smelled the acidic powder. I hold my finger on the trigger, feeling the callus building in my gut. Then the owl starts screeching. I can't think. I can only kill. The owls are in you, Clarice. Behind your eyes. They scream to be released. I have to release them. I'm sorry. If you don't shoot me, I'll have to open your skull. Just like the others. Clarice, the wisest of the mother owls. I'm not going to kill you," she said, flat as a desert road. He raised the gun and tightened his grip. "Go over to him, to that cop, and get his gun." No, Seth, please. Listen to me. We have... No, 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 no. He hammered the heel of his hand against his temple. They are coming now. Get the gun. No. Now. He screamed so loud, so piercing. Susan felt the echo behind her ribs. She jumped and started. Then she leapt over to the dead policeman's body and gently pulled the gun from his belt. Good, Seth said as a smile grew on his face. Now, back over where you were. She complied with tears uncontrollably forming, obscuring the ground as she watched her footsteps. Seth, I can't. I don't know how to fire a gun. He lowered his pistol. His tone changed, almost sounding normal. Oh, sure you can. It's easy. Here is the safety off. Let me take a look at it. Her hand convulsed, her wrist barely able to control the weight of the .45. She held out the gun for him to examine. See there? Seth pointed a thick index finger to the side of her gun. That's the safety. It's off. You may point and click at will, Clarice. She looked over the body of the officer. Her eyes glazed over. It went blurry. Clarice, pay attention. Look over here. He snapped his fingers. It's going to get intense now. We have a very busy next few seconds. I need you to focus. You called me to help you. I called you and told you I wanted to kill myself and I needed help. Weren't those my words? Yes, but... And you said on the phone you could help me, didn't you? He raised his eyebrows, which made him look a little less evil, a little more like a clown. I can help you, Seth. You don't have to die. No. He slammed his hand against his temple again. One of us is going to die today. It's either you or me, Clarice. No, I can't. He raised his gun. Clarice, pay attention. I can't. Then you will join the others in the basement. I'm giving you until the count of 3. He smiled. One. Please, Susan said, as tears now fell freely. 2. No, please, Seth. I can help you. He lowered the gun. Now why do you want to keep ruining the moment? Just calm down, Seth. We can get you help to get rid of the owls. Owl? We can get you help to get rid of the owl. He tightened his arm again, flexed his bicep, and narrowed his eyes. It's you or me, Clarice. Raise your gun and fire. I can't. I'm telling you I can't. Here we go, Clarice. No! Her hand shook. She watched it rise. They were only inches apart. 3. A sharp blast ripped through the room. A body slumped onto the floor. Seth never fired his gun. The smell of powder and burnt flesh made her want to vomit. She sat down on the floor. She wanted to cry. She felt like crying. She couldn't cry. A stack of old magazines sat next to her. On the top was the owl. She stared at it. Yellow eyes stared back at her. Then she heard them. Off in the distance, the screeching of the owls. She sat silent, listening to the screeches. A noise startled her, awoke her from her daze. The front door swung open. 2 uniformed police officers entered carefully, guns drawn and pointed. When they saw her, they split up. One went to her right. The other came directly toward her, another gun in her face. She saw the words, but heard nothing. Then faded back into reality. On the ground now. Face down now. The officer screamed. She heard the other one on his radio, calling for backup. Her hands flew high. Officers, listen. He's dead. Drop the weapon and go face down now. The officer yelled again. She didn't realize she was still clutching the gun in her talon. She released him and let it fall to the floor. He sprinted over and kicked it out of the way, and in one motion holstered his weapon and pulled out his handcuffs. Face down now. She hesitated, then obeyed. The officer overpowered her slow motions and clutched her wrist. He clicked the handcuffs on one. Then the other wrist followed. He pulled her up into a seating position next to the stack of old magazines. "Now just sit here while we sort this out," the officer said. "You're not under arrest yet. This is for my own safety." He glanced around. "We received a 911 about a disturbance and shots fired from this residence. Did you make that call?" Together they looked at the phone laying off the hook and on the floor. I don't remember. I must have. I was in shock. Jesus. Look at this, the other officer said. "We got one here and one over by the fireplace." He took out his flashlight and shined it all around, up and down. Susan was sick. She took a deep, calming breath. She could still taste the flash from the gunpowder. "Officer, listen," she said. "My name's Susan Chandler from the Suicide Prevention Center. I came here to help this man. Over there, by that chair, you'll find my purse and notebook. There's nothing here except a magazine." "You say you had a purse and notebook?" "Yes, there, right where you are standing. I think I may have thrown it. I don't remember." He shook his head and glanced at his partner. "There's nothing here, Mom." Magma bubbled in her stomach. "It has to be there," she screamed. "There's nothing. Did you shoot these men?" "Yes. Well, no, not both of them. Only him, Seth, the one by the fireplace. Look, he had a gun. He shot that officer in the head. I saw it." "He was going to shoot me, too." He went over and looked around Seth's body. Then, using his foot, he lifted the front of the chair. "There's no other gun here," he said. "There has to be. You admit you shot this man." "You admit you shot this man?" "Yes, I shot him in self-defense. He had a gun and was pointing it at me." "Please, check in the fireplace. I'm telling you, Mom, there's no gun here. Nothing that even resembles a gun." "You sure you saw a gun?" "Yes. He had a gun, I swear. He shot that officer in the forehead with it. Then he was going to shoot me. He told me to get the officer's gun and shoot him. He told me, or he was going to kill me. He told you to shoot him, or he was going to kill you." "Yes, he shot that officer first. They had to believe. They would believe." The officer went over to the other body. "This isn't a police officer, ma'am. Looks to me like he was a security guard. Did he tell you he was a policeman?" "He was. Yes, he was here before I got here. Don't you know him?" He called the ambulance. He stood guard. "He doesn't have on his utility belt, ma'am." The officer looked past her, past the chair she was sitting in, and there beside the fireplace. He shined his flashlight and saw what he was looking for. "Is that it over there? Near where you say you were sitting?" Susan wrenched her neck in the direction where the officer was pointing. She squinted. The officer went over, putting on blue latex gloves as he went. He picked up the utility belt with his armpit, clutching the flashlight. The brightness blinded her. "The bullets here match the caliber gun we found in your hand. But you're saying you took the gun from his body?" "Yes, Seth was pointing a gun at me," she said through tears. "He told me to go over and pick up the policeman's gun and kill him, or he was going to kill me." "There's no other gun here, ma'am," the other officer said, having completed his search. "That can't be. He was going to kill me." "The owls. The what?" the first officer asked. "The owls. They told him to kill me and release them, and put me with the others." "What others?" "What others?" "The other Clarice. They told him to kill them all, and then me too." "You say the owls told him to kill you?" "Yes. The officer bent down and picked up the magazine that lay by Susan's chair. Do you mean these owls? He showed her the cover. No, the owls in his head. I mean the ones living inside me. See, they take my soul to a new body and I don't know. It sounds crazy, but the owls told him to kill me. And you heard the owls tell him this. A screech. A screech. No. She shook her head. They talked to him. He told me they were telling him that. She knew she wasn't making any sense, but nothing would come out right. Please look again. The gun has to be here. Another screech. Another screech. There's no gun here except yours, Mom. How do you know these men? Seth, that man by the fireplace, called the hotline, the Suicide Prevention Center hotline, and said he needed help. He wanted to die. He said he wanted me to kill him. He said he wanted me to kill him, and you happily obliged. No, I mean yes. After I got here. Tears again. Confusion. The stench coming through the floorboards. Nausea. Screeching. An ambulance pulled up outside of the house, parked at the rear of the police cruiser. Behind it, a green Chevy Cavalier pulled up, parked, and a well-dressed man, early 50s with a salt and pepper beard, got out and hurried past the paramedics to the door. The officer tried to hold him back. Officer, I'm Dr. Greenfield. He reached into his inside coat pocket. Here, I have my credentials. The officer scanned the card without taking it into his own hand. He shook his head. I'm afraid you're too late, Doc. Both Vicks are dead. Oh, I'm not here for them. I'm not that type of doctor. I'm a psychiatrist. He pointed with his nose to the barely visible Susan, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands cuffed behind her. I'm here for her. You know this woman? Yes, I'm afraid I do. Yes, I'm afraid I do. The officer thought for a moment. All right. But don't touch anything, he said, then stood aside and let Dr. Greenfield pass. Yes, of course. I know my way around crime scenes, he said, and went directly to Susan and put his hand on her shoulder. She looked up, still confused, but never so happy to see any one person in her entire life. Dr. Greenfield. Oh, thank God you're here, she said, and attempted to throw her arms around him, but her wrists just strained against the handcuffs. They're both dead. It was horrible, the whole thing it was. He put up both hands. Calm down now, it's all right. Her face changed. A realization came to her. But how? How did you know I was here? He gave her a confused look. You called me and gave me this address. You said you needed my help immediately. Don't you remember? No, I think I was in shock. I guess I called 911 too. All right. We'll sort this all out. The important thing now is to just stay calm. Just please tell them who I am so I can go home. I need to get out of here. Relax now, Greenfield said. Relax now, Greenfield said. He stood up and glanced around at the horror of it all. He saw the two bodies being examined by the paramedics and the policemen putting up yellow crime scene tape. More policemen showed up. Two plainclothes detectives were ready to ask questions. He looked back at her with a compassionate yet worried expression. Oh, Clarice, he said, and swallowed the bile in his throat. Story 5. I moved into my current house with my parents 3 years ago, in 2006. Seems so long ago now that the number is in front of me. But you're not here to listen to me reminisce about times that have since passed. So, I'll try my best to get right to the point without adding too much unnecessary fluff. My name is Alex. I'm 15 years old and I've been trying to convince my parents that something is seriously wrong with our house. You see, The first few years here were fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'd actually loved the place. My bedroom here was much bigger than the one at the old house, providing a lot more space for my gaming set. But recently, within the last couple of months, I found something in our basement that I'm not entirely sure is actually as real as I think it is. Maybe I really am going crazy. Probably why my parents won't even bother to find out about what I'm talking about. Good one. They tell me, "You're being paranoid." I figured that if they weren't going to take my word for it, then I was going to need to present them with some hard evidence of it. For both them and anyone else who can do something about this. If they can do something about this. Luckily enough, my parents had purchased me a camcorder for my 14th birthday. I had expressed some interest in film and video production. Up to this point, I had used it to create some amateur movies with friends from school, which were mainly just short clips of us walking through the woods attempting to look frightening. Nonetheless, it being summer vacation helped me to be able to do this undisturbed. They more than likely assumed I'd be doing nothing but sitting in my room playing video games anyway. Not that I blame them in all honesty. No. Once I knew my parents had both left for work in the morning, I sprung up out of bed and grabbed my camcorder, not even realizing that I hadn't taken the time to get dressed first. So I merely slipped on a t-shirt along with my pajama pants and socks before beginning to head downstairs. I made sure to give every room above the basement a quick look through in order to make sure that I was the only one in the house at the time. After which, I stood at the basement door, putting my hand on the knob and taking a deep breath. It wasn't that I was having second thoughts necessarily, but I considered things that could potentially go wrong before ultimately deciding the risk was worth it to prove my claims. So I opened the door and took my first steps down the creaky stairs, reaching over to my right and hitting the switch to turn the basement light on. Our basement itself wasn't something to write home about. It was what you'd usually expect. A cold, brown-painted concrete floor and wall rectangular expanse, with wood supports and insulin lining the ceiling. Old dusty washing machines, piles of both dirty and freshly cleaned clothes in an assortment of different baskets, cobwebs lining every corner of the room, with centipedes worming their way underneath the cracks in the walls. I made it to the bottom of the stairs before taking a left and heading into the more recreational side of the basement. Although the only thing that truly made it recreational was a simple lawn chair and an old coffee table, one that I'm sure hadn't been used in the past several months. Nonetheless, I soon made it to the thing I was talking about, the wall that was opposite the lawn chair and coffee table. Call me crazy, because in a minute I'm sure you're going to be asking what could be so wrong with a simple wall. Well, this wall, it was slightly darker than the rest. Even those immediately to both its right and left. It had this shadow that was eternally cast onto it, even when there wasn't a light source or object to create one. And sometimes it flickered, as if it were a light bulb. I've seen it happen before, and I saw it taking place yet again right before my eyes. The first few times it happened, I could have sworn it was just my imagination. But now it was clear that my imagination had nothing to do with it. I thought that was the most strange part of this whole ordeal. I had come down to look at it before, and I thought the out-of-the-ordinary phenomena would end there. Until I got the balls to touch it. I mainly wanted to see if there was something that I was missing. That maybe it had something to do with the paint, or I just had something really wrong with my eyes. But that was just me trying to rationalize something I didn't understand. Because yesterday I grabbed a broomstick and shoved it right up against the wall, expecting some paint to chip or some material to crumble. But no, instead, the broomstick simply went through the wall. I'm not really sure how to describe it in an intellectual or detailed manner. It is as simple and as absurd as it sounds. My broomstick went through a solid concrete wall. I even walked forward with it in my hands at the time, and it continued going deeper in the wall, feeling no obstacles or objects stopping it. To make it clear, there were no holes, no cracks or breaches large enough to fit the width of the broomstick within. It was flat and smooth, and yet the broomstick sunk further in, as if it were lodged in quicksand. And then, after some careful, but clearly not enough consideration. I put my hand up to the wall, and once my elbow disappeared, I pulled back. There was no pain, no extreme temperatures, no bugs. Someone or something waiting to grab, bite, or claw me. It's just shocking, in a way that made me only want to learn more. Maybe I just never noticed it before, but I could have sworn the wall had looked much more normal when we first moved in. Not that I had ever spent very much time in the basement. Maybe I had no idea what I was talking about. Maybe I just hadn't truly paid attention enough to notice any changes. Last time, it was only my arm. This time, I wanted to step through, to see what was on the other side of this wall. There was a part of me that even considered this to be some sort of hologram projection, and that somehow was less insane than what it actually ended up being. Nonetheless, I'll always look back and see this as one of my most ill-informed acts, but the curiosity in me simply couldn't be contained. I needed answers, so with my camcorder still in hand, I approached the wall, reaching out my hand yet again to make sure it was still passing through. And as you can infer, the result was rather unsurprising. So after I took a deep breath and looked behind my shoulder at the rest of my basement, I stepped forward slowly, my natural instincts telling me the wall was still solid, despite me vanishing further into it. But suddenly, I felt like I was being jerked forward and falling. The actual feeling of falling only lasted for less than half a second before I hit solid ground again with a thud. My camcorder fell out of my hand as I collided with what I assumed was another floor or wall. The texture under me felt rugged like a carpet with a bit of moisture. I rubbed my head and opened my eyes, thinking I had fallen into a section of our house that I wasn't supposed to discover. But no, that wasn't it at all. What I saw when I looked up didn't make any sense. It didn't even seem possible. Part of me had wondered if I had accidentally inhaled a hallucinogen or something. In front of me was what I could only describe as a large, messily segmented and built set of rooms, hallways, and corridors. All the walls were covered in this truly awful bright yellow wallpaper that looked as if a small child had picked it out. It wasn't easy on the eyes in the slightest. I got myself to my feet, looking over to my right and seeing my camcorder on the ground. Not broken and still recording, I leaned over and picked it up, putting it back in my hand before immediately turning around to get a better bearing on my surroundings. How did I get here? Why was I here? What was this place? There were a million thoughts running through my head, and even though it was the last thing I wanted to do, I remained calm. That's what you always do in situations like this. You must remain calm. Panicking helps nothing and no one. It was quiet for the most part in this strange place, the only sound being a slight electric buzzing noise. It had an irritating hum to it, and I couldn't help but look up to find the origin of it, seeing a white-tiled ceiling with poorly placed fluorescent lights running along it, most of which possessed a subtle flicker. "Hello," I called out. "Is anyone there?" No response. So I ran up to one of the walls and started pushing on it. The moist carpet squelched a bit beneath my feet as I heaved myself forward in an attempt to pass through the wall as I had earlier to no avail. I turned and dashed over to the wall behind me, pushing and shoving myself up against it. But it, like the other, was solid. I backed away from the wall, coming to the conclusion that I needed to save my energy if I was going to get out of here anytime soon. And while I imagined in many ways this could get worse, it didn't make it any easier to accept the fact that I was trapped in this almost otherworldly sub-basement. So I started by wandering down the nearest corridor to my left. It seemed to be around 200 feet long, with dozens of intersecting halls connecting to it on both the right and left walls. That same horrendous yellow wallpaper was consistent throughout. Even the humming and buzzing of the lights above followed me as I walked down the hallway. The fact that it was the only noise present in this building, besides the squelching of moist carpet as I walked, only further drove me up the wall. It was maddening, in the most mundane, yet most unsettling way possible. It's crazy how much humans rely on sound for comfort, because I had only been in this strange expanse for about a minute, and it had already felt like hours. "Hello?" I yelled once again, hoping for even a semblance of a response. "Is anyone on here? Can you hear me?" Like the previous attempt, there was nothing in response. Not a sound or sign of another human being. My breathing practically became twice as loud to make up for the dreadful silence. I soon encountered the end of the narrow corridor. I wandered into what appeared to be a much larger rectangular expanse. The basic design and layout were still the same, with multiple other corridors converging in the middle, kind of like an intersection. The lights flickered more heavily in the middle of the intersection, the humming and buzzing becoming almost unbearable. I don't know who approved the funding for this place, but they must have been out of their goddamn minds. I hadn't quite been able to come to a decision about which direction I should have gone at the intersection. All I know is that I wanted to get as far away as possible from that dang buzzing. I scoped out each hallway from where I stood with my eyes, with the one on the left catching my attention the most. Not because I was genuinely curious, but because it actually had something distinct going for it. And by distinct, I meant that it was dimmer than the other three, but only one of the fluorescent lights in the entire visible length of it. But despite the poor lighting, I noticed something about halfway down its length. On the ground was what looked to be a piece of paper laid out on the ground. Just a single sheet that contained text on it written in red ink, being the only distinguishable proof of life or the presence of other human beings in this place. I began to creep down the corridor and approach it, looking back over my shoulder with the undeniable feeling of being watched as I did so. I reached down, picking up the note as I made it over, only to make the unnerving discovery that the red ink wasn't ink at all. It was blood. I don't know how long I've been here, or how much longer I've got left. I'm scared. It feels like it's been days, and I haven't been able to find a way out. All I did was come home from work, throw myself into bed, and then I was here. Found this paper laying around in here, along with someone's car keys that were laying around. Had blood on them. I haven't seen another person since I got here, but I'm not alone here. There's something else lurking in these halls, and isn't any man or woman. I gotta keep quiet, stay low, or whatever got the guy who these keys belong to will come for me as well. To whoever finds this, if anyone finds this, keep quiet. Stay low. And God help you if that thing hears you. I felt my heart sink into my stomach as I turned to look behind me, only to find nothing but the slight flickering of the lights yet again. But I was more than on edge. As crazy as it sounded, I believed every word that was written here. This wasn't some practical joke or prank. Even the most elaborate pranksters didn't have the resources for something like this. I can't count the number of times I've seen a horror movie where something that's obviously not a joke is treated like one by the protagonists. And guess what? They end up dead. There was no name or other information on the note, and since I was made aware that there might be something bloodthirsty lurking in here with me, the last thing I needed to do was carry around this note and have the smell of blood on me. So I left it, dropping it right at my feet, and began heading further down the corridor into a cylinder-shaped room. It was still more of the same as far as design and architecture went. I took another deep breath, preparing to head down the right corridor of the cylinder room. But before I could even move an inch, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze. The rest of me stayed right where I was by extension. The sound in question was a loud, ear-shattering screech that didn't sound all that far from behind me. I stood there, completely terrified, while my previous confidence quickly drained. I could only hope I wasn't seen by whatever it was, and I wasn't. Not yet, anyway. Once I mustered up the courage to finally turn around, I didn't see anything behind me. It was still the same yellow walls and moist carpet. And yet, it had somehow become even more sinister than before. And that thing, was it what killed the person who wrote the note? Whatever this being was, I could now hear it getting closer. Its footsteps were quick and frantic, so I picked up the pace a bit, My slow march turned into a brisk stroll. I couldn't help but feel like my heart was going to explode out of my chest from the dread the situation filled me with. I made a left turn, and then another before booking it down into a wide corridor before making a right. This place really was a nonsensical maze. The architecture made absolutely no sense. But I refused to let this yellow wasteland become my grave. The creature shrieked again, but this time, the tone was slightly changed, now sounding a bit more celebratory and more triumphant, as if it had accomplished something that it extracted joy from. It was only once I heard what came next did I understand why. No, 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 came the desperate, horrified screams of what sounded like an adult man who knew he was about to meet a truly awful fate. I couldn't pinpoint exactly which hallway or room the chaos was coming from. All I know is that it wasn't more than 30 to 40 feet away. Regardless, I wasn't intending to play hero against some creature I hadn't even seen the appearance of. Stop! Stop! And the man began to cry out, only to be cut off by his own shriek, accompanied by the sound of bones snapping and flesh tearing. His cries soon became gurgled, only lasting a few more seconds before he was drowned out by the sound of aggressive snarling and growling. At this point, I was sprinting, tears of both stress and fear forming in my eyes. I quickly raised my fingers up in order to wipe them away and keep them from blurring my vision as I ran. I eventually found a tight, almost closet-sized space at the end of one of the hallways. I didn't hesitate to slip inside and get myself out of sight as soon as humanly possible. Once in, I headed to the corner furthest from the opening, sat down, put my knees to my chest before shoving my face in my arms, and taking surprising care to not be too loud, lest I want to draw that thing over and then really have something to cry about. I could only think about how I really might die here, that I'll be the next victim of whatever that monster is. If there were more people that were alive and trapped in this, whatever this place is, then I have to try and find them and make a plan to get out of here once and for all. I let myself stare into the darkness of this crevice as I sat there with the illusion of safety, while still in more terror than ever. I only just now realized I dropped my camcorder in all the chaos of my reacting and running, but most of me honestly didn't care. Proving a point wasn't worth it the moment I fell into this place. I should have left the wall alone. I should have just minded my own damn business and not poked my nose where it shouldn't have been. As helpless as I felt, I know my idiotic actions had a part to play in the predicament I found myself in. But I was here now, and I had to grapple with the reality of the less intelligent moves I made. If I was going to get out of here alive, the last thing I needed to do was to sit here and mentally check out. I needed to be on my toes and alert. So once I mustered the strength to stand back up, I did just that. I did just that. I was still no superhero or brave soldier, but I was someone who wanted to survive. Someone who wanted to live to share a story I'm sure most would not believe. I quietly walked over to where I had entered this small den, turning to peek my head through the skinny opening into the larger hallway. But I immediately froze when I heard footsteps. Footsteps that weren't heavy or slow, but abundant and quick, as if whatever was moving on far more than just two limbs. They were coming from down the corridor to my left. I could make out the fact that whatever it was going to turn the corner any second. I retreated back into the den and got as far away from the opening as was physically possible. But my morbid curiosity as to whatever I was trapped in this maze with couldn't be contained. It just brutally killed someone, so any sort of negotiating or attempting to reason with it was out of the question. All I could do was sit there and wait as it began to walk down the hallway, approaching closer and closer to the den. Once again, its footsteps were soft, yet horrendously abundant. It sounded more like scurrying. It had this almost tapping-like rhythm that made my skin crawl. Like a spider the size of a dog running down a hallway, I held my breath as it approached, only letting myself exhale when absolutely necessary. I didn't dare poke my head out the entrance or attempt to get a direct look at it, but the shape of its shadow on the wall behind the den opening did more than enough to make sure I never forgot this experience for the rest of my life. The lowest part of its body looked to be composed of at least a dozen thin, but long limbs that all moved in unison with one another in a twisted, uncanny manner, like a centipede that had been sloppily stitched together. Above that set of horrific legs was a long, rectangular frame, with dozens more bent and thin limbs protruding from each side of it. I couldn't even tell if this thing had a head. Definitely not one that I could make out with the shadow. Who in their right mind would keep a monstrosity like this in here? Was it locked up? Did it kill the people keeping it contained and get out? Is that why this place is abandoned? Even if I did have answers to all those questions, it still doesn't explain the fact that it seems like I'm far from the only average person to end up trapped in here. It really was something out of a child's nightmare. Anyone's nightmare, in all honesty. It stopped only feet in front of the entrance to my den. I prayed to every god that I could think of, hoping it wouldn't detect or sense me. The creature, whatever it was, let out a low growl, a far departure from the pitch of sounds it was making previously. I could feel it vibrate the wall that my back was against as I held my breath. Even if I wanted to make a sound, I couldn't. No noise could escape me. My terror was busy holding it in. It seemed to turn side to side, as if in the middle of looking for something. But the creature didn't move in either of those directions, instead choosing to continue to move forward and turn the corner down another hall, allowing me to live to see another day. For the time being, I made an escape while I had the chance, busting out of the entrance to the den, and immediately making a mad dash for the left in the lightest footsteps possible. Nearly right after turning the corner, I spotted my camcorder on the floor at the far end of the hall. It had been smashed with dozens of broken off pieces all over the area surrounding it. All the footage and proof I had were gone. I wasn't aware at the time if there was some way to extract or salvage anything off of it. I can only wonder how pissed my friends would be when I tell them all those short films we created using that thing are toast. But there wasn't much time to mourn the loss of my hard work, so I kept moving. When I made it back to the cylinder room this time, I chose a different path to go down. Last thing I needed was to go anywhere besides the total opposite direction of where that thing was headed. I was now more alert than ever as I trekked through this nonsensical expanse, aware that there was far worse waiting for me in these walls than simple starvation or severe loneliness as a result of isolation. In all honesty, I've always loved my privacy and being away from others, but not like this. There was more of the same everywhere I went. Yellow walls, white ceiling, and smelly moist carpet. The buzz of the lights became a background song at a certain point. I had just accepted the reality that it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Regardless, I took 3 left turns, then 3 right ones before heading straight for what felt like nearly a quarter of a mile and taking another left. I thought that I was surely leaving the creature in the dust, that it would never find me in this endless maze. But as I was dashing down one of the corridors, I noticed something at the end that caught my eye. Something that I thought might be my ticket out of here. My saving grace. So I slowed down, let myself take in a few deep breaths, and tried to get my heartbeat back to a more reasonable speed. I then looked back over at what had my attention, making out what looked to be 2 thin, long objects protruding out from the ceiling. The distance made it difficult for me to make out details in the shapes, but the colors consisted of a dark blue for the majority of these objects' lengths with them, ending in a light brown towards the bottom. Please, I whispered out loud. Please let this be it. My predictions were genuinely optimistic. I thought that I'd be able to climb my way out of these walls and be free. But as I got closer, so did the reality of what these so-called objects actually were. It had got to a point where I was only around 7 or 8 footsteps away from these things. And as I looked up, my bottom jaw hung ajar. There were legs, human legs which protruded from a section of the ceiling where the tile had been removed. Although from the looks of it, It was more like violently torn and or busted off. I had morbidly assumed the rest of the corpse was laying along the other tiles within the ceiling. How did I know it was a corpse? Well, it definitely wasn't just the pair of jeans and old boots the legs were covered in, but a foul stench as well. A stench that was irrefutably rot and decay. One that I had only ever experienced when walking near dead animals in the woods near my house. I threw my left hand over my nose, fighting the urge to lose my lunch as I looked up in horror. There I was, standing just several feet underneath a pile of rotting meat that was once a fellow human being. A fate that could have just as easily become mine if I didn't get lucky. But what could have possibly done this? Did the creature chasing me possess the ability to scale surfaces? Its anatomy seems to suggest that might be the case. And if it didn't, then that means there was something else I had to watch out for in this maze, the thought of which did nothing to help me feel any better. Eventually, the vomit that had risen its way into my throat had overpowered my efforts to keep it inside. I took my hand away, opened my mouth, and all over the wall it went, while the smell of rot continued pounding its way into my nostrils. I had to turn back to get away from it as soon as possible, but just as I regathered myself enough to start running and finding a new way to go, the sound of many rapid footsteps in succession made me quickly rethink my actions. I slammed the brakes on harder than I ever had before as I heard them coming from around the corner closest to my left. That thing, it was coming back for me, and I'm sure the smell of the body directly above me didn't help much either. I stood there, frozen like the terrified moron I was. Truthfully, there was a part of me that wanted to give up and accept my fate, to let this hell on earth, or wherever this was, kill me and get it over and done with. That quickly dissipated once I saw one of that thing's legs begin to wrap around the corner at the end of the hallway I was looking at. It was a grotesque, black, almost asphalt-like color, a bit of blood staining the tip that also stained the wallpaper. My fire, more precisely, flight instincts kicked into gear. I didn't bother sticking around to get a better look at what I knew was a truly horrifying appearance. I turned and ran once more, reaching the opposite end of the hallway in mere seconds before immediately making a sharp left turn into another. I heard the creature let out a blood-chilling screech as it gave chase, those many legs stampeding along the carpet and walls as it pursued me relentlessly. Any effort to be subtle or quiet was now in vain. I made a few more random turns both left and right, hoping to confuse the beast. But my efforts seemed to be pointless, as I was still within its line of sight despite what I had done to get out of it. I huffed and wheezed as I looked for anything that could take me to a higher or lower elevation. Stairs, an elevator, a ladder, because I was more than sure I would fall victim to fatigue long before my pursuer did. After a few more twists and turns, endlessly trying to make myself as elusive as possible, I began to slow down as my exhales became quicker. My face went red, and sweat began to drench my face. A stitch in my side began to form as well. I knew that I was doomed if I didn't find anything soon. I truly thought that things couldn't have gotten any worse than the terrifying sequence in which I was currently trapped. That's strange. Dimension had an excellent way of proving me wrong. Without looking, I made another left as I heard the creature shriek yet again behind me, alerting me that it was still in hot pursuit. I tried my best to keep my pace as I dashed down the hallway I had just turned into, looking at the floor for a few seconds as my muscles ached and cried out for mercy. Even the adrenaline couldn't keep me going forever. When I looked up, however, I was met with the sight of a dead end. No turns or other corridors. There was no way to go but the way I came. I was only several feet in front of the wall that cut me off. I tried to turn and make a mad dash back the way I came, only for the creature to leap out from around the corner and cut me off, forcing me to stumble backward and abandon my decision. As I fell right on my ass, its centipede-like legs wrapped around the wall once again as they reached forward. The creature then begins to move its body from around the corner, revealing more of its appalling appearance to me as I crawled backward in utter disgust, saying it looked like a mutant centipede would be an insult to such a creature. I had trouble believing even God himself could conjure up such a monstrosity. The entity's skin was a dark, near pitch black tone of color, with jagged streaks of dirty white patterns running along it that looked more like scars than any sort of natural anatomical patterns. When the beast stood to attention, it had to be well over 7 feet, absolutely dwarfing me, as if I were a toddler in the presence of a grown man. The entire perimeter of its actual body had those thin limbs protruding from it, all of them moving in unison with each other. Once again, a few of them still possessed blood on their tips, who I'm assuming belonged to the man I heard Dice screaming earlier on. The body of the creature was a sharp, rectangular shape. It mostly lacked features, save for the giant, gaping hole towards the top, which I had concluded to be its mouth. One without any teeth, just a pitch-black void-esque hole. This thing knew it had me cornered, each end of its mouth contorted in a fashion as if it were trying to smile at me, but it just about lacked the necessary muscle structure to do so. Regardless, it wanted me to know that I was trapped, at its mercy for it to kill me in a gruesome, agonizing manner. I was going to become its plaything, and its food. I still had some self-preservation left over, despite the rational part of my brain telling me there was nothing I could do. But I managed to get to my feet nonetheless, beginning to back up as the creature slowly lurched forward, dozens of its limbs all moving in tandem with each other. "Please," I announced softly, holding my hands out in front of my face as I continued backing up while my legs trembled. And just as I was expecting myself to hit the wall that was behind me, I felt my body suddenly jerk backward, as if I had just been yanked by something powerful. I yelped as my back impacted what felt like a hard carpet surface. And suddenly, things weren't nearly as bright. I pulled my hands away from my face, revealing an entirely new environment around me. A library. Just a plain old library. The walls were just a plain light brown color. The ceiling was tiled, and there were fluorescent lights, but they weren't buzzing or flickering. The carpet itself didn't feel moist either, just like regular, everyday carpet that was actually maintained. I coughed for a few seconds, trying to comprehend what had just occurred in a fury of confusion. But it clicked soon enough. I had passed through the wall, the same way I had passed through the one that had me end up in that yellow-colored death trap in the first place. But doesn't that mean the creature could follow me? That single question made me quickly tense my muscles as I prepared to throw myself up to my feet, only to be stopped halfway by the comforting sound of an older woman's voice. "Are you okay, young man?" I turned, seeing several different people all around the library with their eyes on me. Some in lounge chairs reading books, some at the desk in front of computers, and some standing next to shelves, books in hand. I also caught a glimpse of the woman who had spoken, who I had guessed correctly to be on the older side, with long gray hair, wrinkly skin, and dressed in a button shirt and khakis with a pair of thin glasses on. What? What? "This is home, right?" I said, letting out a few more coughs. Everyone shared glances with each other, more than likely thinking I was in some sort of state of delusion. The older woman informed me that she hadn't seen me enter the library, that everyone had heard a sudden thud, and there I was, sprawled out on the floor, and coughing. So she came over to see if I was okay. Police were contacted to come and take me home. I obliged, wanting to make everything as easy as possible after what I had just gone through. But during everything that transpired, the library staff making the call, my parents talking with the officers, all I could think about was that place and that thing. You see, What made it even more confusing was the fact that I entered that place several hours before my parents were supposed to arrive home. Yet, I could have sworn my whole ordeal there lasted no longer than an hour, and I was never knocked unconscious or asleep at any point. Nonetheless, I'm now writing this to try and make sense of what happened to me. But I don't think that'll ever truly happen. I'm sure no one will really believe my story, but it helps to get it out there anyway. For my own sanity. I have my first appointment with my new therapist next week. Not by choice either. Therapy's never really been my thing, but I guess that's what happens when you ramble to your parents about getting stuck in a different dimension and running from mutant creatures with impossible anatomy. Not that I'll even attempt to tell her any of that, although I'm sure my parents might do it for me when first meeting her. But if I've learned anything from all this, it's that I'll never, and I mean never, go near that wall again. Story 6. It's been about 3 months since my whole incident with the Expanse. I've been seeing my new therapist, Tiffany, for pretty much that entire length of time. She was on the younger side, and had only really been working in the field for a few years. But she seemed to know what she was doing and actually listened to me. I told her a lot of stuff and experiences in my life up to that point, but I mostly veered away from the topic of the Expanse. Wasn't trying to get myself committed. I don't really know how that whole thing works. Just feels like the more I went into it, the better the chance I would have of her thinking I was legitimately insane. Hyperbole aside, though, I just thought it would be better for the both of us if I didn't bring it up much. That is, until one day she insisted that I talk about it. She wasn't authoritative necessarily, but said everything she could to guarantee I would feel okay with going into detail about it. After all, me trying to tell others about it is why I was here in the first place. Alex, you can trust me. I'm here to help you, not judge you. If I was, then I wouldn't be in this chair, she said softly, leaning forward in her chair and looking at me with almost maternal instinct. I won't force you to talk about anything, but I promise you don't have to feel like a prisoner in your own mind. I'll bet I can relate a lot more than you might think. I perked up upon hearing that last sentence, my eyes shifting in her direction with a look of intrigue and curiosity. She returned the eye contact before delivering a slight smirk, confirming her implication. You're not serious, I accused. Listen, I get you want to help me, but you don't have to lie to do it. This isn't necessarily the most professional of me, and I really shouldn't say this, but that place you were talking about, it's not as insane as you might think. I believe your story, every word of it, she continues, suddenly stopping her hand gestures as she waits for my response. I really don't appreciate you making a joke out of my experience, I snarled. You're supposed to be helping me. You're supposed to be different than all the other people who won't listen and ridicule me. I'm nothing but a punchline to everyone. Even before any of this happened, after my little fit, I then got up out of my chair and began to walk to the door, only to be stopped once she announced something that made my heartbeat nearly cease upon hearing it. The thing with all the legs, came her calm assertion. I turned, looking over to her with wide eyes and mouth slightly ajar. I had never told her about the creature, not once. In fact, I hadn't told anyone about it, let alone any of its anatomical features. So I stood there, looking like a complete moron while she got out of her chair and approached me, taking a quick glance to her left at a long curtain on the side of the room with no windows, and then directly back at me. It tried to kill you, didn't it? She inquired rhetorically. It tried to kill me, too. Still, I stood there stunned, not even knowing how to form words for a response. Alex, you gotta believe me. I'm sorry if you thought I was trying to discredit you. That wasn't my intention, but I know what you're talking about, and I know you're not the only person who's gone through this. Now, will you please sit and finish our session? I don't want you leaving this room upset. She kept her gaze locked hard on me, and I took a deep breath, internally kicking myself for not keeping my cool when I had always been a person who prided myself on doing just that. So with a bit of hesitance, I turned and headed back over to my chair, sitting back down and cupping my hands together as I waited for her to continue speaking. "How did you get in? Like, how did you get there?" she asks, a sympathetic undertone present in her voice. It took me nearly a full minute to answer, despite knowing precisely what I wanted to say. But Tiffany's body language gave me no doubts that she was entirely prepared to listen. "A wall," I croaked out. This wall in my basement, it was like it wasn't even there. Like things could just go through it. It was so weird. I've only seen things like that in video games. This didn't seem to shock her, not in the slightest. Instead, she only nodded slightly, while staying silent, allowing me to elaborate. My parents wouldn't listen to me. I tried telling them about it, but they never wanted to hear it. All I know is that I wanted some proof, so I could show someone who would do something about it, or at least someone who would believe me. "How did you feel while you were in there?" she asked, prompting me to take another several seconds of silence as I thought of my reply. I really don't know to explain it. It's not a feeling you can describe. I don't think anyone's felt it. Besides you, is there any chance you could tell me about what you saw on the walls? I solicit, only to prompt a look of hesitance from Tiffany. "This is about you, Alex, not me. I'm here to hear your story, not to tell you mine," she rebuts, cupping her hands together. I know you are, but I want to hear yours. Maybe, just maybe it'll help me be able to find some closure with mine. I fire back, more insistent than previously. "I just want to know there's someone else out there who understands." Tiffany exhales, looking to both her right and her left, only to return her gaze back over to me as silence swallows the room. I knew that in the back of her mind she did want to tell me that despite her training and education, she was still human at the end of the day. Screw protocols, screw procedures, screw all of it. Just please, tell me, I beg, leaning forward in anticipation. Tiffany keeps eye contact with me. Still appearing unsure about her next move, I widen my eyes and let her know just how desperate I was to hear about her experience. "Okay," she sighs, still hesitant. "I was 10. It was my birthday, and my mom had invited several of my friends over to the house to celebrate. My dad had taken me out to the shed in our backyard so he could grab tools to finish working on my birthday present. He refused to tell me what it was until it was finished. You see, my dad never really let me into the shed very much. Not unless I was close to him. Said he didn't want me messing with grown-up stuff in there. Stuff that could hurt me." She paused, allowing me to interject with a question. "What was your dad's job?" I inquired, surprisingly prompting her to smile. "He was a carpenter. He was always very good with his hands." Tiffany trails off, an expression of guilt creeping onto her face. "Alex, are you sure you want me to do this? It just doesn't feel right." "Yes, I need this." "Okay. Well," we went into the shed, and it was a very small shed. Could barely fit 3 people inside there at once. And yet, there was a door on the opposite end of the entrance door. It looked like it would lead you somewhere in the back of the shed, but there wasn't any more physical structure behind it to give the door a real purpose for being there. It was about as pointless as a window on the floor. Dad grabbed some of his tools, and I just kept staring right at that door the whole time. I had seen it a couple of times before, but on this particular occasion, I just really wanted to know why it was there. So I asked him. He told me he was going to add on to the shed and that he wanted to have the door built ahead of time. Of course, me being 10 with not much comprehension of how carpentry works, I took that answer at face value. Yet, there was also this part of me that felt like he wasn't telling the whole truth. After the party was over that night and I had gone to bed, I couldn't sleep. I laid awake all night, thinking about that door. I don't know why, even at the time I knew it was an odd thing to focus on. Nonetheless, it didn't leave my mind. I tossed and turned. I had a long day with a lot going on, and yet I was still wide awake, and it was all because of that damn door. There were another few brief moments of silence as Tiffany turned to look at that curtain on the side of the room again, causing me to do the same as she started speaking once again. At one point, it got to be too much. I was just way too curious about something so mundane. Like I said, I don't know why, but I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and made my way out to the shed. I made sure to not wake Dad up. Not even sure how long I would have gotten grounded for if I ended up getting caught. I make it to the shed regardless and walk over to the door, and with the only other sound in the immediate area being crickets, I was able to hear something on the other side of it, which logically should have just been more crickets. But it wasn't. Instead, it sounded like electric buzzing, if that even makes any sense, like the buzzing of ceiling lights. Even at that age, I knew that something wasn't right. I recognized the sound from the lights in my school at the time, and I knew there was no reason for me to be hearing it coming from there. I let my curiosity get the best of me, as a lot of kids do, so I opened that damn door. God, I just want to kick myself for even saying it now. But I opened the door, and there it was. The expanse. I remember it just like how you described it. Ugly yellow walls, a damp and old-looking carpet, and the buzzing. Oh, the buzzing. It was twice as loud now that I had opened the door. I didn't know what to think. I knew that I was scared. Part of me was anyway. But I was mainly in shock. This wasn't possible. I had only seen things like this happening in the cartoons and movies I watched. I told myself I wouldn't go far, that I would only take a few steps inside just to see what the place was, and to make sure it wasn't just my imagination, that I wasn't just dreaming. At first, I honored that I told myself. I only took 3 steps inside before staring at the empty hallway in front of me. The fluorescent lights flickering above only helped to unease me, but my curiosity was overpowering my gut feeling. The feeling that something was wrong, and not just with what I could see. I finally began listening to my instincts at that point, because it wasn't long before I decided it was really time to go, and that I had already overstayed my welcome. When I turned around to go back the way I came, I saw nothing, just a flat, ugly yellow wall like the rest of them. Any sign of the door being there just up and vanished. I went up to the wall, pushed on it with all my weight, threw myself against it over and over, thinking I'd get some sort of different outcome. But no, I was just a scared little girl trapped in a place I knew nothing about. I banged on the wall and yelled as loud as I could for my parents. It wasn't long before I started to cry in a desperate panic. All I did was stand there, continuously throwing my fists on the wall over and over and begging for my parents to come save me from this place. And it wasn't long before something heard me. Something that knew I was invading its territory. I heard it screech when it was coming for me. It was awful. Don't think I've ever heard anything more horrific than the sounds that thing made. It was like someone had put a screaming baby on a distorted megaphone. So I did the only thing I could do at the time. I ran. Ran as fast as I could to the right because the screeching was coming from the left. It felt like, I don't know, like I wasn't even moving. I just passed yellow wall after yellow wall. I knew in the back of my mind I was going somewhere. But the rest of me felt deceived. It looked endless and maddening. Eventually, I came to a stop, feeling like I had put enough distance between myself and whatever it was that had been pursuing me. What I felt wasn't just fear. This wasn't looking down a dark flight of stairs or a creepy basement or seeing a spider in your room. No, this was existential on a level I can put into concrete wording. I still hadn't seen the thing, not up to that point, so I went and hid behind a wall. Placed my back against it so softly I couldn't even tell if I had actually made contact with it. It was around 10 seconds when I was able to work up the courage to peek my head over the edge of the wall. I was shaking, holding in sniffles, had silent tears going down my face. I didn't dare make a sound. I couldn't afford to. At first, there was nothing. It kind of looked like something out of one of those old playhouses from the 2000s. Just cold, empty, no life present at all. It was uncanny. Tiffany pauses, inhaling and shifting her gaze over towards that curtain once more, prompting me to finally point it out. "What's going on with that?" I asked as politely as I could. Nothing important. Just some more wall." She laughed off dismissively. For the first time since she started her story, I felt a bit uncomfortable, but I mainly chalked it up to her being invested in what she was saying, so I went back to just listening. There I was, staring down that yellow void until I hear it screech again as it rounds the corner all the way down the hall and spots me peeking. I knew it saw me because we both froze for a second. It's like it wanted me to know that it knew I was there and that my fate was sealed. All those legs. God, those legs. They all moved in this grotesquely perfect unison as it started running towards me, so I turned and bolted, hugging the wall to my left, which was a dead end. Just my luck. Did I mention I don't like spiders? Or really, anything with more than 4 legs for that matter. So it wasn't exactly on my bucket list to encounter a man-sized mutated centipede. Didn't think my little legs could carry me so far and so fast. Everything around me was a blur, like I was on a high-speed rail train or something. But it still wasn't enough. The thing was hot on my tail, and there was a small part of me that knew I couldn't outrun it. I pulled away from the wall to my left, took some turns to try and confuse it, but it knew what I was doing. Probably because everyone who ran from it before tried the same thing and failed. God have mercy on them. I knew it was closing in on me when its footsteps got louder. Death was practically knocking at my door. I still remember how it sounded when it ran. Makes my skin crawl to this day. The yellow walls, the hum buzz of the lights, the old moist carpet. It made it that much worse, knowing I was probably going to die young in such an alien environment. I wasn't getting out, not alive anyway, so I thought. She trailed off. "You said the wall in your basement was how you entered it, right? The expanse?" She inquiries, catching me off guard with the sudden question. Yes. I trail off, unsure of what to say next. "Why didn't you try to show anyone?" "My parents, they built a wall of wood panels in front of it. Told me they were tired of my ghost stories and my obsession with that damn wall. So they said they'd get it out of my sight and out of my mind. I think they know there's something wrong with it. Kinda like how your dad did. But they don't want me messing with things I don't understand. Or they just didn't want our house to become a government research site. Both seem just as likely. I wish they would at least acknowledge my story as true. Their own son went to this horrific place, survived being attacked by a dangerous monster. And they just pretend like I'm crazy, that I'm just desperate for attention. I hate it. And I almost hate them for it. But they've raised me, fed me, and given me shelter. Maybe one day they'll come to their senses. Tiffany's stare became a bit more cold, as if I had just told her what I ate for breakfast that morning. I hadn't seen her ever look at me like that before now. I didn't like it. It was unsettling. Especially considering the gravity and context of what I had just said. Why don't you finish telling me about your experience? We're kind of getting off topic, don't you think? I interject, hoping that she would agree. Right, she began, bringing me a bit of relief. It's about as straightforward as a situation like that could be. I was running from something that I truly couldn't escape in a place I was never meant to be. Eventually, after going for so long, my lungs began to give out. I simply couldn't muster the strength or energy to run anymore, even though I knew I had no choice. And I think that was the worst part of it all. knowing that I couldn't even do the bare minimum of running away to save myself. Sure as hell wasn't going to try and fight that thing. Soon enough, I came to a dead end, boxed in by walls on either side of me and the creature behind me. I somehow mustered the courage to turn around as it closed in. I could have sworn it had even tried to smile at me before it prepared to kill me, like it knew what it was doing was going to make me suffer, and that it was going to take pleasure in the agony of my slow, painful death. But something in me snapped, and I honestly shocked myself when this sudden shouting roar emerged from within me, and I directed it right at the creature. I thought it would be completely pointless, but to my surprise it hesitated, like it was caught off guard by a violent outburst of what it saw as prey. "Leave me alone. Leave me alone, you stupid, ugly monster," I shouted while flailing my arms. I noticed that it had been taken aback, and I wanted to keep it that way. "You're a stupid, weird, and ugly monster," I continued screaming, baring my teeth to make myself look less docile. It wasn't long before the beast had realized who was really in control, so it began crawling forward again, despite me throwing my various insults at it. I was desperate, saying every nasty thing I could think of as it closed the distance. But, like I said, my dominance was short-lived. I wasn't in control any longer. So I tried something else. I proposed a deal to it. Tiffany then pauses, not even making a sound as she looked at the floor with mannerisms that almost resembled guilt. What did you offer it?" I grilled demandingly. "That's not important. But what is that it spoke to me, told me it was hungry, in this gross, hoarse, and nightmarish voice, like an elderly smoker who had his throat filled with a thick syrup. I didn't even know something that alien could even possess the ability to speak in the first place. Its voice really contrasts with all those horrible screeches it makes, I'll tell you that. But I eventually made it out, found a wall that was darker than the rest, and fell right through. Ended up right back up in... Whoa, wait. What did you offer it?" I said, less patience present in my tone. "And don't say it's not important. I want to know why it let you live." But Tiffany doesn't respond out loud. Instead, she goes looking at that freaking curtain again, giving it an intriguing stare before standing up out of her chair and moving towards it. That's when I decided it was time to leave. "I think this session is over," I pronounced as firmly as I could at the time, only for her entire demeanor to shift once the words left my mouth. I stood up, attempting to go over and grab my cell phone from her table. "Sit," she snarled, giving me a look that said she was not in any mood to argue. "Tell me what you offered it," I erupted, my voice echoing off the walls. She didn't respond yet again, prompting me to lunge for the door. I got my hand on the knob and fumbled turning it, so I threw it on there again, only to be stopped mid-turn by the sound of a click coming from behind me. I already concluded the obvious. "Stop. Turn around slowly. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be," she growled, presumably waving the gun she had pointed at the back of my skull. "You know I'd rather die than get sent back there," I rebut. "Oh, it won't be that simple. I'll just put a bullet in each of your knees and then throw you in there. So your fate is up to you. Do you want to die slow and painfully, or have a chance of running away for a while?" I put my hands up and slowly turn around, and right there is the sight of Tiffany, standing next to the curtain with a Glock in her right hand, pointed directly at me. "Good," she muttered. She muttered just before reaching with her free hand to grab the edge of the curtain and yank it to the side. And behind said curtain was a door, just a simple, dark red door, like one you'd see in someone's home. That alone isn't usually very sinister, but in this context, it was beyond bone-chilling. I knew what was on the other side of it, and that I didn't have much longer before I ended up there, back in the expanse. "Come here," Tiffany demanded, using her gun to point to the door. With no choice, I did as I was told, marching over to her and stopping just a meter in front of the door, my hand still in the air. "It's hungry. I'm sorry, Alex, but it's hungry," she said, all the sympathy exiting her tone. When I saw your story, I knew that I needed to find you. So you can kill me to continue to save your own skin. How do you know the creature could even make it out of the expanse? What do you have to fear? It's nothing but an empty threat when you're out here. Oh. It can, she stuttered. You see, you got lucky. You fell into a public place where it didn't want to reveal itself by continuing to pursue you. But most people, even those who fall back into reality, aren't so lucky. How would it even know where you are when you're not in the expanse? You don't have to bend to this thing's will, I promise you. But instead of rebutting, she simply waves the gun toward the door, signaling for me to open it and step through. I can't take the risk. I need to look out for myself. People were never meant to discover the expanse, and we're both paying the price for treading somewhere we don't belong. Plus, if I don't hold up my end of the bargain, I'm not the only one in danger. Far from it. This goes beyond just me and you. Seems like you're getting a bit of slack compared to me, I barked back. Hurry up and stop stalling. Tiffany snapped. There's no need to do this. There's got to be another way. I bet you haven't even tried to use that gun on it once. Have you? I said, go, Alex. She commanded violently, now moving closer and placing the barrel inches away from my skull. I turned slowly, giving her one last look, a look that told her that I was desperate for her to come to her senses. All I wanted was for her to realize the madness of what she was doing, and that there was a way out. But alas, I was hoping for an outcome that was impossible at that point. So I took a deep breath, looked ahead, and lifted my hand up, guiding it over to the doorknob. You're going to get what's coming to you, I said, maintaining my forward gaze despite my defeated tone. I then slowly pulled back, the door creaking as it inched across the distance of the floor. My eyes widened as I saw it, the place I thought I'd never see again. All my fight-or-flight instincts went into high alert as soon as I heard the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. Everything that happened came right back to me, in a way that made me feel like I never truly left the expanse. It was like getting a greeting from my own personal hell, welcoming me back home. I took my first couple steps forward, the all too familiar but subtle squelch of the moist carpet manifesting as my foot made contact. I felt goosebumps form around my arms and legs. The expanse was a bit cooler than what I had previously remembered. It's for the greater good, came Tiffany from behind. I don't turn around, not at first, but once I hear a heavy slam, I take a look back, seeing nothing but more of the ugly yellow wallpaper. It was just like Tiffany's experience. She was even telling the truth. The door that leads in does not lead out. But just like that, I was right back in the place I dreaded most. But I wouldn't make the same mistakes I did last time. The first thing I wanted to do was begin searching for a wall that I could fall through in order to get out of here. I also wanted to pinpoint wherever the creature might have been. That way I could take steps to avoid it. I needed to keep quiet, to not panic like I did the first time around. And if I was careful enough, I knew I just might survive long enough to make it out once more. I then started walking in a crouched formation, turning right and heading down a corridor that led to a dead end, only to turn and take another left once reaching the end and immediately feeling off-put by the sight I had laid eyes upon. At the end of the hall was what looked to be a four-way intersection of rooms, which by itself was nothing new. I had seen things like the first time I was here. However, there was a strange bright light being emitted from something in the opening of the hallway on the right. I kept quiet and glanced around me, looking for any signs of the creature's presence as I considered moving to investigate whatever was causing the disproportionate light effect. And in that moment, I discovered nothing. However, I did hear something that completely threw me off. First, it was a sudden slam, as if a heavy door had been opened and closed in quick succession. Then that same slam was followed by the sound of footsteps and human voices. I turned back and hugged the wall to my right for cover and get down as low as I can, getting all the way up to where it ended and laying on my stomach while peeking over to see whoever these people were. Just in front of the now invisible door were 3 individuals, all of which looked like they just walked straight out of an episode of some shadowy government conspiracy TV show. There were 2 women and 1 man, the 3 of which were dressed near head to toe in black, with all sorts of body armor and gear to go with it. Each of them held a rifle in their hands with a pistol on their utility belts, along with various other non-firearm weapons like grenades and knives. The man then puts a hand near his left ear, fidgeting with what appeared to be some sort of earpiece for communication, becoming visibly frustrated as he struggled to get it to function properly. Believe me, I wanted nothing more than to run up to them and tell them everything. Tell them to help me find a way out of this place and show them the horrors these walls hold, and who was responsible for putting me in here. But I don't think they were there to help, considering the fact that one of them had Tiffany's Glock strapped to their side, with a bit of blood sitting on the side of the barrel. She was nowhere to be found, and I pondered as to whether or not she was dead or incapacitated, but it wasn't long before I got my answer. The body's getting picked up and taken to Site 7. Their director of operations said so. Came the man, his voice soft, but low in pitch. Why not take it back to Site 12? Then they can feed her to that blue freak they got locked up in there. Rebuts one of the women in a sarcastic tone. He's got a talent for killing. He'll give him that, the other woman chimes in. But man, West wasn't kind to him in the looks department. I bet you've never even seen him fight. The man jokes, smirking as he clutches his rifle. One of the women opens her mouth to form a reply, only to be suddenly cut off by a blood-curdling, ear-shattering screech, coming from somewhere to the far left of us. The 3 of them all immediately snapped to attention and raised their weapons, ready for a fight. The creature, it knew we were here, and it was coming. The man quickly lifts a hand to his ear again, resting 2 fingers against it before saying, "This is Agent Creed with Team X5-2. We're at the location and the witness has been terminated and pinged for pickup and disposal. May or may not be cryptid activity present as well. Should we keep moving?" The 3 agents all stood at attention as they received their response, one that I myself was too far to hear coming from the communication piece. I arrived at the conclusion that it was now my time to leave, so I got to my feet as quietly as possible, still hugging the wall as I slowly backed away. I turned and refocused my attention to the corridor, peering down at the intersection and setting my sights on the bright opening to the right. I kept myself in a crouched position as I hastily made my way towards it, the horrid screech of the creature once again echoing through the walls of the expanse. "Down here!" one of the 2 women shouted, immediately making my heart sink as I had hoped and prayed they weren't referring to the hall that I was currently occupying. But of course, my hopes and wants meant nothing here. I immediately picked up speed, which was nothing in comparison to how quickly I began moving after hearing one of those female agents shout in my direction from the end of the hall behind me. "Hey, get back here!" I, of course, had no intentions to obey her demand. Instead, I broke into a full-on sprint, not taking even a moment to waste on trying to convince them of my situation. I made a mad dash for the intersection as the woman began to open fire. Several bullets whipped by and missed me by mere inches, only causing my adrenaline to skyrocket, making me pump my legs like never before. After what felt like an eternity, I finally made it to the end and made a sudden and hard right turn. The woman had stopped firing at me, but cried out in a fury of both horror and rage. Gunfire then erupted through the walls as I heard the creature's dozens of footsteps as it closed in on the 3 agents. "What is that?" the man shouted, just before letting out an agonizing cry I didn't dare look back, but all I know is that things likely didn't go his way in the midst of encountering the beast up close. Their screams were haunting, and that coupled with the gunfire and the screeching of the creature made the situation all the more horrible. The sounds of flesh tearing didn't help, but at this point, I couldn't tell who was killing who. It was only when I was more than a couple 100 feet away and my heartbeat slowed to a more reasonable speed, and I realized that my surroundings changed significantly. Instead of the soft thumping and squelching of moist carpet, my feet were hitting solid and dry tile. I slowed myself and looked down, only to now see a bright, white-tiled floor. It was pretty much what you'd find in your average public school building. And speaking of, when I glanced ahead of me, the hallway was no longer yellow. Instead, the walls to my immediate left and right consisted of tall blue lockers. Above those was a simple, white, painted slant of wall that ran up into an equally boring and flat-tiled ceiling. There was a gap in the lockers on the left wall around 30 feet in front of me, so I went towards it, only to discover that said gap was actually a door. You'd think by now I'd have had my fill on anything to do with those. The door itself was made from a light polished wood, with a tall, vertically thin window running up the middle. I peered into the glass, laying eyes upon a classroom, one that looked to be abandoned. Had I made it out? Had I escaped the expanse a second time by some sheer dumb luck? No, because I looked back behind me and saw the way the yellow walls slowly faded into this new structure. The cutoff was sudden and easy to distinguish. Dozens of feet of yellow wallpaper suddenly becoming a solid white and stopping right where the blue lockers began. It was obvious that this was a school, or at least an imitation of one. But I wasn't back in reality. I was still in the expanse, but obviously this was some sort of different layer or section. Regardless, I don't know who actually left the encounter alive between those agents and the creature. I couldn't hear anything anymore, with the distance I had put between all of them and myself. But I knew whoever survived would come looking for me, and I wanted nothing to do with either. I didn't want to keep standing out in the middle of the hallway and leave myself as an easy target. Part of me was forgetting the creature might not be the only one in here, and the gunfire going on earlier didn't help. No, so I put my hand on the doorknob and turned it. To my surprise, the door swung open with a slight creak. I stepped in and shut it behind me. I didn't see a lock of any kind, though, so instead I went and pushed a couple of the student desks up against it, hoping it would provide me with just a bit more peace of mind. While I could tell this place was abandoned, most of the supplies and actual material still looked mostly intact, save for the dust and little bits of moisture. Over on what I assumed to be the teacher's desk was a black cover notebook and a mug full of pens and pencils next to it. I went to approach it, only to stop dead in my tracks by the sound of sudden movement taking place just outside the door of the classroom. My heart froze, and I kept still. This movement wasn't a constant, abundant pitter-patter like the creature, and it was far too heavy to be human footsteps, so it had to be something I had yet to encounter. Once the initial terror passed over me, I immediately dropped low and maneuvered my way underneath the teacher's desk, letting my back rest against the thick metallic tower of drawers that doubled as a support leg. I was fully hidden. I knew whatever it was wouldn't be able to see me, and yet it didn't ease my nerves in the slightest. But how could it? Especially when I could pick up the faint, yet potent sound of its heavy breaths coming through the door. It was looking through the window in the door, waiting for the slightest noise or hint of movement to occur. I had no idea what this thing even looked like, and I didn't want to. I kept holding my breath despite not needing to. Every second felt like an eternity. I got to a point where I thought my heart would explode, but then I heard its monstrous footsteps once more. As its heavy breath faded away, allowing me some emotional relief as I finally exhaled. It was leaving, losing interest after failing to pick up on my presence. I slowly peeked my head around the support of the desk and glanced over at the window of the door, only to see that whatever it was longer there. But I still didn't want to leave the room, not for a while. But I knew I'd have to, eventually. I slowly slid out from underneath the desk and stood up, grabbing both a pen and a notebook placed on top of it before returning underneath the desk. I'm gonna write all of this down. I need this to reach someone. Somewhere. I need to continue getting my story out there. If you all don't hear from me again, then I guess that means I didn't make it. But this needs to be exposed, and the world needs to know. Be careful where you step. Remain cautious of where you go, because there are fates a whole lot worse than death. And falling into the expanse is one of them. Story 7. I am a retired private investigator turned real crime blogger. I have been receiving anonymous manuscripts in the mail detailing heinous acts of appalling psychopathy. For reasons concerning my work in this situation, I don't want to give you my true identity. You can refer to me as Mr. Hess. I started in my early years as a detective. As you know, I was highly effective at my job, and before long I started taking much higher paying jobs as a freelance private investigator. Over the years, I have solved several high-profile cold murder cases. Unfortunately, in a work-related attack, I was seriously injured and retired from my job as a private investigator 5 years ago. Since then, I have started a well-known real crime blog and podcast. Recently, I started to receive handwritten manuscripts from an anonymous source in the mail, detailing heinous acts of dark psychopathy. No return address, although it's been some time since I received the second manuscript. Today I received the third manuscript. As soon as I pulled the large brown envelope from my mailbox, I knew what it was. On the outside of this third envelope, the following message was written. In order to achieve greatness, one must find their weaknesses, understand them, and destroy them. Below is the third manuscript. This manuscript was titled, Finding Adeline. If you have not yet read the first 2 manuscripts, you should read those first using the links below. Be warned, I believe that what you are about to read is the journal of a psychopath, Finding Adeline. I had just finished my junior year at the university. I elected to take summer courses to avoid getting smothered by Sarah all summer, especially given her newest life choices. When I'd gone home for Christmas break, Dean and Sarah sat me down to tell me the exciting news. You're going to be a big brother. Sarah told me while Dean supportively rubbed her shoulder. Gross, I thought to myself. Why anyone would choose to have a crying, pungent little crotch goblin in their home was beyond me. But honestly, a baby is what they wanted this whole time. Not a transient teenager as I was when they adopted me. A true family involves children that grew up knowing who Mom and Dad are. And Sarah wanted a true family. Still, Sarah and Dean had done a lot for me in hopes to feel like a family. I needed to keep giving them that satisfaction, at least until my rent check wasn't coming from their bank account. Sarah was staring at me intently, with a look in her eye that, for some reason, longed for my approval. I put on my loving, grateful foster son expression that I had been practicing since high school. That's great, I told Sarah as I reached forward and softly grabbed her hand. I'm really happy for you, for us. I can't believe I'm going to have a little brother. Brother? Sister? Sarah finished as she pushed a strand of brown hair from her eyes. We're adopting a baby girl. She'll be born in just under 6 months. A gentle smile worked its way across her face. I tried my best to mirror her expression, but part of me wanted to stick a knife in her throat right then and there. I pictured what her pretty face would look like with a gaping hole across her neck, curved gently to match her smile. Well, I better throw those steaks on the grill, Dean said, reminding me why I need to continue to be their devoted adopted son. Sustenance and money. Until I was able to bankroll myself, I needed their routing number on my side. It wasn't hard to convince Dean and Sarah that I needed to take summer classes. Given that I was a double major in finance and business management, I still had plenty of advanced classes needed for my graduation. Summer semester wasn't as necessary as I made it sound, but Dean and Sarah trusted me blindly, as fools do, and insisted they keep paying for my apartment. The state continued to pay my tuition anyhow, practically begging foster kids to become anything besides felons. I only actually signed up for 2 classes, however, because I had something else I needed to accomplish in my summer semester. By now, I was sure of my psychopathic condition. After all, when I stabbed Ryan just to frame Jake, I felt no remorse. Actually, I loved it. When I killed Dustin with his own drugs, and 2 other kids I had never met died in the crossfire, I still felt nothing. According to my observation of most normal people, I should feel remorse. Students and members of the community who had nothing to do with those kids even showed sadness and remorse, holding a vigil for the dead druggies. But there was one thing, one nagging little annoyance in the back of my head that I needed to understand. A little thought that left an unintelligible twinge somewhere deep inside as it crossed my dreams and thoughts. That nag had to with Adeline, who was once my foster sister when I was 8 years old. Adeline raised questions in my life, questions that required answers. I've watched people suffer. I've even been the one to cause their suffering. And never once did I care to empathize with anyone. Anyone, that is, with the exception of Adeline. Although most of my childhood memories aren't much more than a blur of the past, my few months with Addie I remember quite well. At the time, she was just 6 years old, 2 years younger than myself. I had been at my new hell of a foster home only a couple of weeks before she arrived. Darren, the idiot who was our foster host, was unusually sober and well-dressed when the social worker parked in front of the house. Darren opened the door to reveal a very pretty blue-eyed girl with long, silvery blonde hair. She wore a purple dress that matched the oversized bow tangled with her blonde curls. Darren stayed home with the foster kids while his wife worked long hours at multiple restaurants. He put on a facade of a warm foster dad to the outside world, but truthfully, he was just a lazy alcoholic yelling at us kids, whipping us boys with a belt any time we frustrated him. Addie, however, received special treatment. The other boys would get jealous when we were forced to do daily chores, and the fear of getting the belt if we didn't finish them to Darren's liking. Meanwhile, Addie sat on the chair with him as he drank cheap whiskey and watched TV. While the 4 of us boys were crammed into one small bedroom, Addie had her room to herself. Those boys hated her for it, calling her names whenever Darren was out of earshot, but I could see that Addie wasn't enjoying her special attention. She seemed more scared of Darren than any of us boys. Every day her smile was further away, and her stunning blue eyes grew dimmer every day. Almost daily, Darren would take Adeline into her room to play, which was far more than he did for the rest of us. He'd even lock the door to keep the rest of us out. I couldn't help to notice, though, that Addie never wanted to play. She wanted anything but that. One time, he forgot to lock the door. So I opened the door a crack to see what sort of games they were playing. Darren was on top of her, in her bed, kissing her neck. Although Darren never saw me there, Addie did. Her tear-filled blue eyes stared at me, begging for help, for someone to make it stop. That was the only time I've ever wanted to help someone for the sake of helping. I went downstairs and found the first fragile thing in sight, an ugly vase, and knocked it off from its shelf. The shatter of the vase was enough to draw Darren out of Addie's room in a drunken rage, belt in hand, ready to punish. The lashings were painful, but felt well worth it. That night, Darren fell asleep on the couch, while the TV was still playing some sitcom. Per usual, he had passed out with a nearly empty bottle in his hand. He often passed out, drunk hours, before his wife got home from a long day of work, which gave me plenty of time to snoop. I already knew exactly where he kept his revolver, not that it was well hidden. He kept it in the top drawer of his dresser, next to his socks and loose change, using a stool to reach the top drawer and a dish rag to hold the gun. I retrieved the revolver and put the stool away. I'd never used a gun before, but I'd watched enough TV to know that I needed to pull the hammer back until it clicked and pull the trigger. It wasn't easy, But using both hands, I managed to pull the hammer back while keeping the rag between my fingers and the metal. Darren was snoring with his mouth wide open, making it easy. I stood next to him on the couch and gently placed the barrel into his mouth, facing upwards toward the brain. I made sure to have the gun upside down, picturing how someone would hold a gun if they were to shoot themselves in the head. After the gun was in place, I pulled the trigger. To my horror, the trigger didn't budge. I pulled harder, but still, the trigger didn't move. It looked so easy in the movies, but nothing could have prepared me for how hard it was to actually shoot a gun. Horror turned into panic as Darren stirred and his eyes opened. His eyes met mine, and I thought for sure that I was doomed. In a last-ditch effort, I pulled hard on the trigger with both hands. Movies also severely underplay the deafening boom that is a gunshot. The bang from the gun was so loud and sudden that it seemed to encompass the entire world. I was so startled that I fell to the floor. The gun clattered to the ground beside me. My heart pounded so hard in my chest that it physically hurt, and the ringing in my ears made it feel as if I had angry earplugs trying to force my ears apart. I hurried to my feet to see Darren, sitting on the couch with his head hanging back limply. The top of his skull was burst open, as if I had just shot a watermelon. A splatter of blood had painted the wall and ceiling behind him, with chunks of skull and brain matter adding texture. As I watched blood pour from his mouth and down his white undershirt, I was shocked to notice that behind the couch stood Addie. A splash of red disturbed her blonde hair, but she stood motionless. I met the gaze of her stunning blue eyes, which looked as if they wanted to cry, but didn't have enough energy. She didn't look scared, nor relieved. Instead, her face had an expression of painful understanding. Even at her young age, she knew what had happened. I lifted my finger to my lips, as if to silently say, "Shh," to which she gave a single nod. I heard the creak of a door upstairs, followed by nervous footsteps, which quickly brought me back to reality. I placed the gun in Darren's hand and quietly ran into the bathroom nearest the garage door, so I could pretend like I had been there the whole time and was too scared to leave. One of the older boys called 911 while I was still in the bathroom, cleaning a couple of speckled blood spatters off my face. It didn't take long for police, and subsequently the foster child caseworkers, to show up. I overheard one of the officers speaking to the social worker while I was gathering my few possessions. The officer used the word suicide. As far as I know, that's as far as that investigation went. The last time I saw Addie, she was being ushered into a different caseworker's car than I was. Although we didn't speak a word, we made eye contact that said it all. There was a look of mutual understanding. I'm pretty certain that she knew what I did. She also had a look of relief, knowing that her nightmare was over. Although those events took place more than a decade previous, they still played through my mind frequently, followed by the deep twinge of something that I didn't understand. I didn't like that twinge. I needed it to be squashed. After making the decision to find my answers, I found a kid who was a major in computer networking and desperate for social interaction. While I prefer to avoid unnecessary social interaction, Brendan craved it, desperately hoping for the approval of our dim-witted peers. Unfortunately for him, he had absolutely no idea how to interact with people. His awkward posture and random, unrelated comments put most people off to wanting to befriend him. Despite his annoying awkwardness, Brendan had something that I needed from him. His skills and knowledge of computers and the internet were unmatched by anyone I'd ever met. So I gave Brendan the social interaction that he so craved and pretended to be his friend. Brendan ate up any friendship I offered him, and in return was willing to do almost anything to keep it. When I asked him to help me track down my former foster sister, he jumped at the opportunity to help his one and only friend. I gave him all of the information I had on her, which honestly wasn't much. I knew her name was Adeline, the county and city of where we lived when at Darren's house, and that her last name might be Lake. It was about a week later when he called me. "Hey Rich, how are you doing?" "Dude, I have a new neighbor and she's so freaking hot." She waved at me, I think I'll send her an email introducing myself. Anyways, do you want to go to the arcade or something? I groaned inside at hearing his voice. No wonder he scared everyone away. Slow down, bud. Did she give you her email address? I asked. I'd become his social interaction coach. No. I got it from her socials, Brendan said, as if that wasn't the opposite of correct social interaction. I'd watched people for long enough to understand the accepted way of doing things. Okay, you can't do that. That will creep her out. Well then, why does she have her email address available if she doesn't want people to email her? Brendan, I'm not sure how to answer that question, but just trust me on this. All right, Brendan said with a disappointed sigh. So anyways, the arcade? Then I can tell you about Adeline. Wait, you found her? I asked, wondering why he didn't start with that shocking information. Yep, I'm on my way. After 30 minutes of letting Brendan explain to me, in grueling technicalities that I didn't understand, how he did it, he finally told me about Addie. She had continued to bounce around foster homes, finding trouble everywhere she went and racking up quite a juvenile record. Drugs, paraphernalia, trespassing, truancy, etc. She had dropped out of high school at 16, and by the looks of it, ran off and lived on her own at that point, probably on the streets. But it looks like she has a job, Brendan said, apparently sensing my disappointment. She works at some bar called Bare Essentials. Weird name for a bar if you ask me, but it's only 45 minutes away. So she works at a strip club, I asked, picking up on what Brendan was missing. Oh, is that? Oh, said Brendan as the weird name dawned on him. Well, she's 18 at least. Doesn't help, Brendan. Sorry, Brendan said before putting his head down in awkward silence. Well, do you have the address? I'm going to head over. Oh yeah. Just let me get my jacket, Brendan said excitedly. I need to do this one myself, I told Brendan, reeling at the idea of spending 45 minutes in a car with him. Brendan was disappointed, but understanding. After insisting that he'd call me tomorrow, I headed to the address Brendan had given me. I explored my thoughts on the long drive. Why had I felt disappointed at Addie's troubling record of drugs? It didn't impact me or my life, so why did it annoy me that she was working at a trashy strip club? The thought of her crawling around for dollars from middle-aged men, giving them power over her, angered me. The address took me into a dirty, slummy part of the city. The Bare Essentials sign illuminated in from dark with flickering, dirty pink neon lights. The dim street lights exposed the old brick building, fully covered in peeling pink paint, with showgirl silhouettes painted in black. Connected by the same parking lot stood a small, dark red strip motel, built with discolored bricks that had been crumbling away for years. A dirty shopping cart lay on its side, adjacent to the motel, filled with garbage and junk. I walked through the front door, taking in the musk of stale cigarettes. It was mostly dark inside, except for the stage, which was brightly lit. There were maybe 15-20 people in the building, spread out across the bar in various red or black upholstered seats. All of the patrons appeared to be by themselves. Not a single table had more than one person. I walked to a chair in the corner, a dark area where I could sit, as incognito as possible, while having ample opportunity for observation. Most of the men I passed by were middle-aged with a large gut, and I even noticed a few wedding rings. I imagine these guys tell their wives that they are working late, so they can come to hide in the dark strip club and interact with the pretty young ladies. Perhaps they pretend that they are young again, imagining themselves as the young buck that could score attractive young women. What can I get for you, honey? Honey, I looked up to see a woman wearing short black shorts and a black bra, holding a small black notepad. Although she looked to be around 30, her voice sounded as if she'd been smoking for 40 years. I'll take a Sprite. Minimal ice, please. Thank you, Mom, I told her with a smile, holding out a $5 bill. She rolled her eyes, but snatched the bill from my hand and walked away. About 30 minutes went by, with various dancers taking the stage before working their way to the floor to give lap dances for suckers who would pay for a closer experience. Finally, a new dancer took the stage. The club music was replaced by a much more elegant song, a refined instrumental that spoke of beauty and sadness. The music increased in volume as the lights dimmed, showing only the silhouette of the new dancer. She held onto the pole with both hands, her legs spread in either direction, perfectly perpendicular to her torso. The dancer seemingly floated around the pole in eloquent defiance to the very idea of physics. The dancer repositioned with unmatched grace, wrapping her legs around the bar and releasing her hands. Her torso extended away from the bar at a perfect 90 degrees with her hands spread away, still floating around the bar. The lights increased, showing more detail. Her face and body matched the beauty and elegance of her dancing. Her silvery blonde hair fell behind her head, as if suspended by a broken fragment of time. Her hands once again held the pole, and she slid down the ground in one slow, smooth motion. She looked up, opening her eyes for the first time, revealing her stunning blue eyes. Our eyes met, and she stared into mine for a lingering moment. This was her. The once little girl watched me paint the walls with Darren's blood. The dancer was without a doubt Adeline. She finished her routine with the same precision and grace of which she had started. Afterwards, she walked off the stage without an acknowledgement of the small applause that was not worthy of such skill in the first place. Our eyes met again as she started walking toward me without breaking her stare. Despite the several years since we had last seen each other, we shared an unspoken recognition. A hand reached out and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her off her path and to the corner. The person who had grabbed her was a tall, muscular man wearing a tidy black suit. His dark hair was slicked to the side in near-perfect strands. The man looked professional, in a boastful sort of way. You see with politicians and businessmen. The glimmer in Addie's blue eyes faded into a dull disappointment as the suited man handed her off to a fat, middle-aged man with a greedy smile slimed across his face. Fatty then handed Slick Hair cash before grabbing Addie around the back, his hand already working his way to the side of Addie's breast and guiding her out a side door. I sat in my car, staring at the motel. Undoubtedly, that is where Fatty had taken her. Probably a married, sexually frustrated man leaving his depressing life behind for the night to indulge himself in an erotic experience that only money could bring him. Finally, I watched Fatty leave room 6, still tucking in his shirt around his protruding belly. After he drove off, I put my hood over my head and helped myself into the room. The door wasn't closed all of the way, so I simply walked in. She jumped when I walked in, clearly startled, and quickly slipped something into the bedside drawer. "Can't you knock?" she said before turning around. Our eyes met once again, and she froze where she was. "Hey," she said calmly. "Hey, Addie," I replied. "Been a while." "You could say that, Rich," she said while sliding a loose white t-shirt over her bra. "So what brought you here?" she said, sitting back down. "A weird coincidence running into you like this." I could sense a bit of embarrassment over the circumstances of our reunion. I pulled the chair over from the dingy brown table in the corner and took a seat. "Well, it wasn't a coincidence," I said. "I came here to find you." "How'd you know where to find me?" she asked, looking perplexed as she pulled a hairbrush from her bag. "I know a computer nerd," I said matter-of-factly. "Well, that's kind of weird," she said, handing me the comb. "But I've always hoped we'd meet again." "So, what happened to Rich after?" She paused for a moment, carefully considering how to finish her sentence. "After we parted ways," she sat down in front of me and motioned for me to comb the back of her hair. I never brushed anyone's hair before, but it seemed like a straightforward task, so I started gently running the brush through her hair from top to bottom. Well, I bounced around to several homes, hated everybody, but a childless couple adopted me in high school, I told her, continuing to make long, careful strokes with the brush. "I'm at the university now, and where did Addie go?" Oh, just a bunch of bad places. Chubby too. I finally just left when I was 16. She flinched as the brush caught a knot in her hair. I was on the streets for a while before Alexander found me. He gave me a job and a roof. That slick-haired guy out there? Yeah, she let out a big sigh. That's him. He owns the club and this motel. So he's been pimping you out since you were a minor? I asked, trying not to sound too straightforward. But how else do you say it? Oh, you're one to judge, she said, standing up and facing me. Shot anyone in the face recently? So you do remember? I said quietly, phrased more as a statement than a question. How could I forget? She said, slightly exasperated. Getting molested every day, and then seeing that man's head explode kind of leaves a mark, you know. I'm sorry, I told her. I had no idea you were there. I had apologized many times in my life. But for the first time, I think I actually meant it. Addie took a deep breath. Wow, she said. It's fair to say you did the world a favor. She took the hairbrush from my hand and sat back down on the bed and looked down at the brush. Unfortunately, there's a lot more Darrens in this world. So why enable them? I asked. Why let someone like Alexander rule your life? What else am I good for? There's only one thing people want from me. Who cares what other people want? Do what you want. You can be a dancer without doing it for old men, you know. I can tell you love dancing. It was written all over your face, and you're incredible at it. It's my only escape, she said softly, but unable to hide a slight smile while she fiddled with the brush in her hands. Well then, leave this place behind you, I said, sitting forward. Drop the drugs, drop the people controlling you, and move on. As soon as I said drugs, I seemed to have hit a nerve. She looked up, seeming both embarrassed and agitated. Look, idiot, you don't understand, she said, throwing her hands in the air. Lucky Rich kills someone and moves on like it never happened, then gets adopted by privileged parents and sent off to college while I had to run away and live on the streets. Why do you give a heck what happens to me anyway? Her outburst took me by surprise, but I calmly reached for her hand before telling her the truth I'd never told anyone before. A truth I was only barely honest with myself about. Addie, I have one memory of my actual mother. Just one. I looked up into her blue, watery eyes. All I remember is her eyes. She had amazing blue eyes. And every time I see you, I remember her. I paused to take a deep breath. You're the only person in my life I've ever cared about. The only one who has ever made me feel anything besides hatred. That's why I killed Darren. I saw what he was doing to you. She pulled her hand away, and for a second, she looked scared. Her face relaxed as she realized the truth of what had happened that day so long ago. She reached for my face with both hands, and before I even realized what was happening, she pushed her lips into mine. I felt something turn in my chest, sort of like the feeling of falling, but combined with an emotion I didn't understand. I honestly didn't know what to do in those short but lasting seconds that we kissed. But I do know that I kissed her back. The door of the motel opened, snapping me back to reality. Adeline jumped at the startling entrance and pulled away from me. Who the heck is this? Said our intruder, who I quickly realized was Alexander, the slick-haired pimp who seemed to think of himself as an international drug lord, as opposed to the owner of a strip club on the fringe of the city. Alex, she said, failing to not sound surprised. I was just catching up with an old friend. Shut up, idiot, Alexander said before he pushed her hard. Addie fell hard into the nightstand beside the bed. Doing business behind my back, huh? I stood up and moved between Addie and Alex, but he grabbed me and slammed me hard into the small table. I fought to free myself, but Alex was much bigger and stronger than I, so he easily pushed my head back down and put me in an armbar from which I could not maneuver out from. If you want a piece of any of my girls, you go through me. He ripped me from the table and threw me out the door, where I fell backward onto the pavement. The door slammed shut, and I heard the lock click into place. What Alex didn't know is that while he was pushing me into the table, I took the small brass key, which was now in my hand. I stood up, absolutely enraged. I felt angry all of the time, and I frequently experienced rage, but never in my life had I felt as angry as I did right now. My hands shook with rage at the man who had just leveraged so much power over me, and even more over Addie. Nobody could be allowed to have that power over me. I always win. I walked across the parking lot to my car, popped the trunk. I looked for anything that could be used as a weapon, but all I had was a small tire iron and some nitrile disposable gloves I use when I change the oil. I put on 2 pairs of gloves and reached for the tire iron before I picked up the iron. The shopping cart in the corner caught my eye. I jogged across the parking lot and kicked around through the trash, where I found an old, rusty but sturdy 2-foot-long crowbar. That was perfect. I picked it up and hurried back to room 6. I could still hear Alex through the closed door. "After everything I've done for you." An audible slap was followed by a painstaking gasp from Addie. "You decide to undercut me right underneath my nose? Stupid idiot." Another strike was heard, but that one was definitely a closed fist. I quietly put the key inside the lock and turned it. As soon as the door was unlocked, I ran into the room, filled with every bit of rage I'd ever felt in my entire life. Addie was sprawled on the bed with her shirt pulled over her head and her bra pushed up to her neck, and Alexander was halfway through pulling his slacks down. "I told you to leave," Alex said, trying to pull his pants back up. While his hands were down, I swung the crowbar as hard as I could and connected right into his Adam's apple. Alex fell backward, unable to catch his fall, with his legs still stuck in his pants. "Rich," Addie said, scrambling to get up. "Why did you do that?" she asked. "Because he can't scream if his larynx is crushed," I told her, pulling the crowbar up. A gurgling gasp came from Alex, who struggled to breathe. I swung the crowbar down hard onto his face. His jaw cracked and the curved end of the crowbar punctured through his cheek so that I could see it inside his open mouth. I ripped the crowbar upward, which tore through his cheek, leaving a large gap in the side of his face, in which you could see his back teeth and protruding jawbone. "Jesus, Rich," Addie exclaimed, putting her hands up to her mouth. "He gets mad sometimes, but it was going to be fine. You didn't need to do that." "Yes, I did," I said, as Alex gurgled below, struggling to get air in and out of his lungs. "Don't you ever get sick of people having power over you? Don't you feel the rage? Feel it. Feel the rage, and show him who has the power." I extended the crowbar to Addie, who took it timidly. "Go on while He's still conscious. Let him feel it," I told her excitedly, reveling in the excitement of Alex's pain and imminent death. "You have the power now." Addie looked down at Alexander, seeming perplexed. Her brows then creased, and I watched her eyes embrace the hatred for the scum on the floor. She raised the crowbar while Alex looked up at her. His eyes were filled with pitiful terror as, for the first time, he lay helpless to her power. She slammed the crowbar down onto the scum's head. There was a thud as the bar smacked him in the forehead, as his eyes pleaded for mercy, unable to scream. "There you go. Now use the pointed part," I encouraged. She let out a grunt of rage as she crashed the bar into his head again, and was rewarded with the crack of his skull breaking. "Yes, do it again." Adding to my thrill, she swung the crowbar again, and again, and again, disfiguring his face and knocking pieces of his skull away. With each strike, his bones cracked and easily gave way to the rage behind that crowbar. Finally, after 10 or so swings, she stopped. The crowbar clambered to the floor as she took heavy breaths. I admired her beauty for a moment. With speckled blood over her skin and silvery blonde hair, before crouching down to see our handiwork. His mouth was open, with jaw fragments and teeth hanging loosely in the gaping hole that was once his cheek. That was my doing, but his head, the best part, that was all Addy. His skull just above his forehead was completely caved in, deformed like a dent in a car. Blood protruded freely from the interrupted folds in his protruding brain. "Nice job, Addy," I said with a chuckle. "Looks like you get the last laugh."
Looks like you get the last laugh.
Winning is wonderful, isn't it? I looked back to see Addie's smile, but instead lost mine. I turned just in time to see her push the plunger of the syringe that was already in her arm. She took a deep, relieving breath and fell backward onto the bed. I stood up and looked down upon her, my exuberant thrill replaced with disappointment. I looked around the dreary room and the beautiful mess we made, then back to Addie, who lay on the bed, so high she barely seemed conscious. That's when the reality of the situation struck me, and I cursed myself for being so sloppy. Sure, I enjoyed it, loved it actually, and sure, I'd killed multiple people before, but those were planned and calculated. This situation was a catastrophic mess. I sat down on the chair from earlier to ponder what had caused this mess. The answer was simple. There was one thing that separated me from the worthless fools around me. I act out of self-preservation and personal betterment, while everyone else acted out of the one thing I was usually void of: emotion. I had never acted with so much emotion before. It was normal for me to feel anger. I constantly felt contempt for most everyone around, and even rage from time to time, but I kept all of that secondhand. I controlled the rage and let it out only when it was the proper time, that moment being the only exception to my usual behavior, thanks to the one person in my entire life that had ever made me feel anything else. That helpless girl with the stunning blue eyes and silvery blonde hair. The girl who couldn't handle doing what is necessary for herself, and instead escaped in the mind-numbing fluid from that syringe. I sat, disappointed in Addie, but more disappointed in myself for succumbing to the foolishness of a common person. I knew not to trust anyone but myself, but I had put so much trust in Adeline. What did I think would happen? She'd be able to handle a murder the way I do. Of course she would panic after. She was not gifted in the way I am. To no fault of her own, she was burdened with pitiful empathy. The mess was salvageable, though, and it was time to clean it up and take care of my mistake. I stood up with a plan in clear mind, ready to act. "Addie," I said, but she barely stirred. "Addie," I said again, giving her a firm shake. "Are there cameras at this motel?" "No," she mumbled. "What about the club?" "No cameras, just in case the police come," she said softly. That made sense. Putting cameras around would just be recording proof of the crimes being committed. If the police ever came looking into Alex's operation, there'd be no visual evidence for them to collect. I searched around the room, looking for anything that could have my fingerprints on them. The chair, the key, the doorknob, and the hairbrush were the only things I had touched with ungloved hands. I stepped around the scum's body, careful to not touch the blood and leave a footprint. From the room, I collected a dingy white washcloth, a grocery bag, and some Lysol. After gently applying a conservative amount of Lysol to the cloth, I carefully wiped down each item to ensure I left no evidence suggesting that I was ever here. I carefully checked Alex's pockets for anything that might have been recording. I found nothing that would cause me problems. But I did find a knife. Now that the evidence was cleared, there was just one last thing to take care of. I gently lifted Addie's legs so that she lay completely on the center of the bed. I checked the open drawer next to her, which had one more syringe in it, already filled with fluid. Must have been some sort of narcotic. "Rich," Addie said, stirring. "I'm right here," I told her gently. Her eyes opened, and once again I was staring into her stunning blue eyes. "We killed him," she said, perhaps coming out of her daze and regaining some form of composure. "You must have had a bad dream," I told her, sticking the needle into the vein she had used earlier. "Go back to sleep, Addie. I'll see you in the morning." I pushed the plunger down, and her eyes closed again. It was time. I lifted her arm furthest from me. I hesitated to do it. A huge part of me didn't want to, but I had found the one emotional weakness in my life, and I needed to remove it. I knew what had to be done. I pushed the knife into her wrist and moved the blade up toward her elbow, separating the skin and allowing the dark liquid to flow free. I gently placed her wrist down by her side, before doing the same with her right wrist. I then placed the knife in her hand and neatly laid her arm down by her side. I checked to make sure there was nobody in the parking lot, before turning to take one last look at her. "I'm sorry, Adeline," I whispered, knowing that would be the last time I ever meant it. I forced myself to turn away, leaving my weakness behind. I removed the pieces of blood-speckled clothing before getting in my car, and placed them in a grocery sack, and wore only my undergarments and a rain jacket that I kept in my car. That drive home felt like years. It was an opportunity for reflection and rebirth. I bleached the articles of clothing I had worn that night and disposed of them. Unlike my previous kills, this wasn't a sensational news story. The death of a wealthy high school athlete and young college students breaks hearts, but the deaths of orphan sex workers and pimps mean nothing to society. Even the empathy of the common man has its limits. I sought out Addie to find answers, and I believe that I found them, to a degree. Although I don't understand the things I felt in those moments when I was with her, I had rendered them irrelevant. That last piece of emotional weakness bled out alongside Adeline. Despite the pain it caused me to do so, I was free. Those chilling words marked the end of the third manuscript. This story was not easy to find, as there wasn't any notable news coverage of the event. As much as I hate to admit it, Rich is almost correct when he states that it seems as though nobody cares when someone like a sex worker or drug addict dies. Addicts, homeless, and those involved in the crime that exists within the fringes of society are found dead or go missing every day, but are usually ignored. However, I knew that such a disturbing crime would undoubtedly leave an impression with any officer involved. I have many contacts in law enforcement, so I made some phone calls. I have unfortunately verified the validity of this manuscript. Adeline Lake and Alexandra Slangian were found dead in a hotel room in what was ruled a gruesome murder-suicide. The thing that chills me to my bones is that the details in the story are correct, but this information was never made available to the general public. That means that whoever wrote this and sent it to me was either there at the scene or involved in law enforcement. That means that Rich is very much a true serial killer, still living amongst us, a free man having never paid for his crimes. Or, as I must consider, I have made a few enemies in my time, and someone may be trying to make a fool of me. Nonetheless, I have made some contact with officials suggesting that these cases ought to be reopened, but I've been met with heavy skepticism and resistance. It appears that it's on me to investigate. The one question that keeps bugging me is, why are these manuscripts being sent to me? What do you think? The story of Windsor Castle, a hollow glass deep in the trenches. Story 8. I had woken up after a very long time. It almost felt like an eternity. I opened my eyes, and there it was. The night, my lost love. I was so happy, so excited to see the night, that I didn't even move for a full minute after waking up. I just stayed in bed looking at the beautiful darkness and listening to the melodious silence. It was breathtaking. The moment. I was so happy that I didn't even realize that I was smiling. From ear to ear, lying in my bed, staring into the darkness. I got out of the bed and hurtled towards the kitchen to get a bottle out of the fridge. I turned on the light, opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle, shut the fridge, and there it was. A tiny piece of orange paper stuck on the door. I carelessly pulled it and looked at the words, "Buy milk." I wondered when I had written that. I couldn't remember. Okay. I shrugged and went out to buy some milk. I entered the store. The only store that was open at that hour of the night. I grabbed a carton and steered to the counter. The guy behind the counter looked tired. "Is that all?" he asked. I nodded and reached into my pocket. That's when I realized that I had forgotten my wallet. Did I even have a wallet? I looked at the guy. I'm sorry. I don't have any money, I said. He made a face that I hated. He snatched the carton from the counter. It wasn't even in my hand. "Don't waste my time," he said. That's it. I thought, "You won't live to see another day." I stared at him for a few seconds. Not now, I told myself. There were cameras everywhere, so I dragged my feet and went out into the night. I was just strolling through the streets, kicking stones and empty bottles scattered on the road. It was supposed to be a magical night, but I had to wait for the store to close, and that could take hours. I didn't hold grudges, but I wasn't a hunting kind either. It was usually the one whom I laid my eyes on first, or the one who pissed me off. And in this case, it was both. I was walking on the road by the park when I saw the silhouette of a man. He stood at the corner of the park and was talking to someone. I tilted my head and walked a little further. I saw the fat man reach into his pocket, take out something, probably money, and give it to someone who appeared to be a woman. Then I saw them both go into the park. Interesting, I thought, as I strolled towards the entrance of the park. It was dead quiet in the park. I thought I would hear the chirping of the crickets, but no. Nothing. So I tuned my ears for the sound of shuffling bushes or something similar in that context, and I heard it. Yep, there they were, in a dark corner. I couldn't see their faces, but there was no mistaking as to what they were doing. I just had to wait until one of them left, and I could take either of them. But something happened. Something that made me change my mind. I saw the man rough-handling the woman. He was probably trying to do something that she didn't want to do. Hey, that's not what we agree. Shut up, you idiot. I saw the man throw her to the ground and kick her, again and again. I kept looking at the silhouette of that fat man with a blank face. He didn't piss me off, but something about me still wanted to do it. So I did it. I woke up the following night, unsatisfied. I couldn't understand it. Why was I up so early? The same thing had happened to me the previous time. And before that, first, the stray dog wasn't enough. Neither was the neighbor's cat. It was happening to me again. I got out of the bed with sleepy eyes and tired muscles. I was thinking about the previous night. What could have gotten wrong? I wondered. I walked up to the fridge and there it was again. The note, "Buy milk." I pulled it, and then it all came back to me. The guy at the store, yes, he pissed me off. How could I have slept when I knew he was alive and breathing, snatching milk cartons from the hands of those who had forgotten to bring their wallets? Yes, that was why I had woken up so soon. I dashed out of the apartment, into the peaceful night, except it wasn't so peaceful tonight. I saw a couple of policemen patrolling the area. Their jeep was parked in front of the store. A smile stretched across my face. So they've seen my work, I thought. They were looking for me, but they had no idea that the man they were looking for had just walked past them and into the store. I was still smiling because I knew that no matter how hard they tried, they would never get me. I walked to the counter, and my smile vanished as I looked at the man behind the counter. My blood started to boil. Oh yes, this is it, I thought. After this man, I'll be able to sleep for a long, long time. I bought some milk and some chocolates and headed out. No matter how much I wanted that, I still had to wait. The night became quieter. The two policemen had already dozed off in their jeep. The silent wind rustled their hair as the man turned off the lights, stepped out of the store, and locked the door. He then strode away, rattling the keys in his hands, and probably humming. I couldn't hear him from this afar. It was my time. I smiled as I followed him. When I got a little closer, I heard that he indeed was humming Aurora's Runaway. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? Oh, he wouldn't run anywhere from me, I thought. He was too much in his head that he didn't notice another man walking right behind him. Maybe he hadn't heard the news of a fat man, a woman abuser, who was found dead in the park, not very far from his store. But it was good for me. He turned into a rather darker street, and my night just turned amazing. I had thought that I would finally go to sleep for a long time, that I had had my fun, and now it was time to rest for a while, until I would wake up again to do it once more, to reunite with my love. The night, I thought I wouldn't wake up the very next day. Not during the daylight, anyway, and certainly not in his office. At first, I couldn't understand anything. Where was I asked myself, and then it came to me like a very fast-moving vehicle coming head-on towards me. He knows. That was the only explanation. He must have found out that I had woken up. I looked at the date on his computer, and yes, for sure, it made sense. That night, after I had had my fun with the store guy, I went to sleep. He would have woken up the next morning and realized somehow what I had been up to. I must have left a clue or something. Or maybe he just heard or saw the news and figured it out. Whatever it was, he didn't sleep the following evening. He didn't sleep all night, and then he came here to his office in the morning. But he was tired and sleep deprived. He must have dozed off while working, and thus, there I was, in his office, in the middle of the day. Now, I didn't like the idea of sharing a body with someone, and as much as my other self would claim that it was his body and I was just a parasite, he and I both knew it wasn't true. The fact that I used to sleep most of the time did not give him the right to call me a parasite. In fact, there used to be a time when we both would be awake at the same time. A time when we were one. It was a very long time ago. We were just kids back then. I remember how I used to suggest different games, but he would always chicken out. Oh, Mom wouldn't like that. No, we can't do this, or we'll be punished or sent away, and blah, blah, blah. It was always his stupid friends and his stupid games. I wanted to play my game, a different one, and an interesting one at that. So I took the matter into my own hands, literally. First, it was a stray dog. It was half dead anyway. The number of stray animals in this country has always been on the rise. Dogs, cats, and cows, and no one cared. No authority or government body did anything. A few NGOs were founded, but nothing changed. Now I could have tried to go for a cow. Bigger, better, and more fun than a tiny half-dead dog, but even though no one cared about these animals except a few who would occasionally feed them previous night's leftovers, a countrywide emergency would be declared if anyone dared to touch these holy cows. Moreover, I was just a kid back then, so I settled for the dog. It was the first time I had so much fun. That night I went to bed hoping for a very long sleep, but I woke up the very next day feeling unsatisfied and incomplete, as if the events of the previous day had never happened. I wanted more. I needed more. Second, it was the neighbor's cat. It felt a little personal. That was what I needed. Nobody cared for that stupid dog. When I saw Mr. and Mrs. D'Souza crying and sticking flyers all over the neighborhood, it gave me an unexplainable comfort, just like it gave me a comfort watching those policemen patrolling just for me. But it still wasn't enough. I still needed something more. I didn't know what it was. I saw the life leaving the dog's and the cat's eyes. What more could I have wanted? I wondered, and then I found it. Hey, Sachin, drew on the desk on your own time. Someone shouted. I looked up at the big, bald man wearing a large pair of eyeglasses staring right at me. I didn't need anybody to tell me this man was his boss. I pay you to work, not sleep. I stared at his back as he walked away. I looked at the time. It was already 5. That's it, I thought. He won't live to see another day. But I had to wait, so I walked out of the office towards the parking lot. Do I own a car? I asked myself as I checked my pockets for keys. I did find something, but it wasn't the keys. It was a letter. I pulled it out and looked at the words scribbled on one of the folded sides in the same handwriting that the words "buy milk" had written on the note that I had found on the fridge. To you? It was for me. From him. I was standing there in the parking lot holding the letter like an idiot. I looked for the keys, found them in my car. His car, whatever, jumped into the driver's seat and started to read the letter. I know that you have woken up. I don't know for how long you have been active, but I know that you killed that man in the park and the one in the alley. I should have realized it when I looked for some milk in the fridge and found none. It felt as if I was having déjà vu, because I distinctly remembered putting a note on the fridge. It had happened the previous day, but I ignored it. I shouldn't have. Now I know that we don't get along, and I've never written to you before, but this time I had to. It's important. When I saw the news about the man in the park, it didn't bother me at all, but the next day, I saw the news about the guy who worked at the store, and I found milk in the fridge even though I hadn't bought any. I figured it out. It had to be you. You are awake, and you are killing just like the last time and the time before that. And you won't go to sleep until you hurt someone really close to me. It's always been like that. My roommate in college, and before that. My brother, and then it all came back to me. Yes, of course, I thought. The dog and the cat weren't enough because I didn't get what I was looking for. The life leaving their eyes wasn't as satisfying as the horror in the eyes of his brother. The feeling, the acknowledgement that they recognize the face looking upon them. Yes, that's what I want, I thought. The fear, the horror, the shock, the confusion, as they look into the eyes of who they thought was their friend or brother, or someone close to them, someone they thought they knew. The sense of betrayal, the realization that none could be trusted, not even the ones close to them. That was what I wanted. That was why I couldn't sleep for the past 2 nights. That was why I woke up every night feeling unsatisfied. Nobody ever found out what happened to his brother, and nobody ever would. I remembered it. That night, I went to bed, and I slept, for I didn't know how long, but it was the best sleep I had ever had. When I woke up the next time, he was already in college. I remembered how I wandered the lonely streets for many nights looking for playmates. It was a drunk man the first night. It was so unsatisfying that I knew beforehand that I would wake up the following night. And certainly I did. Next, it was a guitarist returning from a music night or whatever. It still wasn't enough. I didn't know the reason for my dissatisfaction, so I kept searching the streets. Fortunately, his roommate noticed me slipping out of the bed every night, followed by the news of someone having been murdered the next day. He thought himself to be some sort of a detective. Idiot. He followed me the next time. Well, it turned out very lucky for me. I had the longest sleep ever after that because I woke up after a very long time. 2 nights ago. I continued reading the letter. I should thank you that you never let anything trace back to me, but I won't. You killed my brother and my best friend. You disgust me. The reason I didn't turn myself in is that deep down I'm afraid that it was all me. It doesn't matter what I believe or what I tell myself. You are still a part of me. Maybe it was a deep-rooted desire of mine. Maybe you are not even there. Maybe you are not even real. Maybe I created you to make myself feel better. But whatever it is, I want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of it. I want to be free. free of you, free of my fears. God knows I've been working so hard for all these years to get myself the life that I deserve. I thought you were gone. I thought that desire deep inside had died. But when you woke up again, it made me realize what could happen to my life. The life that I worked so hard for. I can let that happen, so I have an offer for you. A deal, if you will. A deal, if you will. The reason I am writing to you is that I've met someone. Yes, I found someone that I think I can spend the rest of my life with. She is the most amazing person I've ever met. She makes me feel loved, and I can't lose her, so here's my offer to you. You do whatever you like. I'll give you a whole weekend. Kill anyone you wish to kill. Today's Thursday. I'm not going to sleep tonight and tomorrow. After work, I'll go straight to sleep. Hell, I'll sleep in the office right before 5. You'll find the keys in the pocket and the car in the parking lot. Go do whatever you want to do. And in return, I ask for just one thing. Just the one, and that is, spare my girlfriend. Go kill anyone you want to. No matter how close to me, but spare her. This is more of a request than an offer. Please, take the whole weekend to yourself and go to sleep on Sunday night. And I promise you that I'll give you the whole weekend again the next time you ever wake up. We can find a way to live like this. We can have an arrangement. We can do this. We can do this. I hope you'll understand. Your other self. I kept staring at the words. I had finished the letter, but I was fixated on one thing. Maybe you were not even real. He thought I wasn't real. How dare he? I felt a rage inside me. It wasn't enough that he shared my body, but he claimed it to be his, and now he rendered it just a ghost, a mere creation of himself. He thought that he had created me, that I was nothing but his deepest, darkest desire, that I was not even real. Oh, I'll show him how real I am, I decided, and then I fired up the engine and drove off. I had something on my mind. I pulled in the driveway, killed the engine, and looked at the suburban house in front of me. The address wasn't too difficult to find. My clumsy other self had saved it in his contacts along with her number and her birthday. I was so furious that I couldn't convince myself to at least wait for the night to climb up. I had to do it, and I had to do it right then. I got out of the car, walked up to the front door, pressed the doorbell, and waited. How would I do it? I began to plan. Knife, hammer, or good old bare hands? Hammer or good old. But let's take a look at our playmate first and then decide, I told myself. I stood prepared as I heard the footsteps. The door opened, our eyes met, and suddenly, something happened to me. Something that had never happened to me. She, on the other hand, was surprised to see me. Her voice sounded like the crackling of marbles in a glass when she asked, "What? Hey? What are you doing here? I thought you were going on a business trip." She didn't wait for my answer, though. Maybe it was a rhetorical question. She leaned in and hugged me. When she let go of me and stared at my blank face, she went, "Okay, who the hell are you?" My heart dropped a beat. Did she know I wasn't her boyfriend? How could she? I couldn't risk it. I had to do something. So bare hands it is. I decided to move a step ahead when... "And what have you done with Sachin?" Wow. What a nice surprise. So you lied about the whole business trip, huh? And I didn't know that you had it in you. Come on, Anne. I'll put on some tea. Okay. It is safe, I told myself. Don't panic. I stepped in, and my olfactory sensors were attacked with a flowery scent. She motioned me to sit on the table, so I did, and waited as she went into the kitchen. I looked around and imagined what those walls would look like painted red in her blood. Yes, I smiled. He would walk through that door and see that wall there read, maybe with something scribbled on it. Something like, "Am I real enough now?" When you said I wouldn't see you for the weekend, I got depressed. To be honest, she said as she walked back in with the tray. She poured me some tea, added sugar, milk, and started stirring. I looked at her small, pretty face, her petite form, and pictured her lying motionless, probably with her eyes open. That would send a real message to him. But as I was looking at her, a passive slow wind came into the room, blew her hair, and I smelled that flowery scent once again. It was coming from her. I kept staring at her as she jerked her head and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, and the picture in my mind changed. Now the picture in my mind still had her, but in a completely different scenario. Why am I picturing this? I wondered as I tried to focus on literally anything else than what her warm, naked body would feel like against mine. She handed me the tea. I took a sip and closed my eyes. The warmth, the scent, and the sound of her breathing were captivating. Now the picture became even more clearer. I jerked my head and opened my eyes. It was time to finish this, but she wasn't there. I looked around and found her standing by the window, looking at a car that had just pulled into the driveway of the house next door. Perfect, I thought. She has her back towards me. It would be easier. I stood up and was ready to do it when she said it. Don't you sometimes feel like killing someone? I stopped dead. How is she doing it? I felt like I should say something, but I couldn't think of anything. I'm sorry. It's just my neighbor that I told you about. Okay, she isn't talking about me, I thought. Foo. I felt calm, but I found that the flowery scent was going fainter with every breath. I needed more of it, so I unknowingly walked towards her. Then my nostrils refilled with the heavenly fragrance. What happened? I asked. Remember I told you about my porch that I had just fixed? It was him who smashed his car into it, and there he is again. He comes home drunk every other night whenever his wife goes out of town for work. The thing is that he always turns his car too early and smashes into my porch. It's the third time this month. She was looking out the window and I was looking at her. The picture reappeared in my mind. What was happening to me? And that's not all. He throws his empty bottles into my backyard so that his wife can't see them in the trash, and I don't know why he randomly starts to play with his lights. I had to focus. I jerked my head again and looked out the window. His living room light was flickering. It seemed as if he couldn't decide if he wanted his light on or off. I was just about to begin picturing her again, but my eyes laid upon the house across the street. Its light was flickering too. I smiled. I smiled. He's having an affair with the lady across the street, I said, smiling. She turned and laughed. The entire living room filled with the sound of 1,000 string instruments. What? Where did that come from? She asked. What? Where did that come from? He's not randomly flickering his light. It's Morse code. I couldn't see all of it, but the lady across the street just said, yes. She laughed again. An encrypted booty call? How do they even know Morse code? How do you even know Morse code? I simply just smiled and walked back to finish my tea. She kept smiling too. Later that evening at the dinner table, we both ate silently, and I tried to picture my blood painting once again, but found it difficult. I didn't know why a different picture kept peeking into my imagination. A picture of two persons wrapped onto each other as if they were just one. I couldn't shake it out of my mind. And as if it wasn't enough, are you picturing it too? I looked at her with guilt all over my face, but this time I didn't panic. I had a fork in my hand. I could end it any time I wanted. But for some reason, I didn't. What do you mean? I asked. Are you picturing them too? My neighbor and the lady across the street doing it. It's so weird, right? Yeah. She narrowed her eyebrows. This time she was actually on to me. Okay. What's the matter with you? What? What do you mean? You've been acting strange all evening? Is something wrong? No. It's all good. She sighed and dug into her plate again. It wasn't until late at night when I was in her bedroom that I started seeing the picture even more clearly. Yes, I thought. This was the perfect place for my artwork. Real personal. These white sheets drenched. These walls dripping. And she, the centerpiece, right here, perfectly still, eyes wide open, and her body cold as ice. But along with that picture, another one crept into my head as she entered the bedroom in her silk lingerie and stood at the door posing for me, smiling mischievously. She must have expected something else, something more, but to be honest, she expected him so. When she saw my blank face struggling to keep a certain picture out of my mind, she stopped smiling. Now she seemed a bit concerned. "All right. What is it, honey?" "And don't say it's all good." She sat beside me and put her hand on my shoulder. Her touch felt comforting, and her fragrance enticing. "What's wrong?" she asked again. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I was struggling to just keep myself out of my fantasy. "Wait, is it about what you said to me the other night? About the other half of yourself?" And there it was again. My heart jumped. She knew about me, and not just that, but also that she knew about me. Because he had told her about me. My brain stopped working, so I couldn't even think when I opened my mouth. "He told you about me?" I stupidly asked. "Oh, I get it," she said, winking. "Okay, I'll play along if that's what you want." "Yes, he told me about you, so relax." "Yes, he told me about you, so relax." "What did he say?" Uh, I, right after we had, well, you said." "Sorry." She raised her palms in defense. He said that he wasn't being totally honest with me. At first, I thought he was cheating on me, but then he told me what he meant. "What?" I asked eagerly. He said that I didn't get to know all of him. Apparently, there was this other self of him which I never got to meet. The other part of him. You, I guess, she said, snickering as if she was in a role play. And he didn't say that it was his imagination, like it wasn't real. Oh no, definitely not. You. He said he wished it was all imaginary, but it wasn't. I didn't say anything after that, nor did I ask anything else. She didn't push me either. We stayed in bed cuddling as she drifted off to sleep. But I stayed awake all night. Not because I was afraid of him taking over. I wasn't. I stayed awake because I was thinking about what he had said to her. He mentioned me to another person. I thought that he was terrified of me, that he wanted to bury me down, that he was disgusted by me, but none of that was true. Most of all, he considered me a part of him, the other half of him, to be precise. He didn't think that I was imaginary. But then why had he written all those things in the letter? Why indeed? The next morning was just the usual Saturday morning. I took her to the window to show her his neighbor sneaking out of the house across the street. She started jumping on her feet, clapping her hands. I thought of a thing that would add to her joyful morning. "Let me get the newspaper," I said as I dashed towards the porch. He saw me as I picked up the newspaper. He tried not to look guilty, but what good could that have done to him? "Good morning, neighbor," I said, smiling ear to ear at him. "Could I talk to you for a minute?" "What?" he said, rather grumpily. "Could you please not smash your car into my girlfriend's porch?" The word girlfriend sent shivers down my spine. "And it would also help if you don't throw empty bottles in her backyard." His expressions were evidence that he didn't care at all. Maybe my skinny body wasn't as intimidating. Only if he knew me. He started walking away. "Excuse me, neighbor. I'm serious." I didn't know why I was still smiling. Maybe because I knew it was going to end in my favor. "Don't do it again, or else..." He stopped and turned. "Or what?" I would have to talk to your wife and the nice lady across the street. I smiled even wider when I saw his face fall. I don't know what you are talking about. I knew it was done. I just had to land the finisher. I stopped smiling and said, throw another bottle in my girlfriend's backyard and you'll know what I'm talking about. And then I just walked away. I knew he was looking at my back, grinding his teeth, and that made me feel awesome. The first thing I heard as I stepped back in was, I can't believe you did that. She jumped on me, hugging me. That was really... She couldn't finish. Her voice sounded like she was tearing up. She let go of me, and I saw the two small puddles of tears glimmering in the morning light. I love you. I love you. I love all of you. We spent the whole day together. I fixed her porch all by myself. Then we cleared her backyard, and she showed me the little patch of garden where she grew the flowers that she used to make homemade perfume. That garden was the source of that enticing, unforgettable, and heavenly fragrance. In the afternoon, we watched her favorite movie. In the evening, she made what she thought was my favorite dish. But it was his favorite. It was his favorite. It was delicious, though. And at night, that picture, my imagination, that curious fantasy of mine became reality. Her body was way more beautiful than in my imagination. For all that time, she was with me. The universe came to a pause, or at least, it was what it felt like. That day and that night were the most amazing times of my awakening. Even better than all of my nights spent with all of my playmates. And it didn't end there. The next day, I took her shopping. We spent the whole day out, and in the evening, when I had dropped her at her home and was driving back to his house, my house, whatever, it came to me why he had written all those things in that letter. I couldn't resist laughing out loud. I entered the house, and the first thing I did was take a blank sheet of paper, a pen, and sat down to write to him. Yes, I wrote a letter to my other self. You crazy idiot. You manipulating little bum. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You sent me there. You said all those things to make me go there. But I gotta tell you, at first I thought that you had put too much at risk, but now I know that you didn't. You knew exactly what you were doing. You know her to the soul. You knew that she would amaze me just like she amazed you. After all, we both are two halves of the same person. And I have to tell you that I like her too. Actually, I envy you because tonight I will go to sleep. And for how long, I don't know. But you'll get to spend the rest of your life with her. I hope that I will wake up again someday. I hope to see you two married by then. Probably a couple of kids too. You were right. We could have an arrangement because I don't want to miss being with her. Honestly, because I love her too. This is what you wanted, isn't it? She loves all of you with all of herself, so you wanted to love all of her too with all of yourself. Didn't you? Wow. You got it. And I wish I could change what happened. What I did to your brother and your best friend. I wish I could say I was sorry, at least. But you know that I don't feel that way. I can't ever feel those things. I hope you will understand me, but I promise you I would never hurt anyone you care about. Especially now that I know the only person you care about is also the person I care about. Till next time, your other self. I stuck the letter to the fridge door, and then I stepped out for some fresh air and to be with my lost love. The night, for the last time, before I went back to sleep. By the time I came back, it was already way past midnight. Now there was nothing else left to do except go to sleep. For a very, very long time. I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and smiled as I thought that he would wake up the next day and find the letter. I smiled because I knew he would smile too upon reading it. He would be happy, but it would still be the second best thing to happen to him tomorrow. The best thing to happen to him would be I smiled even wider from ear to ear when he would go to his office and he would find out what had happened to his boss. Story 9. In early April of 2016, a study was conducted on the psychological effects of solitary confinement under the influence of lights. It was on a Sunday morning when the tragedy transpired for Guy Anonymous. At their request, we have omitted the names of those involved who did not wish them included. He had just sat down with a frothy cup of flat white when the unknown number dialed his phone. Calling from a New York State penitentiary was a prison chaplain, who opened the conversation with, "Good evening, Mr. Anonymous." Then, indiscreetly, the chaplain did not hesitate to add, the voice, as Guy describes it, was hollow and absent, but trying its best to sound compassionate, like an apathetic machine wired to read an empathetic script. The chaplain continued, "It concerns your brother. Last night he unexpectedly passed away in our custody. The remains have been released to a mortuary and must be claimed within 48 hours or disposition must be made, as provided by law." The call was then affectionately ended with, "We extend our sympathy for your loss." One day after that, a letter of condolence was sent. At 3:15 a.m., March 13th, Guy's twin had hung himself in his cell, ending a 70-day stretch in solitary confinement. An officer had found his somewhat elevated body motionless and unresponsive. The bed sheet had been used, tied off to a plumbing fixture. Death by slow strangulation. Very few ligature marks visible on the neck. Heavy discharges of vomit from both nose and mouth, as summarized in the investigative report. It had been his 4th year of a 25-year sentence for second-degree murder. He had been convicted of killing a woman he was attempting to carjack. My little brother had issues. I've always known that. Guy fought back the quivering tones in his speech and paused to wipe his eyes. We had just graduated high school when our parents passed from a car accident. They were both killed almost instantly. We had no aunts or uncles, no trustworthy relatives. We just had each other. He got mixed up with bad people. They got in his head and led him down a bad, very crooked path. I gave him all the help he needed. I did. It wasn't enough to steer him from that path, but I never gave up on him. After every phone call, every monitored visit, I told him I'd always be here, waiting for his sentence to clear. Guy also had this to add. I know that I am not alone in my belief that solitary confinement is a monstrous punishment to inmates. My brother had a history of mental issues. He should have been in a hospital, not a prison, let alone an isolated lockup. I believe we've forgotten what it means to correct bad behavior. Torture can't force a broken mind to repair itself. It only forces the mind to behave. That is not a solution or a correction. It's cruelty. Officials from the penitentiary maintained that there was little to no concern that the inmate had been planning to take his own life. Had it been the case, he would have immediately been transferred to a mental health unit. Faced with the cruel separating agent of grief, Guy turned to his research for comfort. He knew that extinguishing solitary confinement was unlikely, considering its worldwide practice, so he instead focused on an alternative approach. His proposal, to capitalize on the benefits that seclusion does have for inmates, while also applying a more humanitarian method for their improvement. His work brought him to an isolation chamber, constructed within a former nuclear bunker somewhere off the outskirts of Hempstead, New York, a keepsake of the Cold War. After weeks of lengthy meetings, countless emails and frustrating phone calls, Guy's preparations were complete. For the next 2 weeks, he would lock himself inside the 6 by 8 feet space, trapped between the cement walls and all-encompassing darkness. I needed an environment as authentic as possible. Guy explains at the outset, I found myself drawing a lot of inspiration from the hole on Alcatraz Island. The pitch black, tight space without any human contact. Granted, not all isolation cells have these severe conditions, but if we can still produce positive results from the worst treatment possible, Imagine the success from less harsh conditions. Start from the bottom. Work your way to the top. The room was equipped with a refurbished toilet, up-to-date ventilation, a metal bed frame, and a small table. Bolted atop the table was a lantern fitted with a bulb that could be changed to different colors via remote control. I have a very loud mind, and vivid thoughts are always trying to squeeze their way out, so there is no doubt the sensory deprivation will take a huge toll on me. That is where the light will come into play. As it changes colors, my reactions to those different colors in my mind will be noted. Colors stimulate the brain. There is real psychology there. I hope that the changing colors will act as a tether that will allow my senses to cling on to something, and will perhaps help me manage and endure my time in there with minimal negative effects. Thus, Guy dubbed this experiment the Lighthouse Project. The ones overseeing the experiments, handpicked by Guy himself, were Ronald Westbrook, a retired clinical and forensic psychologist, Victoria Wick, a therapist specializing in PTSD patients, and Brian Rexford, an independent radio psychologist. To protect the privacy of certain individuals, their names and identifying details have been changed. Though each came from a different background, they were all equally fueled by discovery and Guy's compelling determination. Together, they agreed on their joint schedules and varying night shifts to observe Guy's behavior and safety throughout the test. They'd be stationed in a separate room rigged with different screens and connected to night vision cameras within the chamber. Internal audio would also be fed to them by the recorder Guy would have on his person the entire time. Other than documenting and supervising the experiment, they were also to follow another important instruction. Do not, under any circumstances, stop the test. No matter what is said, screamed, or begged, the door will remain locked until the experiment is complete. The only exception being if a hospital is needed. Before being taken to his cell, Guy partook in several psychological tests and interviews to examine his mental capability of taking part in the project. He'd take with him a month's worth of military food packets, drinking water, toilet paper, and batteries for his recorder. When asked if he'd prefer a set of different sheets, Guy declined. With everything now in motion, the door was locked, the lights were cut, and the cameras were activated. Day 1. Incarceration. Guy spends his first 10 minutes in absolute darkness, lying on his bed. Every so often he makes a popping sound from his mouth. Minute by minute the popping becomes a hum, and then graduates into a whistle, as Guy taps his foot impatiently. After the 30-minute mark, he records his first log. Day 1. 4:01:16. Audio log 30 minutes inside. What a bizarre feeling, chuckles. My hand is an inch from my face, and I can't see it at all. It's pitch black and dead quiet in here. I'm not even sure what to say at this point. I want to hear something other than my breathing bouncing off the walls. 4 hours pass. Guy takes to wandering around the room, appearing to count the number of steps it takes to reach each wall. The result? Not very many. Day 1. 4:16. Audio log 4 hours inside. Getting cold in here, rubbing hands together, and I should have brought a heater or something with me. I've already lost track of how long I've been here. Maybe that's a good thing. I have to say, this is the worst hotel I've seen. The service is god-awful. Room service, anyone? Guy, to his credit, forces a smile for the cameras and masks the ever-growing anxiousness with humor. But as the passages of lightless time stack up, his mild uneasiness begins to shift into paranoia. Day 1. 4:16 audio. Log 7 hours inside. Excessive tapping on microphone. What's with the crackling sound on this thing? Is it even working? I've said I'm cold 300 times now, and it hasn't changed a single degree. All pauses to drink water. The blanket isn't helping that much. At least give me a sign this piece of junk is working. All right. A knock, a tap, anything. Throw me a bone here. He sits up with his legs folded on the bed and tears open the first meal packet. He eats it slowly, as though to savor the taste and the new sensations it brings. Perhaps he's waiting 7 hours to experience something new in the room's unchanging pitch before it becomes repetitive. It isn't long until Guy takes to pacing the room to each of the walls. The audio captures possibly an old conversation he recounts with someone under his breath, plausibly his brother. It's not unusual, Rexford explains. Animals do the same thing when you place them in confined quarters. He's anxious, trapped, and bored. The pacing provides input in his life, builds a mechanism to cope with. Eventually, Guy crawls into bed and tries to rest. He manages to fall asleep for 10 hours straight, tossing and turning restlessly in his sheets. When he wakes, the realization takes a moment to dawn on him. As he rubs his eyes and tries vainly to get his vision back, he falls back into his pillow and sighs loudly. Right. That's right. Damn. The audio captures as an entire day passes in the chamber. The adverse effects of his sensory deprivation begin to intensify and become especially more evident in his 8th log. Day 2. 4/2/16. Audio log 30 hours inside. They're everywhere, aren't they? All over the grainy darkness. So many of them. Spindly shapes are floating around me. I'm hallucinating. Rapid. Shallow breathing. Aimlessly drifting. Bouncing off of nothing. Aimlessly. I think they are organic spores. Swarms of them. All over the place. What day is it? Can anyone hear me up there? Sudden. Knocks against door. I said, I'm hallucinating. In view of this, he waves around both hands, sifting his fingers through the invisible objects his mind was manifesting. Before long, he claims to start hearing music in the corner, even snapping his fingers to the non-existent rhythm. For the remainder of the second day, the researchers take note of every hallucination Guy experiences. Visual. A kite on the wall. Blooms of jellyfish, spores, a gray cat. Auditory static from a radio, a piano's G major. Incoherent whispers. In the early hours of his 3rd day, submerged in darkness, Guy reaches the threshold of his sanity. At 6:53 a.m., he is sitting against the wall, his face buried in the crevice between his knees. Suddenly, without the slightest portent of warning, he chokes out a gasp and flings himself desperately to the toilet. He crams 2 fingers in his mouth, prodding desperately at his throat as he vomits profusely into the bowl. Day 3. 4/3/16. Audio log 72 hours inside. I down. Oh no. Oh God. Deep guttural sounds and something poisonous is inside of me. Slid right down my... Will I die? Will I fill up with mushrooms? No, no, no. Induced vomiting sounds. I don't want to do this. Convulsive gasp. I want out. Shut it all down, okay? I don't want to be here anymore. Judging by his panicked utterance, he seems to believe he has swallowed one of the spores. The silver lining behind Guy's severe episode was that it acted as the perfect gauge for the experiment's next step. Now that the deprivation and quarantined blackness has successfully pried away at his resilience, it is time to administer the treatment. In the next instant, the lamp, which was bolted atop the table, lights up, due to Guy's eyes most likely being weakened from his time in the same bleak enclosure. The white glow only shines as a dim, pale hue at the back of the room. At first, he backs away from it, his expression trapped behind pure shock. It seems that he's completely forgotten about the lamp's existence until now. A glint of joy shimmers across his face. Slowly, He approaches the table and gently rests his head over it. Nothing is said, but a distinct muffled sob can be heard. For the remaining duration of the test, the bulb will shift its soft glow into a different color every 8 hours or so. By reintroducing Guy back into the light, the overseers hope to negate his long days without stimulation, and, in a sense, guide back his rationality to fit their increasingly differing schedules. Each overseer agrees to assign themselves a particular color to monitor. Light exposure effects rating: 1. Westbrook, green. Subject's anxiety and overall mental tension have lessened considerably. His appetite has returned. Good. 2. Rexford, yellow. Guy seemed uneasy about the room changing color at first, but he seems to be over it. Yellow, being a bold, energetic color, tends to support happy thoughts and optimistic thinking. We especially see this in his recent recordings. 3. Rexford, blue. The compulsion to anxiously pace disappeared with the addition of blue. It looks to be making him tired. He spent most of the time sleeping during the exposure. At least his circadian rhythm seems to be getting back on track. 4. Westbrook. Subject has a strong aversion to the color purple. He started complaining, growing progressively more restless, possibly an emotional situation from the subject's past. Claims the walls are moving. The color was not active for very long. 5. Wick. Red. After looking over Guy's reaction to the purple light, I was especially nervous about what would happen with the color I chose. It didn't dawn on me at the time, but I soon realized that the only red-tinted rooms I could think of were from horror films. But his response has been a positive one. He's more active now, even performing different exercises and physical activities in the small space. Although, he's been lying in bed for some time now. Day by day, Guy, who has previously been screaming about swallowing hallucinations, starts to act like himself again. As the positive effects become more tangible, the lights reveal their restorative power over his mind. In the early morning of the 7th day, as Guy stirs in his sheets, something else appears on camera. Small, white, furry, with a pointed, twitchy nose. A mouse scurries along the wall, apparently granted access to the room by way of an unchecked crack under Guy's bed, possibly even led there by the leftover crumbs from his food packets. It lets out a chattering sound, which immediately catches Guy's attention. He takes a moment to register the sound before hearing it again. In a split second, he jumps to his feet and twists his neck all over the place to find the tiny creature. By the time he spies its sharp movement, it has already crept past him and into the hidden crack. After the discovery, he deliberately starts to leave pieces of food under his bed. A newfound habit develops, where he lies along the cold floor, constantly checking to see if the mouse has returned. While Guy's intentions are unclear, Rexford shares his thoughts in his report. I highly doubt Wugagoo is going to hurt the thing. He is locked in stasis right now, in a room that never changes, save for the alternating lighting. It's been a week now, and we've seen a lot of improvement, but it's far from a full recovery. The mouse triggered something for him, a reminder that there was something else other than 4 walls and a toilet. It's a little piece of life for him to hold on to, as many attempts as Guy makes. There is still no sign of his mouse lure working. Throughout the next few days, Guy's overall temperament begins to shift, in spite of the light and the recuperating stepping stones has taken. Paranoia starts to raise its way back, like a contaminating spill of oil. Day 9, 4/9/16. Audio log 216 hours inside. They've forgotten about me, haven't they? Forgotten about the test. I shouldn't have trusted them as I did. At some point my food and water will run out. What then? I'll disappear. What else? Idiots. Torturers. Lock me up and throw away the key. Are you all still taking notes? Raises middle finger to each camera. Jot that down. Day 9, 4916 audio. Log 218 hours inside. I don't want to see these four walls anymore. Every crack, every ancient smudge is leaving a permanent stain on my memory. Is this what you had to see? Is this the hell you lived in? And most likely referring to his twin. I don't want to sleep in these greasy sheets. I don't want to eat this dry, tasteless food, drying like sawdust on my tongue. Here's where I'll die, where not even God will hear me out there. Hitched gasp. It's back. That pressure I felt before, drilling right into my temple, it's been coming back more frequently lately. Sometimes I think the walls are moving. When I close my eyes, it feels like I'm underwater, traversing invisible depths nobody cares about. The room is sinking further, now and then. Sooner or later, it's going to crush me. Day 9, 4916. Audio log 224 hours inside. I need to move. Walk around a while. The valves in my legs are starting to swell from not moving. Hurts like hell. Damn! I need to stretch them, but I can't. Can't leave the bed. I can't because I don't want to. When I start to stand, a bad feeling gnaws at me, like an overwhelming premonition. Whatever it is, don't move. For the love of God, don't move. Something is at risk of being stimulated. The pressure is worse than ever. It isn't leaving this time. Even the air feels different. Every breath leaves an acrid taste in the back of my throat, as though I'm sharing the air with a different mouth, even with his growing protest to leave the confines of his bed. Guy finally succumbs to the stabbing pangs of hunger. He crawls, cautiously, out of bed and Masha, close bed. I'm As he reaches for one of the packets, he immediately jolts and stops. Winding around in a flurry, he retreats to his bed and grabs the recorder. Day 9. 4916 audio log. 230 hours inside. Gone. Torn to bits. My food. I can't. Guy has discovered that 5 of his once sealed food rations are torn to shreds, gnawed open, the flexible pouched packaging gutted by some unthinkable means. With the lack of any footage, the researchers deduced that mice were the most likely culprits. If one had found its way inside, what was to stop more from sneaking in and raiding the unguarded stash? Although it is unexpected, there is still plenty of food left untouched to make do until the experiment's final day. A day Guy's rattled mind has transfigured into fiction by now. His already withered nerves are shot, so Guy's refusal to leave the safe boundary of his bed is only magnified. The soft light draped over the table is not providing even a sliver of comfort. Unsurprisingly, he can no longer fall asleep. Sometime later, between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m., a scream resounds in the chamber. The cameras reveal Guy scrambling backward, pressing the small of his back firmly against the wall, with his eyes bulging and his fingers hooked into his chest. Day 10, 4/10/16. Audio log 240 hours inside. Stifled breathing and just now. Right at the edge of my bed. Oh, God. I heard something. It sounded like movement, something rustling about. Then a growl. I'm not hallucinating. I know I'm not. There was a growl. The air is thick. There is a potent, rotting taste in my mouth. Something was there. Something was watching me. The captured audio does not interpret Guy's growl, but the feed does suffer a few stuttering distortions in particular places. As the next sluggish roll of hours passes, Guy complains frequently about a growing sickness he feels, the increasing hidden pressures, the thickening rot in the air. The tension builds until his body ultimately demands to purge itself. He gags, covers his mouth, and then recklessly bolts to the toilet when the vomiting sounds stop and the shaking in his legs ceases. He finds the strength to stand up and return to the safety net of his bed. Suddenly, he stops. The already fleeting color drains from his face. His hands quiver nervously, pinned to his sides. A lingering thread of bile runs down his chin. The team begins to worry he is having some sort of stroke. Luckily, his motor skills return to him as he falls backward in a series of chaotic steps and collapses in the opposite unlit corner of the room. He sits there for some time. Eventually, he searches for his device and presses a trembling finger on record. Day 10. 4:10:16 audio. Log. 245 hours inside. I'm not alone. There is something here. I felt it just now. Standing a few inches from me. Why? I see nothing. But it was there, looming over me, waiting for me. Adopting the shaded corner as his newfound security, Guy does not return to his bed or the light blanketing it. Even as the bulb alternates the different colors, none of them spur a different reaction. He merely sits there, staring into unoccupied spaces and craning his neck as though seeing something. Day 10, 4:10:16, audio. Log 248 hours inside. There is movement. I'm sure of it now. I am no longer alone. But what are they? Ghosts? No, too active. A hushed, overlapping breath at first. I thought the walls were moving, but I was wrong. It's the light that is moving, rippling, and being bent as they pass through it. The darkness is properly marinating my brain to see them. Sometimes vague silhouettes, sometimes textureless shapes, sometimes shifting and then reshifting, moments of motion, sometimes clicking their teeth, molar against molar, clack, sometimes scraping nails on the floor. They are drawn to the light, moving only where it touches, hiding in it like a blanket. I don't think they can see me, not yet. One notable piece of footage reveals Guy making a poor attempt to reach his food and water rations. His head scans the room in a back and forth motion, as if checking that the vacant coast of space is clear. Oh, slowly, he drifts back into the reaching glow, inching closer to the supplies. When he is nearly there, he freezes. He turns his head towards something the cameras can't see. Something under the bed. After a moment of staring, he aborts the mission in a mad sprawl and retreats to the shadows of the corner. Day 11, 4:11:16. Audio log 265 hours inside. I saw a mouse under the bed, picking at one of the scraps I left. I'm no stifled sob. Then it started screaming and squirming all over the place. Blotches of blood were left wherever it rolled. Then it stopped and started to float, as though it were caught in something's invisible jaws, digging into it, opening it up, entrails dangling like wet ribbons. I am not safe. Day 11, 4:11:16 audio log, 273 hours inside. I know how they're getting in. Small spaces in the room. I want to call them pockets. They squeeze their way in. The horrible stench returns. They squeeze their way out. I think I know where the pockets are, too. One on the ceiling, one under the bed, one on the left wall. They're everywhere. Getting more and more numerous. I've lost count of how many now. I have to stay away from the light. It will only make me easier prey. Please, if you can hear me, turn off the light. The visual hallucinations haunting him only grow worse from there. Every audio log received grows primarily more fearful about the unseen things coming in and out of the room. While there are no remains of a mutilated rodent found under the bed, signs of discoloring on the floor are present. Despite the 3 hellish days he has spent in the dense unlit vale, Guy refuses to leave the shelter of that corner. The light which had previously hoisted his sanity back was now what he avoided. What should have nullified the other appears to only intensify it now. As though summoned by misfortune, the researchers face an anomaly they did not prepare for. Both the cameras and Guy's recorder begin to malfunction. The stuttering audio distortions from earlier worsen. What sound has managed to leak out of Guy's device is corrupted with hisses of static and delays. Unable to fix the issue, they are forced to make a decision. End the experiment early and collect the accumulated data, or follow Guy's original instructions and proceed to the final day. 2 in favor, Westbrook and Rexford, of continuing, and 1 opposed, Wick. The decision is made to endure until the 14th day. Even if the audio is no longer functional, there is still plenty of visual input to extract. Guy's mannerisms only continue to deteriorate. He no longer sleeps or forms an effort to reach the food and water, let alone to even use the bathroom. Instead, he takes to urinating and defecating in the opposing ill-lit corner. Piles and pools of his excrement gather there like the accumulating waste of a caged animal. Things were bad. Rexford shares from the following interview. We honestly should have stopped and packed everything up then and there, but we had precise instructions to see it to the end. There was one night Victoria and I were working together. I remember stepping out to get some fresh air and coming back to her gasping, her hand cupped over her mouth in shock. I quickly checked the cameras and saw exactly what had her horrified. Guy was digging into his excrement and smearing it over the wall. At first, I thought it was nothing but a smothered mess of unintelligible garble. But then I saw exactly what he was writing. They everywhere turn off light. After that, Victoria wanted nothing further to do with the experiments. She told us she was done being party to torture. Westbrook was also losing the amount of time he could give, so things mostly fell on my shoulders. I didn't mind it much. I wanted to be involved. I wanted more than anything to see the success of the experiment. With 2 days left of Guy's confinement, Rexford takes it on himself to make the final push. I was trying to think of a way to ease him back into the light. So, I thought of a plan. Little by little, I was going to amp the lantern's voltage until the room was nothing but light. No more dark corners for him to hide in. To set his plan in motion, Rexford starts by amplifying the soft blue hue within the room. The light begins to lick up the walls and climb over the bed. Guy quickly takes notice and noticeably shrinks further back. He tries to protest vainly, according to a recording of garbled feedback. T. 4:13:16. Audio log. 3:15 hours. Inside. Stop 0. Are derzeroing, zeroing, full zeroer, or zero lizeroing. 0A. Wolf seraph. Me. 0. Off. 0 light. 0E wolf seraph. Me. Ignoring Guy's clear objection, Rexford shines the light more strongly as it inches closer, burning away the shadowy blanket of Guy's position. In a desperate animalistic effort, Guy resorts to slamming his fists against the locked door, clawing at it fruitlessly with his nails. Simultaneously, as the last shade of his protective layer evaporates away, Guy makes a mad dash toward the lantern. With a desperate flail of his fist, he punches it, shattering the bulb in an eruption of glass, like an aerial firework shell. As the darkness once again overlaps the room, and with the adrenaline still racing through his system, he grabs handfuls of broken shards and shoves them in his mouth. The corrupted bits of audio still capture the sound of sharp bits breaking between his teeth. Rexford immediately abandons his post and rushes for the chamber. He opens the door to find a room with protein-stained bedsheets, hieroglyphic feces on the walls, and their test subject collapsed over the table. The smell took me out, Rexford comments. An amalgam of different odors, composites of sweat, urine, feces, blood, rotting, and other questionable smells I don't care to describe. I tried to block it out. The last thing I wanted to do was vomit as I pulled him out of there. He was sputtering something to me, while spitting out globs of blood and broken glass. Something about his back burning. When I had checked it for him, I had no idea what I was even looking at. Bruises, hand-shaped bruises all over him. Wednesday, April 13th, at approximately 9:05 p.m. Guy is taken to Nassau University Medical Center, where he received several stitches for his hand, and also the loose flaps of tissue in his mouth. He is constipated, running a fever, severely dehydrated, and malnourished. When examining the peculiar bruises lining his spine, Dr. Marion Cobb asks if Guy has been assaulted. When told no, he shares his thoughts. In Vietnam, we referred to unexplained bruises as ghost bites, marks that appear without injury and have no business being there. It could run the risk of an underlying medical problem or even a risky blood disorder. We'll perform a complete blood count, CBC, for any irregularities, he added skeptically. However, if that is the case, I've never seen any this prominently shaped before. The blood tests come back normal as Guy recovers from his time in the bunker. He repeats the same series of tests and interviews he took before his incarceration. The tests to do with his memory showed that it had been impaired. He struggles with even the simplest questions and takes 65% longer to complete each task. While admitted to the hospital, he is adamant that the nurse keep his room light off. As for the aftermath of the project, New York College journalist David Saxon, after months of evasion, is able to conduct a short interview with Guy on the first sunset of August. He goes on to describe the house where the exchange took place. Dark, not so much as a flicker in any of the rooms. All the bulbs were screwed out of everything. Even the windows were spray painted black. When I asked if the light from our camera would be acceptable, he hesitantly agreed. The reporter added, "From what I could see of Mr. Anonymous, he looked very tired. His eyes were sunken, and his skin was pale, like the pigment was being sucked right out of him." Here's the description of the experiment, as written on your website. An effort to diminish the harrowing effects of solitary confinement through the use of light manipulation. Guy nods in his chair. Cool. You've since retracted that statement. Why is that? Guy, isn't it obvious? The result was not the one I wanted. Q. Right. In hindsight, do you think that you underestimated what 2 weeks in the bunker would be like? Guy, perhaps. In the beginning, I thought that I had taken every precaution imaginable. I believed my mental fortitude could overcome any obstacle. I was wrong. Q. If you're comfortable enough to answer, I'd like to ask you more about your time in the bunker and about the hallucinations you experienced. Guy. Oh, yes. There were countless hallucinations in that place. Animals, toy cars, music, you name it. That isn't what you were asking about, is it? Q. Well, no. I was referring to the things that, killed the mouse. Guy. I can't tell you how many nights I've spent praying that what I witnessed in that place was a simple fabrication of the mind. But it isn't that complex. The light was on in a dark place, and something took a liking to. For a time, I believed what I saw in there wasn't real. That was until I started seeing them at home. Things rustling around, doors inching open, nails raking the kitchen tiles, looking for me. Q. Clears throat uncomfortably. Is that why your house is so dark? Guy. I'd like to ask you something now. Do you have any kids at home? Q. Who? Yeah, I have one with another on the way. Why do you ask? Guy. Do they still sleep with a nightlight? Q. What is the relevance with that? Guy. Inches forward. You may want to tell your friend to turn the camera light down. They followed me home. Hopefully. They don't follow you. Hopefully. They don't follow you. Q. What do you mean by that? No further questions are answered.